You don't know how great I am. You don't know how great I am. I am what I am, and I am free. You don't know how great I am.
Yo, check this. I might not be what you want me to be, so you might not see what you want to see. But if you got a minute, listen to what I gotta say, because it's a brand new year and it's a brand new day. See, there's a gap between my culture and the life that I lead, so some will call me an apple, and some a bad seed. They have no idea how my heart will bleed. Their words and attitudes are things I just don't need.
You don't know how great I am. I am what I am, and I am free.
You see, I'm proud of who I am, and I'm proud of where I'm from. Those ones spreading racism, they're just fucking dumb. Now, if you're looking at my life and you say I've assimilated, to simplify things, just a little more complicated. See, I'm a modern day native with a modern day life. I have modern day problems and modern day strife. Now I hear other natives, they talk about the past, and will I do the same? Fuck that. See, I've got no time to dwell on what's already done. I've got too many things that I want to do. And they don't include knives, and they don't include guns. I'm talking about knowledge and sharing it too. See, my people need to learn how to cohabitate, get rid of the anger, and get rid of the hate. We gotta stop for a minute and learn to educate. And you'll see in the end, we all have to communicate. I know there'll be a time to make a stand and a time to fight, but if you do that, make sure the cause is right. Because if the cause is right, and the cause is just, greater numbers of people will be backing you up. History has repeatedly shown to us all that united we stand and divided we fall. They were talking about natives and natives alone, because this is a big world, and this world is our home. Now I've seen some beautiful people, and ugly ones too, and there's no single color that comes into view. So the message I'm sending, it's not all that long. It's just, I want the human race to be stronger than strong. I said I just want the human race to be stronger than strong.
You all have to be strong.
Done it. Word.
We all have to be strong. Peace.
Right, sigurli swa Greg. Geller hindi niyo gets Yonko Fantastic Kitty for letting me know I'm muted. Okay. So, yeah, I see that now, Scuba. I just okay. So, we still got a few minutes for the guests to arrive. So, I have another link here. Or another quick video I'm going to share. And while we're waiting for them, and this is I put in the content warning primarily because not only sometimes some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about might be a bit triggering, but even some of the visuals that we may add could be a little triggering, particularly when we think about this current video. So let me first of all do this. Actually, I'll just do it another way. Cancel that. I'm going to take my mug off the screen. I'm going to share a video called Palestine Will Never Die. It's a song by an artist named Low Key, which many of you may know. So let me get this over and get this going. And let me know in chat if you're not able to hear it.
وقف الطفل وحده والليالي
Hey, there we go.
ورصاص من حوله وجنود.
Okay, I got a video playing here for the chat while we're waiting for Dr. Heap to join us. I don't know if you can see our screen.
I have the StreamYards open, so I can see it that way. I might try to open your stream. Let's not bother with the co-streaming. I don't want to mess anything up. I'd just rather we have everyone in one place. It's all good.
We do this.
But I think people can hear us in the stream right now over top.
Yeah, actually, I can do this. Just so you don't have to open up another window, I'll just do it this way.
I got two screens going, so all right, perfect. That also works.
I have 4 monitors on my computer, so
Okay. Awesome. Screenception. Yeah. Let's keep everyone all together in ear chat.
Are you able to see the chat on the right?
Not through StreamYards, but I have the stream open on my other screen, so I'll keep an eye on it that way while I have the StreamYards facing in front of on my main screen.
Okay.
And I think that'll be all right. You know, it's working out. Might want to adjust a few things. Also, I just got this new light for my birthday from my partner, so you know, we'll let people see that and
nice.
Follow that way.
I got an art piece here that Fantastic Kitty just got at a fundraiser we went to.
Nice. With the olive branch, I love it.
Can't get the image out of my heart when we've seen the bodies found in a mountain of parts. Netanyahu told you just another child of the dark. Clear it's gonna take much more than thousands to march, more than a speech, more than a poem, more than a track of music. Gonna take more than a sit down with Bassem Youssef. Even bringing back ambassadors is an act that's useless long as you pump oil for Apaches and the tanks they using. Freedom just beyond reach for people you cannot see. He's wheezing and cannot breathe and screaming through the concrete, looking for his 4 children. The bombs leave structures that I wouldn't want to call buildings. My fingers pointed at this government, you all killed them. Tell me that you wouldn't take up arms if those were your children. Let me make the factor clear. If bombs were manufactured here and they want the land as theirs because of natural gas in there, feel death in the atmosphere while we hapless stand and stare. And a little boy begs for his brother's strand of hair. Truth is I don't know how anyone can live after digging for their dead kids buried under bricks. Israel is a terror state, terrorists that terrorize. I testify my television, televise, I'm telling lies. This is not a war, it is systematic genocide. But whatever they try, Palestine will never die. They're not prepared to face the pain, so they're scared to say your name. They're not prepared to face the pain, so they're scared to say your name. They're not prepared to face the pain, so they're scared to say your name. They're not prepared to face the pain, so they're scared to say your name.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, free, free, free, free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, free, free, free, free.
They bomb churches and paramedics, it's hurting, the panic spreading. Hospitals where the doctors do C-sections, no anesthetics. The pressure is manifesting, humanity stands connected. Masses seem apathetic and actually just accept it. When our grandchildren ask us, what did we do to stop it? I'm determined to say I did more than make music on it. That's why we shut down arms factories. You can try stopping us. Palestine action's the opposite of white phosphorus. We tell them on the television, but they never listen. Tell Piers Morgan that resistance isn't terrorism. They want them fled or missing, death or prison, endless killing. I seen a father hold his baby up, the head was missing. Imagine demolition of home where your parents live in. Kings won't say a thing, but at least we know that Yemen's with them. Ethnic cleansing, it ain't hard to see the stages, but Gaza, Al-Azza, graveyard of the invaders. Ears close to the savagery, clear though when there's clarity. The journalists and doctors are heroes of humanity. The sordid and as gory as this story is for now. Are they depopulating Gaza for Ben Gurion's canal? Israel is a terror state, terrorists that terrorize. I testify my television, televise, I'm telling lies. This is not a war, it is systematic genocide. But whatever they try, Palestine will never die.
أناديكم وأشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أناديكم وأشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, free, free, free, free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, free, free, free, free, free.
والله ما معروفين بالقتل. قتلوا الأطفال، قتلوا النساء. لن نستسلم ولن نرحل من هذه الأرض، بل سنتقدم إلى أرضنا، إلى بلادنا، إلى فلسطين.
So, Siguli Swagwag, Galahindi Neo Gets, Wagishli Wagi Niwakitaloda, Onida Ugingwe Wanege, Oni, Bojo, Dante, Okinapi, Hao, and Yanko, Yugodonlos. For anyone who's new here and don't know me, I just introduced myself, and it's we always do in our own language. I said, hello everyone, Galahindi is my name. Translates to clouds passing over. I am a member of the people of the Standing Stone First Nations on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Delaware, and Huron nations in the Dish with One Spoon Treaty Territory. And I said, Yanko Yukodono, or thank you, friends, for joining us today for this stream. And it should be a very interesting conversation. And I welcome in my guests who are both here now. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves in the way that's appropriate for them. So, Dr. Heap, if we can maybe start with you.
Hi, my name is David, and my students and colleagues call me David. So just call me David. I don't tend to use academic titles unless unless they're absolutely necessary. I'm a teacher researcher at the University of Western Ontario, aka associate professor. I'm a lifelong trade unionist and anti-militarist, and for the last 15 or so years, I guess what's most relevant here is that I've been involved in the movement against the blockade of Gaza, and particularly with the Canadian boat to Gaza, part of the Freedom Flotilla against the blockade and in favor of Palestinian human rights, in particular the human right of freedom of movement. But we can get into that later.
Hey, well, let me just be the first to say I'm very, very excited for our conversation today. Thank you for getting this together, Dark Native, and thank you, Dr. David Heap, for being here. I will call you David from now on. For everyone else, you can call me Peacefire, you can call me Aheb. I am now a streamer. I have worn many hats, from artist to journalist. I have born in Canada, but I have been back and forth in between here and Egypt, trying to find out where I belong. And I have also some experience with the uprisings in Egypt and trying to get some change and doing journalism. So I am very much looking forward to this because even when I was in Egypt, I tried to get into Gaza at some point in time, and Rafah was just always closed. It was impossible unless you were had enough money to bribe everyone. There was just no way that was happening. And so I am very, very much excited to hear about your experience, David. And again, thank you, Dark Native, for getting this together. Let me know if you want me to use your Twitch name, or if you would prefer that I try to call you by your actual name. I'm not sure which you prefer, but just
You
let me
know,
know. And
whichever is easiest for you. I know that Galahindi is not always it's a tricky
well,
name for some people. So
may I make an attempt and you tell me if I'm saying it right?
sure, you know what? I think that if anything's even remotely close, I'm good with it.
Okay,
Um,
so
Dave,
Galuhu Hindi or Galuhu Hindi, is
yeah,
that close
yeah.
enough?
So David, I'm hearing that your volume might be a little bit low. I don't know if there's a way of
Okay.
you increasing your mic,
I don't
but
know. Let me
um,
see here. Okay. Does this work? I can't tell whether this
oh,
goes. I can also take the headset
that
off. So
that
let me
sounds
try.
louder now already.
That's working now.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sometimes I just pick it up. I'm on headset a lot because a lot of our work is international. So we were zooming long before the pandemic, and we were skyping a decade before that because we have partners everywhere. And Ehab, I'm delighted to talk about I think of Rafah as the weirdest border in the world. I haven't been to all of them, but it's certainly the weirdest that I've encountered.
Yeah.
So props to you for trying to get in. And yeah, lots of people run into that wall.
Yeah, no, it's just not possible. And so I was excited to learn about trying to come in from a different way,
Mhm.
because yeah, Rafa's just not happening. Uh, but yeah, we'll get this conversation going. I don't know, Dark, if you want to start this off, but I have a question ready to go. I am very, very curious to know. But you tell me if you're ready for questions. We can start. If you
Well,
have a way you want to intro this, let me know.
I was going to suggest maybe David, because you're really pretty well the most well versed in this. Um, for some of the community who don't know exactly what Palestine's history is all about, can you kind of give us a Cole's Notes or Palestine for Dummies kind of overview of, uh,
Okay. I don't
what?
think anybody's a dummy, and Nicole's notes might take us to your next week's broadcast. But let's try to be succinct here. And one of the people who sailed with us a couple times was an elder from the Ardak Algonquin First Nation, and Bob used to describe Gaza as the world's largest Indian reserve. And I think there are many ways of framing this. People have called it the world's largest open air prison. In many ways, it's much worse than a prison. Most prisons don't have over half their population being kids under 18. Most prisoners in most prisons know when their sentence is up, and the folks in Gaza don't know when their sentence is up. Most prisoners in most prisons in the world don't get regularly bombed and attacked by the prison guards, right? So there's many ways in which prison is a polite euphemism for what people in Gaza are have been experiencing for far too long, well over a decade and a half or longer. But a concentration camp might just about cover it. It's occupied territory, so that's what we need to know. It's um, the Israelis like to say they ended their occupation in 2005 because they didn't want responsibility for it anymore. It is recognized by the UN. It's recognized by the Canadian government. I can show you a website that says Israel is the occupying power in Gaza, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights, and has responsibilities as under the Geneva Convention as occupying power towards maintaining well-being of an occupied people. So Gaza is a place which has over 2 million inhabitants. Like I said, more than half of them are kids. More than 2/3 of them are refugees from what they call 1948 Palestine. That is to say, the Palestine that they left behind. They fled in 1948 because of the Nakba, the catastrophe, as it's called in Arabic, when Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from most of their land. So it's a picture which is sadly familiar to many indigenous people, that they now live on a small remnant of their ancestral lands. It's much closer in time than it is for a lot of indigenous people, because it's just a generation or two away. So literally, you speak to young people in Gaza or parents in Gaza, and their parents or grandparents remember the village that they were driven out of in 1948. And they were driven, some of them were driven to Gaza, some of them were forced north into Lebanon, some of them were forced west into the West Bank, east to the West Bank of the Jordan, and then forced out again. Some of them were literally forced into the sea. And there are images and stories, firsthand accounts of people who were from the coastal ports of Jaffa were forced to go to sea in small boats. Some of them didn't make it. Some of them went north to Lebanon ports. Some of them went south to Gaza. But it's had this incredibly densely populated population ever since. But most of these people are UN recognized, refugees who have the right to return, right? So the right to return to their lands, their ancestral lands, when they're finally allowed to, right? And that's a UN recognized right of any refugee, but particularly these refugees. It's the largest refugee population, not Gaza, but the Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, and the other places in the region in the diaspora are the largest refugee population and the longest standing refugee population in the world. And they, many of the things that are wrong with this incredibly densely packed concentration camp wouldn't be a problem if they had one simple right, which is freedom of movement. And again, I'll remind you, Gala Hindi, lots of folks in communities in Canada know that a generation or two ago, Indigenous people needed the permission of a white Indian agent to leave their reserve, to go for a medical appointment, to go for work, to go to visit, for whatever reasons, right? So that pass law is actually shamefully a Canadian invention, an invention of the Canadian state. It was picked up by South Africa and sort of tweaked and perfected in terms of the ethnic pass laws in South Africa. And that apartheid system is now on steroids, if you like, used by in occupied Palestine, where every movement of every person depends on their ID. So this is a very foreign idea, and I emphasize it when I speak to Canadians. Canadians are used to going everywhere in their country, right? Like I talk to students. We live in Bishkan-Zibi or Western Ontario. Talk to students here or Windsor or Guelph and say, you can travel to Strathroy, you can travel to Woodstock, you can travel anywhere for any purpose. You don't have to justify your movements to anybody. If you can hitchhike, grab a ride, catch a bus or a train or whatever, you can travel your own country. Palestinians in general in occupied Palestine can't travel without hitting into very quickly running into a checkpoint, a military checkpoint where their IDs are checked, and often they can't get to class, they can't get to work, they can't get to their medicals, they can't get to visit their families. Palestinians in Gaza in particular can't get out. Right. So there's this incredibly trapped sensation. They can't get out. The stuff they need can't get in. And I'm talking about the normal status quo before last October. Right. This has been quote unquote normal for a decade and a half. And before that, there was an increasing lockdown before the formal blockade began. So it is that's, if you like, the short history of what's going on there. And it is, I mentioned the pass laws in Canada because it is partly our responsibility. We're not the only ones responsible for the injustice in Palestine, but it is definitely partly a Canadian story. So the Canadian state was complicit from the beginning in what was going on there, and we have a responsibility to be part of the solution.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. In fact, one of the things that I've been doing with the stream is I like to talk a lot about the intersectionality of our struggles amongst marginalized groups and how important it is to come together. And one of the things that I have learned through this journey, I started streaming October, I think 8th, because I couldn't stand what I was seeing in the news. And I didn't want to look back at this time thinking I stayed silent when there were so many people looking for information. And I definitely, have been following this my whole life. And so that was what drew me there. But the point I was trying to get to is I learned so much about the First Nation, the Inuit, the Métis here, the people of Turtle Island through this, because I see a lot of parallels that they are using the same settler colonial genocidal playbook that they used here on Turtle Island versus what we're seeing being used in Israel. You could say the same that was being used in South Africa. And so it's still living on. It's still the same playbook. We can see the patterns. They are repeating. It's history repeating. But somehow we too many people in power remain ignorant to that. And so I guess if I was to ask a first question, I think you summed it up pretty well. Obviously, there's so much to unpack there. One of the things for me, based on what you were saying, is generally I try to avoid calling it an open air prison, because a prison conjures the idea that the people in Gaza have committed a crime. Right? You put criminals in prisons, and that's not the situation, right? So oftentimes I try to avoid that, and I go with, like you could almost call it a concentration camp. It definitely feels that way. And so that's just one of the things I wanted to highlight based on the answer you gave. But Dark, if you wouldn't mind, I would love to ask the very first question here. Which is, when was the first time, David, that you heard about Palestine? And was there a story or an event that led you to wanting to get involved?
That's a great question. Thank you. I grew up, as I said, in a trade unionist, anti-militarist environment. So there were U.S. war resistors around. My earliest memories, people from the Cesar Chavez United Farm Workers coming to Toronto to work on the Great Boycott. We were marching against segregation in the States. We were marching against war and militarism, among my earliest memories. Weirdly, and I think it's weird, but it actually is part of a pattern, Palestine didn't come up. For a variety of reasons. My parents were pacifists or anti-militarists, but they were also Christian socialists. And there's a little, as you know, there's an element of Christian guilt about what happened to Jews during the Holocaust. There was also, among the left, a certain idealism about Israel as a socialist paradise, as a place where the kibbutz was a new way of, living together and holding lots of things in common. So there was a certain amount of idealism, false idealism about Israel, and frankly, ignorance about the stolen land. I mean, I actually have a friend in the flotilla movement who grew up in a kibbutz and said, sure, her family was unusual because they talked about those people who are being driven off the land. But everybody else just wanted to talk about the Israelis living together. They didn't want to talk about whose land they were stealing. She's now somebody who sails against the blockade with us because she can't stand it any other way. But this is like, once your eyes are open, once you realize what's going on, you can't unknow what's happening. I wouldn't actually say, just to go back to one of your comments, I wouldn't say that our quote unquote political leaders are ignorant. I would say they're willfully complicit. They know what's going on. They've made their choices. Yeah. They've made their choices. So I was like not aware as a young person. I was very involved in the peace movement, very, very involved in Latin American solidarity, for example, human rights in Central America in the 80s, the U.S. dirty war against the people of Central America, in many cases, the indigenous people of Central America, Mayan genocide, all that stuff. So for example, I interpreted for refugees coming to Toronto, both as a volunteer and later as work. And one little smidget that caught my attention, and I didn't have a context for it at the time. I was interpreting for a Salvadoran who had been brutally tortured, as many of them were. And in the questioning, in questioning for this immigration panel, somebody asked about who tortured him, and he said, I was blindfolded, but I heard the voices. And he said, the people who were torturing me were Salvadoran soldiers, but the people who were instructing them weren't. And I was thinking, right, they were U.S. advisors, from the School of the Americas, of which there were lots running the dirty wars and the, human rights violations and the repression in Central America and South America. But what he said surprised me. He said, the person instructing the people who tortured me had an Israeli accent. And I later learned, I didn't know at the time, I later learned Israelis have a very distinctive accent in Spanish. It's unmistakable. If you speak Spanish and you hear an Israeli, you know where they're from, right? Mm-hmm. And there's lots of them. It turns out that this is part of an international network of let's say repressive technologies and repressive knowledges that Israel has perfected, both like the technology of killing, everything from guns to drones and bombs, but also the techniques of they would say counterinsurgency or counterterrorism. I would say repression, that they exported. And in the 80s, some of us might remember or have read about it, it was getting difficult for the US to support the war against El Salvador, the war against the people of Guatemala, the war against indigenous peoples in the Americas. And when it got too hot in Congress to export arms or to send advisors, they got the empire's little brother, basically, they got Israel to stand in for them. And this is well documented. I could grab the link later if you're interested. If people look for IJAN, the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network, they have documented in English and in Spanish just how vast and deep this network is, of how Israel, basically every ugly dictator you can imagine in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, if they're part of the US, quote unquote, sphere of influence or empire, they probably got aid at one point, and I'll say aid in inverted commas, right? Quote unquote, military aid and advisors from the Israelis. And I'll say that through Latin America, through many repressive places in Africa and Asia as well. So this is part of the US empire, very much. And like I say, it was barely on my radar at that time. When I came to London for my university job that stuck, in the early 2000s, there was a lot of movement against the war in Iraq. We got involved. A group called People for Peace started helping Iraq war resistors. And then in 2006, there was an invasion of Lebanon. And I always have to say the most recent invasion of Lebanon, because Israel has invaded Lebanon more than once.
Yeah.
But during the 2006 Lebanon invasion, we suddenly came strongly into contact and worked with the local Muslim community, Palestinian Arab community in particular. And so when Cast Lead happened in 2008, and there was this incredibly ferocious, at the time we thought it was horrific, it was horrific, it pales in comparison to now, this attack on civilians in Gaza, where over 1,400 people died, Palestinians died. The community reached out to us and People for Peace London and said, hey, we're going to protest, you have to help. And so that's when the pieces came together for me, that this was part of a broader anti-imperial struggle. It was part of the US hands all over the Middle East. And as I quickly read about it, it was part of Canada's complicity. And it was part of our job to oppose the fact that our government supported, that those of us who pay taxes and voted in this country, whether you do or don't support this government, that's part of what our state, the Canadian government, is supporting. So we got involved then. We actually sat in, some friends of ours that we'd met at the time of the Lebanon invasion sat in the Israeli consulate in Toronto. These were Jewish Israeli Canadian women who said not in our name, and they sat in and they got arrested at the Israeli consulate. We looked around London and said, there's no Israeli consulate here. We sat in at a conservative member of parliament's office because basically the conservative government under Harper was acting like a branch of Israeli diplomacy. And they were as complicit as anybody else. So we sat in there, got arrested, didn't get charged, but got arrested and taken out. And from there forward, so I can date it from the beginning of 2009, the work of our local peace group, People for Peace, it hasn't only been about that. We have other causes, but a lot of anti-militarism pops up in many parts of our society. But it's been one of the central focuses ever since. So when the Canadian Boat for Gaza was founded in 2010, it was very natural for us to get involved and say, no, we need a Canadian boat that will campaign, that will get involved and challenge the blockade directly. So that's sort of, it hasn't been a lifelong thing for me. Some of the students on campus say I must have been raised on Palestinian olive oil. It wasn't at all visible to me, I'm going to say, for the first 40 years of my life. It's really been the last decade and a half that it's become part of the focus. But once, like I say, once you get the picture of what's going on in Gaza and our own complicity with it, our state's complicity with it, you can't unknow what you know.
Yeah.
But that being said, you have been involved in various activist movements for, like, you were born into it, really, weren't you? Your father was
Both of
also
my parents.
activist.
Both of my parents were trade unionists and anti-militarists from long before my time. So that part came naturally. As I said, it was in in the atmosphere when I was a kid, and it was very natural to get involved in that. The Palestine piece in particular was missing. They figured it out a bit later in life, but they came around to the same point of view in their latter years as well. Because once you see the facts, it's inescapable. I mean, you've got a conquered indigenous people victim of a branch of the U.S. Empire's military machine. It's the logic is inescapable. So that's that. I wasn't. So I didn't inherit the Palestine piece, but I inherited the peace and human rights justice piece very much from my parents and frankly my whole family and the extended network around them. So it was natural to hit the ground running with this. That's a tradition where people did direct action, nonviolent resistance, direct civil disobedient action. So when the boat and the flotilla to Gaza came up, it was obvious to say, well, yeah, you go and you put yourself on the line. You help other people by saying, your struggle is my struggle. I'm going to try to sail to Gaza. So that's why the flotilla thing was something that I had to get involved in.
Well, would you mind expanding just a little bit on, I think it's absolutely fascinating to have that background where you have a family who has a history of activism. Maybe, what kind of impression would that leave on you as a child? Was there a specific event or moment in your parents' activism that inspired you, that you wanted to follow that example?
Sure.
I mean, just elaborate, because I think it's fascinating for me.
You do want this to be a week-long series, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much time you have, but
No, it's
I am
okay.
pretty flexible.
That's all
If
good. It's all good.
we could rush to the more.
Yeah.
get
So as
into
I
the
said,
meat of
my parents were lifelong anti-militarists. My father was briefly enrolled in the Canadian Army during the Second World War because he thought it was important. He realized it was important to fight fascism. He didn't actually see active duty. He was injured out as a paratrooper, but that was the only engagement with the military. But apart from that, they're anti-militarists, anti-nuclear weapons. My father and my older sister were present at La Macasa, northern Quebec, when the first nuclear warheads were installed in Canada, sitting in this road protesting it. I mean, a very remote place in Quebec. And yeah, my mother, we were at peace marches every year. And that's just like a core value that you oppose militarism and you oppose whether it's conventional or nuclear weapons from this used by the state against people, whether they're people in foreign wars or also they were very aware of how the military victimized Indigenous peoples in Canada. So one of the things in the 80s was the jets that were flown over Innu territory in what we call northern Quebec and Labrador. And my father was one of the people who visited them and went out on the land and denounced this injustice, where Canada was basically making part of this country available to NATO to practice war in the Soviet Union, the then Soviet Union. But it was doing incredible damage to an Indigenous people and their way of life. So that's always been a connection that's there. Particular events. So I don't remember the Lamakaza thing. I remember my father going on the land in the 80s. Gosh. So stories that I heard when my parents were students in Montreal in the 50s, they signed a petition before they were married, in fact, at McGill University against the padlocking of an organization called the United Jewish People's Order, which was a left-wing Jewish organization which was padlocked by the repressive Quebec government. Two things flowed from that. One, my father, who was a divinity student at the time, was called by the dean of divinity and said, you're not going to become a priest just because you pass your course. You have to be recommended by the divinity school as a man of good character. So basically, somebody snitched out of that meeting who was signing the petition. And the state, through the university and through the churches, we know that the church was complicit with all the churches, including the Anglican Church, were complicit with a lot of things, was an enforcer, right? The other enforcer came to my mom in the form of a letter saying from the U.S. Justice Department, inviting her not to return to the States. Her family lived very close to the Vermont border until they'd sorted out these reports that they'd heard about her. So again, word gets back to the people who want to keep. At that time, it wasn't a no-fly list. It was literally a no-drive list. It was called Hoover's Bible. It was a bound book. Fortunately, she appeared there under her unmarried name, and she, a few months later, married my dad. So she continued to travel to the States. She always just said, I can't be here. So like my older siblings remember going to Washington to marches there against the Vietnam War or against segregation in the States. And she would say, look, if you get in trouble here, I can't bail you out because I'm not allowed to be here. So she didn't actually believe the state should control her movements. She just was aware that there were consequences if you name names. So that piece stayed with me, that the state is not your friend. The police are not your friend. I mean, my father and my older siblings were picked up on picket lines because they were trying to defend workers' rights. So I knew about that. But also that you put yourself on the line to stand up for other people's human rights. And that's a very important message as well. I mean, the photo that I retain of my dad in his retirement years is being hauled off Bay Street by a couple of cops as they had a May Day on Bay, an anti-greed zone, a greed-free zone, trying to protest the strength of the financial sector in controlling Canada's economy and controlling our politics ultimately. And there were a whole spectrum of people, but at that time he was 71. And you know, I aspire to be the 7-year-old who's dragged off of a picket line out of a protest someday for resisting state power, corporate power, military power, whatever it is. So there's a lot of role for that, but it's always been normal for me to speak up, stand up, and show up against oppression against any people.
Awesome.
So it was a natural. Once I made the connection with Palestine, and like I say, it was not in my on my radar for the first few decades of my life. But once I put those connections together, it was obvious to me the kind of thing we had to do.
It seems to me like complicity comes from two things. Comes from self-preservation, because if people feel that they speak up, they get threatened, and it comes from self-interest.
Mm-hmm.
So governments and corporations do things that are going to feed their ultimate interests, whether that be financial or otherwise, or power,
Mm-hmm.
etc. So that's not something that's new. Um, Police not being our friends, I think that almost goes without saying. You look at the news across the U.S., especially
Mm-hmm.
how militant they have become towards the students who are on the encampments.
Yeah.
And I heard yesterday that the courts have decided that the encampment at the Toronto University has to vacate by 6 o'clock today. Now, whether or not that happens, we'll see at 6 o'clock. But that's you know the Toronto University of Toronto have given the police essentially free reign to go in and remove anyone they feel is is going against that court order.
Yeah.
And that can ultimately end up being a video clip like we're seeing in the U.S.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. That's a great thing to bring up, Dirk. I just wanted to ask David, for those of us who aren't in Toronto, how do we help these activists who might be under threat of violence and arrest? What do you expect will happen in a couple of hours
Mm-hmm.
from now?
Yeah, so it's an hour and a half. I read the decision when it came down last night quickly, and I've heard some analysis from colleagues who are smarter than I am on it. I'll go back to one thing you said, or Galahindi. He's my neighbor. I'm used to calling him Galahindi.
Okay.
You say it goes without saying, but for a lot of our population, it doesn't go without saying. And people think you get taught in school the police are your friends. And actually, I was at that age. I was in kindergarten at that age when they're saying, if you're lost, if you need help, go to somebody in uniform. At the same time, when I wasn't there, but I heard about my father being knocked down on a picket line, his glasses broken, and when he stood up and tried to get the badge number of the officer he saw beating on somebody else, he was charged with assaulting a police officer, right? So that was like the dissonance for me, is like school is telling you this thing and this is what is happening
Yeah,
at the
no,
time
no,
on the
you're
other
you're,
side,
you're absolutely right. And
right? You
it's
gotta,
the
it was
narrative
a different education.
is going to be what the mainstream media provides to us.
Yeah,
When we think of, for example, the indigenous woman who called the RCMP for help because her daughter's having an episode, and ends up, having four RCMP officers show up and agitate the daughter more than help.
yeah,
And when she
ends
steps
up
in to
escalating.
says, what are you doing? She gets punched in the face. They broke her nose. They cracked her cheekbone. They bruised her face, all because she was trying to stop them from agitating her daughter. And these are the
Yeah,
people that are here to serve and protect. And
Serve who and protect who is the question, right? But
Yeah,
I absolutely, and I was going to say that one didn't end in an execution, but a lot of those health checks by people in uniform carrying guns will end up with the indigenous person, the person of color, being executed by cops.
yeah, like Chantel
For
Moore
so
yeah,
many names, Dudley, all the others. So I mean, I think what's unusual, I'll just put it out there, is not so many white Canadians of European descent get that education early in life. It's often the case for Canadians, people of color, and for Indigenous people that they know that about the cops. It's less common, or in my generation, let's put it that way, it's less common unless you're involved in some kind of, again, trade union, anti-militarist politics. People who look like me don't necessarily have that instinct about or that knowledge about the police, right?
right.
So it's important. I only share that story not because it's exceptional; it's actually banal, right? That people get assaulted by police officers. What's not so banal is that somebody who's a quote unquote Canadian for so many generations, like before there was a Canadian state, white Canadian settler background, um, has that experience and that knowledge and that attitude towards the state. So that's why it's important for people like me to share it. People who look like you guys have shared that knowledge for a long time. But people also need to hear it. My students, my colleagues, other people in the community need to hear it from people like me.
Yeah, and I
That's the
think that's
real.
where the part of my unlearning has to come from too sometimes is that I have to understand the other perspective. Because for me, when I say it goes without saying, because in my
Obviously,
circle of family and
exactly.
I have half of my family's black.
Yeah,
And
exactly. The
you know
African Americans don't need this lesson from
so
anybody.
we all kind of have those
Yeah,
experiences. So
yeah.
for us, I guess what I have to consciously consider is that if I'm talking to someone who's not a person of color, that they
Hmm.
don't have the same experience. And like you said, it's not something that goes without saying.
It's not obvious. It's not obvious. I read the diary. My dad went in '65, so the year before I was born. Do the math. Um, to Selma for the Selma Montgomery March because there was a call for men of the cloth, clergy. At that time, they were almost all men to join Dr. King in that march. It was the one after the one that got beat up. So this one actually didn't have any violence, but they didn't know. And that's the thing is when you step up in an act of solidarity, you don't know how it's going to end. So it could have ended in blood like the first Selma March. It didn't. But when he wrote about it, he was like a white northern or white Canadian going, man of the cloth, going down to a place where there was a lot of violence. But the violence, that's the thing you have to remember. The violence isn't mainly about us interlopers who show up in solidarity. The violence that African Americans live day in, day out, that's the real story. So it's not about the freedom riders or the folks who came from the north, though some of them also suffered and died. It's really about the population that's there standing up and saying this is unjust, we're going to end it. Who's going to stand with us, right? And when you said peace, Ehab, you said earlier you didn't want to look back and say you didn't do what you could. That's I think is the moment for any of us. I mean, this past December, there was a sermon from. I'm not a religious person now, but I listened to the Lutheran pastor of the church in Bethlehem, who said, "You will look back and say, did you stand with Palestinians or didn't you stand with Palestinians at the time of this genocide, right?"
Hmm.
He was the guy who had the rubble manger at their church because he said, we can't celebrate Christmas when Palestinians in Gaza are under the rubble. But his sermon was very pointed. He said, you want to just be comfortable in your spot and think about Christmas and Bethlehem and all that part. He said, that's not the story. The story this year is, do you stand with Palestine or not? Um, and that's the choice people made. We had a rubble manger here in Victoria Park in London and invited a variety of people who some showed up to say, we're going to sing carols, but they're going to be anti-occupation, anti-colonial, decolonial carols about the situation in Palestine. So I've lost the thread here. You were asking about Galahindi. Well, I got sidetracked by it goes without saying about the police. Um,
No, I was just referencing the fact that even people of color have
yeah,
a certain kind of unlearning to do
absolutely.
at the same time as because if we want allies and people to unite with us, we also got to understand their perspective, what they see. And
Hmm.
because I often I've been told by um, activists, indigenous activists, it's not our responsibility to educate the white people.
Hmm.
the counter to that is if you don't educate the white people, how are they ever going to
Hmm.
justify becoming allies for a movement that we're trying to push on? And so there has to be some give and take on both sides as far as
Yeah.
how we open that discussion. And on our end, when we say stuff like, it goes without saying, we gotta stop for a second, and I'm glad you kind of clarified that, is that because we've got our own personal life experiences that have taught us a way of life,
Hmm.
and sometimes it's not always the right way. We also have to learn that there are things that we need to do to accommodate the welcoming of the allies as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, if I may add to that, Galahindi, hopefully I'm saying it correct.
Yeah.
I want to nail it. I was going to just add to it. Yeah, in my case, I have to do a lot of unlearning because I went through the Canadian education system, and we didn't get an understanding of what the actual history here
Hmm.
on Turtle Island was, right? It was completely whitewashed, and it made it sound like everyone was living in peace and harmony. And oftentimes, we try to equate on our stream that if you talk about like a one-state solution, that is what the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis have been living under here on Turtle Island. Um, but since we're talking about education, I kind of want to get back to that question that we were just talking about
Yep.
what you expect will happen in a couple of hours at U of T encampment, and maybe even expand on that to why is it so goddamn hard for universities to divest?
Those are two great questions, and I'll try to remember the both of them. So I can't speak for the folks in Toronto. I can't speak for the encampment that's on the campus where I work. I know there's active discussions. There were active discussions before the decision, when the decision came down. But I would say a strong possibility is that the I'm going to point. Sorry, you referenced the clips from the states and the people getting their heads busted. Also in Alberta, I mean, I think of Alberta sometimes as like Texas North or Republicans North, so they kind of follow the lead of what's done south of the border. But there was a violent decamping or violent evacuation at York University as well. So it's not just only Alberta. So I'm going to guess that some of them at least are thinking if we leave now, at least we avoid the violence and the violent arrest. There's already been trespass orders. They're already enmeshed in the quote unquote legal system, not justice system. So that stuff has already begun. But maybe they can avoid getting their stuff stolen and trashed and their heads broken, right? Getting tear gassed, all the rest of it. So I think there's some consideration of that. There's some consideration of is it valuable to stay and get dragged out? Or how many people are prepared, right? One of the aspects to go back to Galahindi's question. I mean, as a kid, my parents both thought you had to know how to ride a bicycle and paddle a canoe, start a fire and put up a tent, but you also had to know how to go limp and get dragged if you were arrested. Like, so as you get obstruct, but you don't get resist. Those are two very resisting a police officer and obstructing a police officer are two very different charges. So if you found yourself in that situation anywhere, you should be able to respond appropriately. And I know training has been going on. Some people are prepared for that. I'm not sure how many people are going to actually stay and say, no, you got to drag me out of here. Total respect to those who make that choice. Also, total respect to those who make the choice, no, I'm going to leave and come back and continue the struggle another day in another way. Because as one of my friends at the camp here said, we're not the Western Encampment Coalition, we're the Western Divestment Coalition. And there's other ways to press for divestment. One of the most powerful things I've seen, and my experience, I haven't been to the Toronto encampment, but I know that my employer, Western University, has been watching what's happening in Toronto. Lots of people are. So I'm going to guess they're going to follow a similar playbook at some point. One of the most powerful things the students do, and they've been in camp there for months, right? Since most of May and June. So yeah, it's coming up for 2 months. One of the most powerful things they did was just picket in the street and hold up traffic. So you can't stop traffic, but you can slow it down a lot with a perfectly legal picket. You're informing the public, communicating your cause. That's legal in this country. That's a protected charter right to do that. Whether you're a trade union on strike or a group of concerned, I'm not even going to say citizens, a group of concerned human beings. So that kind of thing could go on, right? Lots of other types of pressure actions could go on to press for divestment. It doesn't have to only be encampments. So I would guess some of the encampments are going to pick up, move their stuff now, be prepared to come back maybe at a different time, in a different place, in a different way. But continue to press for the goal, which is not, hey, we want to camp here forever. The goal is we want the institutions to recognize that their investments have been doing harm, disclose what their investments are, and begin a real accountable process of divesting and ultimately disengaging with not just the forces that are promoting the genocide for the last 8 months, but also from Israeli apartheid, right? Because it is, and I need to emphasize this. I'm wearing I'll stand up a bit here, my Nelson Mandela shirt here.
Nice.
It is apartheid. And so even before the genocide that began in October, that particular genocide assault, which is horrific, it has for decades been a system of apartheid, a system of systemic racism against an oppressed indigenous group of people. It's not the same as South African apartheid. There are many differences, but it meets the legal standard, and it's codified in international law, the crime of apartheid. So our institutions support that. And as 40 years ago in the 80s, students are at the forefront of demanding that universities, among other institutions, divest. I mean, there are already pension funds in Europe that are divesting from apartheid. It's not a new radical idea. Well, it is a radical idea, but it's not an unknown idea. You see pension funds, especially in Netherlands and Scandinavia, that have pulled billions of euros out of investments in the West Bank, investments in Israeli apartheid, and particularly in companies that are profiting directly from the occupation before any of this happened. But it's come to a head, and it's been sort of tweaked up a level because some of these investments are with companies that profit not just from the occupation, not just from apartheid, but directly from selling arms to the military that are using them to kill people in Gaza today and for the last 8 months at horrifying levels. I mean, I think I just saw a video that the flotilla is going to release shortly. The estimates that we've been seeing of 37, 40,000 dead are almost certainly grossly underestimated. I mean, I think you want to talk about 2, 3, 5 times that number when you account for all the folks who aren't getting counted. So the real death toll is the accounted death toll is staggering. The real death toll is going to, when you factor in starvation and rampant diseases, is going to be even more staggering. That's horrifying, but it's not like a horrifying natural disaster that we just sit back and say, oh, that's terrible. This is a horrifying human disaster that our governments have supported and funded, and our institutions have supported and funded. So students in the streets aren't going to change the government, but they can, and history has shown, we can change the way our universities invest money. And that's perfectly possible.
So I'm seeing someone mentioning um, part of the justification for the University of Toronto is that they feel that the encampment may be encroaching on the freedom of speech of those who are not part of the encampment. So what I understand, though, is the people on the encampment are welcoming anyone who wants to come in and ask questions and talk about it. There's never been any restrictions or any oppressing of other opinions. I mean, obviously, we're wanting to hear other people's perspectives anyway, right? To kind of see how people are getting that narrative, because again, like we were talking about earlier, the narrative that the mass mainstream get are from the mainstream media, which is slanted towards the interests of those who have power, right?
Absolutely. So quickly about the decision. I mean, it's almost 100 pages long. I'm not going to repeat it back to you, but I mean, the whole decision hinges on property rights. So the university owns the land, and they get the right to decide what's there. And the balance is they've decided that there won't be protests between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So you got to take 2 shifts on, 1 shift off, which means you can't camp there overnight. So the crux of it isn't about any of that other stuff. The crux of it is about the property owner corporation, which is the University of Toronto, gets to decide that part. They don't get to decide which opinions are expressed. So there is the judgment is very clear about freedom of expression. And they made actually a judicial finding, which is very interesting. They said none of what the protesters are saying can be considered hate speech or violent incitement to violence or anti-Semitic. They said The university and some of the interveners tried to make that case, and they said there is no evidence that there's anti-Semitic messaging or hateful messaging or violent incitement messaging. So that part is now part of the judicial record. And people who want to say stuff about them, well, they tried to make their case, they failed to make their case. So that's out there. Um, Absolutely, these are places of dialogue and discussion. I mean, Stephanie and I were up there last Friday and several Fridays before that for the Independent Jewish Voices Shabbat prayers. So Friday night, which is the beginning of the Sabbath for Jewish in the Jewish faith, they have prayers. They light candles. They bless bread and grape juice. It might have been wine in another tradition, but in this case, they bless grape juice, and they have a communal meal together. That's the Shabbat celebration with songs in Hebrew and explanation. So they changed one of the couple of the songs, but apart from that, it was beautiful family thing with little kids, elders, intergenerational love, and also explaining their traditions to the community and why their view of the Jewish faith is that they should stand with Palestinian human rights and against the occupation, and they think the occupation is actually counter to their own view of Judaism. Which is a current in Canadian Jewish thought and Jewish thought in general, right? I mentioned the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network before. It's a different group, but again, this is also part of the Jewish tradition. And one of the lies that were sold is there's one Jewish community that has one monolithic view. If you've ever met them, they all have different views. It's like you go to your community in Oneida, people have all kinds of different views. Galahindi, and that's true of Palestinians. It's true of everybody. All of these communities are diverse and have, different currents of thought, and that's true of Canadian Jews as well. So when people tell me, Jews don't like this, I say, which ones, right? There were Jews on board. There are Jews who are part of this campaign now. Yeah. And I'm referring to the flotilla, who I work with every day and every week. So absolutely, it's about dialogue. And one of the beautiful things that's been created in the Toronto, they call it the People's Circle for Palestine, or here what they're calling the Liberated Zone for Gaza, is that it's all about teach-ins and discussions and open dialogues. And occasionally for security reasons. I mean, you've been at Sacred Fires. There are people that you want to exclude sometimes who are there for bad faith reasons.
Yeah, not good faith, right?
There is a time when you're going to say, look, we need you to step away because you're creating a dynamic which is not safe. But in general, yeah, it's all about the discussion. And I spoke to one young guy who said, somebody was here, Zionist, asking questions that were real hostile, and I invited him to sit down and have some food with us because we believe in breaking bread, and our halal food is also kosher, so you should be able to eat it, and we can talk about this. And I think that's an experience which it doesn't disarm all the hostility and hate that people might be carrying around as part of their baggage, but it's a first step towards saying, hey, let's talk about your narrative, let's talk about my narrative, let's talk about why these people are here sleeping rough for 2 months.
That reminds me so much of a song. I don't know if it was a song or a poem, but it was one called "I'm Not Racist." And the idea of it is it had a black guy, a white guy, and an indigenous guy, and each of them were kind of telling their perspective on the other groups of people. This is what I see of your people, but I wish I knew your story. Mm-hmm. And then the next person said, this is how I see black people. You're a hip hopper, you're this, you're that, but I wish I knew your story. So that's the whole gist of it, is that there has to be some sort of open dialogue from all angles, because we are only a product of our environment unless we reach outside of that environment to get out of our comfort zone, if you will, and learn more about. Because I'll be quite honest, until the last few years, I was never political. And now I look at things and I hear people say, "Well, I'm not political," and I have a whole new look on things. And the fact that you're alive makes you essentially political in itself, because each day that you go through life, you are making decisions that ultimately affect the politics of our society. Whether that's I support Walmart, or I support Starbucks, or I support, all of those things that you decide to do throughout your day, which seem meaningless to you on a personal level, feed into the bigger machine. And
Absolutely.
that's so now I've learned that I've always been political. I just didn't know it. And so somehow I had to have that pointed out. And I think that sometimes we all need that to be pointed
Hmm.
out. Even those who still say that, I'm not political, I don't vote. Well, the fact that you don't vote is a political decision.
It is. It
Well,
is.
if I could add to something both of you have just brought up,
Mhm.
um, I wanted to say that some people they'll say they'll be hopeless. They'll say change isn't possible, but the solidarity we are seeing with Palestine in this moment is change. This
Mhm.
has never existed in my life. The solidarity spreading around this planet the way it
Mhm.
has is change on its own. Is it the change we need to see? No, we still have to keep going. But to bring back what David was talking about with the universities and the students, time and time again, we see history repeating itself, and we know that the students end up being on the right side of history. Sometimes it ends up being the very first step before we have that turning
Mhm.
point where policies get changed. One of
Right.
the other ingredients that get in there, which is horrible, is usually it kind of blows up once state violence is introduced.
Mhm.
David was just talking about your father. He might not have been there for the Selma beating, but he was there the next day, right, or for the next march.
Mhm.
Um, Even in this cycle that we are seeing, when Colombia has that action take place, all of a sudden you see it sprouting in campuses everywhere. You introduce violence, and that is when things get amplified. That is when there is no going back. And in my personal experience, that is what we saw in Egypt during the Arab uprising, where it started off with young kids protesting police brutality, the fascist dictatorship that has been there for 30 years under
Mhm.
Mubarak. And once people started hearing that kids were being killed, kids were being hurt, and then they cut out the internet and phone lines.
Yeah.
People had no choice but to be like, well, we have to go to Tahrir,
Yeah.
right? And so they didn't know what was happening. They knew their children were being attacked, and they went to Tahrir, and that is when the critical mass was happening. Is there a way, David, where we can skip that step of the introduction of state violence before
Yeah.
we see that?
Well, it is sadly a wake up call, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I will come back to your question. I don't know the answer. Is there a way? There's things that we can do to try to facilitate it, but I'll just insert part of the story there for me. The Canadian boat to Gaza, which ended up being Canadian, Danish, Belgian, Australian boat, the ABCD boat, was named Tahrir. And people would say to us, "Is that an Arab name?" And I'd say, "No, liberation is a universal human value. We happen to have named it in Arabic, but Tahrir is for everybody." We named it that way in 2011 because of the uprising, but also because some of us had been at a march which happened a year after Cast Lead. So Cast Lead was 2008-09, over December to January. A year later, some of us went, or several hundred of us went to Cairo to try to march to Gaza. So that was in Mubarak's Egypt. You know what that
Mhm.
was like. We were unable to gather 5 people together to converse what action we should take. A Canadian woman from here in London, Galahindi knows Wendy, and a woman from the States led hundreds of us into Tahrir Square to try to march. We were shut down immediately, of course, by the riot police. So we occupied a little corner of Tahrir Square for a few days, few hours, a year before the Egyptians did it properly, right? So,
Mhm.
but my memory of that was how aware the people were. So first of all, you have these riot cops. There's an amazing picture of the riot cop crying because they're conscripts. They don't want to be there. Behind them are their officers pushing them, right? And over the shoulders, people passing bottles of water because they knew we were there for Palestine. And the grassroots, the people in Egypt had it very clear that the state was standing between the internationals trying to go to Palestine. So we didn't get to Gaza, um, but we raised that issue, and the name Tahrir stuck with us. So those of us who then, that was before the Canadian boat campaign later that year, after the attack on the Mavi Marmara and the rest of the First Freedom Flotilla, that we said we have to have a Canadian boat, and it became very natural for us to name it Tahrir. But that was a connection. So I'm not going to say they were inspired by us. We were inspired by them because these were people taking much greater risks just to come up and bring us water or say, yeah, the crowd supports you. And even, like I say, even the conscript riot cops their heart wasn't in what they were doing. But that was Mubarak's state. I'll just fast forward. There was a brief period under, people have different opinions about it, but a brief period under the Morsi government when it was possible to go to Gaza. So that's actually when I traveled there in 2012. And of course, the backlash under Sisi, who again is the perfect tool of the
An
U.S.
anonymous
empire,
viewer has gifted a
mean
sub
that
to Ropakovic.
one of our friends, again from London, tried to travel there. He's a doctor, a physician who was trying to travel to Gaza. He ended up spending 7 weeks in Torah prison as a result of his solidarity with Gaza with another Canadian filmmaker. So that's a little snapshot of, yeah, I mean, Egypt shares one of the borders with Palestine and the border of Gaza in particular. And people always say, oh, the Egyptians are complicit in it, which is true. The Egyptian military is a tributary of the same U.S. empire, and they know very well where their bread is buttered, where they get their budget. So they have to play along with the Israeli blockade. But it's an Israeli blockade that they are helping. It's not an Israeli.
Yeah, you don't have to look farther than Camp David to know when Egypt started. Just
On that
doing becoming the puppet of both America and Israel, right? And so that's interesting. I
So
think
it's part of it. The story is intertwined because of that border, because there's so many Palestinians in Egypt, and so many Canadian Palestinian Egyptians are part of that narrative as well and trying to get there. But people say now we need to rush Rafah because there's thousands of trucks lined up with supplies that are desperately needed in Gaza. Egypt is sort of enforcing that blockade, but really it's the Israeli-U.S. blockade that's messing with the supplies getting to the people that need them. So yeah, we put pressure on Egypt. We try to get the supplies there, but ultimately the real hand on the valve that's starving people in Gaza, it's the Israeli-U.S. empire that's doing that. I just wanted to mention because I mean the 2 times I've been to Egypt, it's been trying to get to Gaza, trying to get to Palestine, once unsuccessfully and once successfully. We can talk about that later. You were asking about the getting back to the encampments and what we can do here. So universities can divest. It is perfectly possible. It happened in the 80s. Western, where I work, here in London, wasn't the first, but they weren't the last. So what I always say to them is you get to choose. You spoke about which side of history you stand on. You get to choose when you stand on the right side of history. So the 80s was a very active time. I was a student at the time, and Toronto eventually kind of sort of did divest. But there's always resistance, right? There's people who are, as Galendi said, they know they've got self-interest and or self-preservation. So people didn't want to be labeled as supporting this guy, right? I mean, he seems uncontroversial now, but Mandela was called a terrorist. He was called a red. He was the people who supported the Reagan Thatcher Cold War view said, Canada has to support South Africa, the white apartheid South Africa, because they're our Cold War ally against the Soviets. And that view continued right through the 80s. So the university is an important, I don't want to say battleground. It's an important struggle ground. It sometimes turns into a battle, but it's an important struggle ground because you got a bunch of young people who don't have so many vested interests. So you're not necessarily supporting a family, carrying a mortgage, working full time, right? You've been, well, our opponents would say radicalized. You've been educated, so you've raised an awareness. You might have either taken a course or talked to somebody who has talked to you about anti-colonial politics, decolonial politics, about oppressed people, about intersectionality, about all these things, and you get it, and you're ready to do something. So student populations, as you say, historically find themselves on the right side of history. Some of them get shot, like at Kent State or wherever. And then in retrospect, we say, yeah, they knew they were our moral compass. So when I tell the students, I've spoken at the encampment here more than once, I say, the institution isn't educating the leaders of tomorrow. The leaders of today are educating the institution. They are our moral compass. They're the ones we need to listen to and have us lead them. Can we avoid the stage where mass state violence leads to radicalization? Inshallah. If only. We want it to happen. And I say everything we do, educating people, creator willing, just to translate for not a Hindu. With the creator's will, we can get there, or with human. I mean, my faith, I'm not religious like my parents. My faith is in humanity, and that faith is tried, tested, let me tell you, very regularly. But, MLK said the arc of human history bends towards justice. A friend of mine says we don't need to wait for it to bend. We need to grab hold of it and bend it ourselves. So everything we do At Toronto, they had a very powerful move where the Ontario Federation of Labor said, we showed up. If you're going to go after the students, you go through us, you go through these workers' organizations. We're not quite there with the London community in Western Ontario, but they know they have allies, right? They know that if they attack the students, there are other people who will stand with them. Some of their faculty, some of the other people in the community will stand with them. So it's important not to be alone when you're taking these stands. And it's important to know that you have friends, you've got people who will do the jail support and bail and legal defense if it comes to that. There's people who will, medics who will come and patch you up if you get your head busted open. There's people who will bring you food if you're camping out, or bring you, more sleeping bags and tents or awnings or whatever you need. So it's very much, the students are the visible expression of community solidarity. And it's a beautiful thing. Honestly, it's a beautiful thing, even when they know they're taking certain risks. And about the risks, the important thing, there's two important things about risks. One is to know that you need to be educated about it. Like, what am I doing? What am I risking when I do this? Am I risking trespass? Am I risking obstruct? Am I risking resist, or whatever charge? Mischief? What are they going to call it now? With the injunction, it will become contempt, right? Contempt of court, because that's a court order that they're in contempt of. So it's less time now, in a couple of hours. I suspect some people are going to want to, I would guess they might want to avoid the criminal contempt charges. And as I say, move away and come back, because it's not about, this is the hill we have to die on. This is the place where we're all going to get our heads busted and get dragged away to jail. Though that's an honorable thing if people choose to do it. It's also about, okay, can we strategically say we're going to come back on a different spot, in a different tactic, in a different time and place? Because the goal is not hold this land forever, this particular piece of encamped land. The goal is to get the institution to change their policies.
It's just
And there's
one
different
part.
ways.
It's just one part of the overall movement, right?
Exactly.
So it sometimes you gotta, like they say, pick your battles and find
Mhm.
the most strategic way of doing so because they are all peaceful. They're not they're
That's good.
not there to create chaos. They're there to force the university to do the right thing. And to do that doesn't necessarily mean that they need to get arrested or thrown in jail, because what what what position do they have from jail when they're out of sight and they're out of the picture, so to speak? So maybe, you know shutting down the encampment at 6 o'clock is the way to go, and figure out
For
what
some of
your
them,
next step is
for some of them.
to
And like I say,
to
I'm
move.
not going to predict, and I'm certainly not going to preach or try to tell anybody what to do. I have total
Right.
respect for anybody who chooses to stay, knowing what they're facing and being prepared for what they're going to be facing. And I have total respect for anybody who
Yeah,
says,
and they
I'm,
make
I'm
those
out of here.
decisions. Yeah.
Exactly, and those are tough decisions. I mean, we made those decisions in a different way, but we had those discussions on the deck of the Tahrir as we were approaching what the Israeli occupation forces navies called a military exclusion zone. We knew we were crossing a line. We had some media there. We had civil society people from Australia, the States, and Canada, and elsewhere, and we had a discussion about where are you going to stand? Where am I going to stand? What's your red line? Where do you you know how are you going to deal with the violence that's coming? And not everybody needs to be on the front line. That's the other thing I say to this. People say, "Oh, this person was heroic. They stood there and took the beating or got dragged away." And you know, as I say, respect for the people who go into that with their eyes open and make that decision. But behind everybody who's dragged away, let's just say there's a picket and somebody's arrested. There's got to be somebody who organized it, somebody who does the jail support, somebody who raises bail, somebody who goes home and looks after their family, brings them food, says, hey, are the kids coming home from school? Do we need to feed your pets? All of that stuff is part of the resistance, right? So
Mhm.
you can't all be in the front line. If we're all in the front line, it's a very thin front line, and our opponents are going to bust through it. Behind the front line, there has to be the next line and the next line and the next line, who are raising the funds, looking after the kids and the families, looking after the community, doing, I mean, the work that I do. It's an international flotilla coalition. There's a tremendous amount of writing, translating, editing videos. I don't edit videos. I do some of the translating. Talking with different people, building solidarity is a lot of unglamorous grunt work, right?
Mhm.
And that's everything that backs up all the folks on the front line. So in order for us to send a small number of people in a small boat, or a not so small boat, depending on the year, to the Eastern Mediterranean. There's people working from Aotearoa, New Zealand, Australia, Malaysia, South Africa, throughout Europe, and throughout Turtle Island, backing those people up. And that's the beautiful part of this, is that, yeah, I might have been the symbol of the movement against the blockade of Gaza from London, Ontario, in 1 year, and it was my privilege to go there, honestly, as a representative of the community, because the students on the campus where I worked raised a ton of money for that vote. So I felt very, very sincerely like it was my privilege to take that role on their behalf. But now I do the behind the scenes work, and I send other people, and I help write the press releases and the translation and all that web stuff and whatever. I'm not a social media genius. We've got some very talented social media people producing videos. So all of those things contribute to it. And it's not just the folks in the front line, it's the folks behind and behind and behind that back it up. That's what makes a strong movement.
Yeah, for the machine to move, you have to have oil.
Yeah. All right. Well, may I ask one more question here? Well, one thing I just want to clarify for everyone out there: when someone says "Inshallah," tone really matters, because a lot of times, if you're in Egypt and you say "Inshallah," that's basically like, yeah, that isn't happening.
Yeah.
So you just got to make sure you pay attention to tone when someone says "Inshallah." So Inshallah, there won't be a problem at 6 o'clock tonight. But I wanted to expand, if you will, on that experience with the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. Take us there. Help us understand how you started here in Canada, you got there, and what you encountered. I mean, for me, you're the first person I've been able to talk to who was part of that coalition. So I'm super excited to learn more about that, if you'd be willing to share that with us.
Absolutely. And I've told the story more than once, and I'll be telling it for a while. One of the participants, I'm telling the story again. One of the participants in 2016, we had a women's boat to Gaza, and there were amazing people. I was like fanboy the whole time. But one of the people who sailed on that mission was Marama Davidson, who's a Maori member of parliament in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And Marama, when she went home, so she sailed, was in prison, deported, but she's a politician, right? She's a member of the Green Party. She was actually co-leader of the Green Party a few years afterwards. But she spoke in Auckland. She said, I have a job to do for the rest of my life, which is to keep on bringing up the story of the Palestinians of Gaza. She says, the one thing I've learned is we have to keep telling that story. And she was targeted. Her family was targeted when she got home. And she said, I have to protect my family, but I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to shut up about it. So yeah, we tell the story, and we tell the story again. So my story, I told you about going in 2010, trying to go with the Gaza Freedom March when we didn't get to Gaza. I met some people. So the amazing thing there is you meet internationals, right? So there's a whole, it seems like a lot of people, except in the scale of Egypt, it's not a lot of people, but 1,400 internationals tried to go to Gaza. We didn't get to Gaza mostly. But I met some people there that were already talking about the flotilla, and I hadn't heard of it. But basically you have a trapped people in, let's agree, it's a concentration camp, which is owned, controlled, and administered by an occupying power who control the land borders, the air access. They destroyed the airport that had been built in Gaza, and the sea access. So already a couple of years before, and I learned about this in 2008, right after that blockade was declared, people with the Free Gaza movement started sailing small boats from Cyprus. And they actually got in and got out. They were monitored, but they weren't stopped by the occupation Navy. At the time of Cast Lead, so the end of 2008-9, they started getting attacked and stopped and turned back and almost capsized. So they realized that a couple of small boats wasn't going to do it. And that's why in 2010, they organized the flotilla, which had 8 boats, including a very large boat from Turkey, but also boats with people from a bunch of different countries. There were 3 Canadians on board. I've met them since. I didn't know of them at the time. And when that attack happened, and when 10 people were killed on the Mavi Marmara, and all these other boats where people were kidnapped at sea and brutalized and imprisoned and deported, we were protesting in the streets here, of course. And people said, not can you have, or would it be possible? They said, when is there going to be a Canadian boat to Gaza? So we kind of said, well, there's got to be a Canadian boat to Gaza. How do you do this? Fortunately, none of us had ever bought a boat, sailed a boat of that size, funded a boat of that size. Fortunately, we had allies in the flotilla in Europe who knew about this, especially people from Greece, people from Scandinavia who were maritime nations, who said, we'll help you. So we started raising funds. I've never been involved in a campaign that raised hundreds of thousands of dollars that quickly. because people were very generous. People understood that you can be generous in terms of charity to help people in Gaza, but this is a political act. You're not going to get a tax deduction for saying, no, I'm supporting a boat which is going to challenge the maritime blockade. So we did that. We sent a boat in 2011, was the second flotilla. We sent a boat, which was one of 10 at that point. The numbers had grown in Greece. A sad thing happened in this time of year, June, July in Greece. We had almost 50 people there. We had a Greek crew. We had people, like I said, from Australia, Belgium, Canada, Denmark. We had international journalists. We had Radio Canada. We had a Russian journalist. We had an Israeli journalist. The Greek state, I don't know if you guys remember, was in a very vulnerable economic position. Their economy was being jerked around by the IMF and the European Bank. And they got, let's say, an offer you can't refuse from the empire to stop the boats. We learned later that, of course, there was a transaction involved. They got a gift of some military hardware, some anti-insurgency vehicles, and some tear gas to use against their own people. And I'm sure there was an economic break in there for, as I say, the beleaguered Greek government. It's sad because historically, the Greek government, since they returned to democracy in the 70s, had been one of the ones that was supportive of Palestine. But when you're between a rock and a hard place, sometimes money talks. So Greece issued an order that they wouldn't allow any of the boats to sail for Gaza. So we were locked down in Crete. The U.S. boat was locked down near Athens. We tried to sail. We lasted less than an hour, and we were brought back by the Greek Coast Guard. So that was the first attempt to sail with the Freedom Flotilla. So here I am. I tried to go there with the Gaza Freedom March in 2010. I tried to sail in June, July 2011. It didn't go. In the fall of 2011, we moved the boat, the Canadian boat, quietly out of Greece to a Turkish port. And there was one other boat that was in a Turkish port. So we got together with the Irish boat, the Saoirse, which means freedom in Irish, and without any fanfare. So the Canadian boat, the 2011, the second Freedom Flotilla, had a lot of publicity. There was, famous authors. Alice Walker was there. Manrik, famous Swedish author. Anyway, the name is Henning, came to mind. So there was a big publicity, which in a way worked against us because it sort of made it easier for the Greek state to be the outsourced blockade. So instead of the blockade being in Palestinian waters off Gaza, they moved the occupation moved the blockade into Greek ports. So we kind of got away from all of that publicity. We went quietly to Turkey. In the end, we had about 30 people ready to sail, 35 people ready to sail. And the Turkish state, which has got a sort of a tension position, right? Like they want to be supportive, but they're also part of NATO. They're also a US ally. So they made this decision that we could only take 12 people. So we needed to get rid of 2/3 of the people who were there trying to sail with us. A very difficult political decision, believe me. But it ended up being 12 of us who sailed the Tahrir and slightly more who sailed with the Saoirse, the Irish boat, in November of 2011. And as soon as we got into the international waters, so we were theoretically sailing towards Greece, we turned, sharp left turn towards Gaza, and we made our campaign public. So we were on Democracy Now!, we were on Press TV, we were on in the paper. We were doing interviews for 2 days as we sailed towards Gaza. And then we got to the military exclusion zone, and you know what's going to happen. Actually, not when we cross this fictitious line in the sea. You know what's going to happen when your satellite communications start getting knocked out. So at sea, you can have sat phones, you can have masts, which are sea to satellite internet, or TV broadcast. The Al Jazeera was there. They were broadcasting from the deck of the ship, as were the other media. Before you see any of the occupation Navy, they start blocking signals. Okay, so why are they blocking signals? Because this is the media reporting, right? They know that what they're about to do is a crime, right? So they don't want witnesses. They don't want the media to show what's going on. So one by one, because satellites are on different phones, sat phones are on different channels, one by one, the channels get blocked, and you know what's coming. And then the warships appear, then the commando boats appear. And we've got to, so it's theoretically 100 nautical miles of this exclusion zone. We got to just under 50 nautical miles. We were water cannoned. We were boarded by commandos, armed commandos, obviously. So this is an international crime, right? Like we were in international waters going towards Palestinian waters. At no time did we have a course for Israel or Israeli waters. And that's very clear. I mean, there's GPS trace of where we were. Our intentions were very clear. We were headed towards Gaza. We were asked what our final destination was. My shipmate, a Canadian named Ihab, as it turns out, Ihab Lotoyev from Montreal, said, our final destination is the betterment of humankind. And that is the destination. Our course is the constant conscience of humanity. Like the way we're getting there is by addressing the conscience of humanity, but ultimately this is about the betterment of humankind. They didn't accept that as our actual course. We were boarded, as I say, water cannoned. I was tasered, removed from the ship's cabin where I was standing with the captain. We were taken off course. So our course was towards Gaza, as I say, from international waters to Palestinian waters. We were taken towards the Israeli port of Ashdod and brought illegally into the country. And a couple of us refused to enter the country because we said, this is a political act. You've kidnapped me. You're taking me against my will to another country. So we were not beat up, but roughed up in being removed from the ship. And the Australian friend and I were zip tied, and his hands were turning blue as we were waiting to be processed, searched and interrogated and stuff like that. That's where we were very lucky to have the second boat that was with us was the Iris, the Saoirse, because civil society in Ireland is of a different level of awareness about Palestine. Ireland it's a special country in a number of ways, but one of the ways it's special is that they were occupied for a long time by the British. So they get it. They get about Palestine. They get about being an occupied people, and they get it about what it means to be a political prisoner resisting occupation. In fact, one of the Irish shipmates had been in a British prison, right? So they knew very directly what it was to be a political prisoner. It also meant, because there were political parties represented in the Saoirse crew, the Irish boat, and civil society figures, artists, a rugby star from the national team, Trevor Hogan, it couldn't be ignored in Ireland. So the Irish diplomatic corps was at the dock to meet us. The Canadian diplomats showed up the next day at the prison, but the Irish diplomatic corps was there because their public demands it. The public expects it. The public has their eyes on this. That meant very practically for my friend Michael, when his hands were turning blue because of the cuff ties, Irish consular staff steps on the bus and says, handcuffs are unacceptable for a political prisoner. I'm not leaving until that man's hands are free. He has diplomatic status. You saved Michael's hands, right?
Yeah.
So that's what makes the difference. It's one very short incident, but that's what makes the difference with civil society engagement. That's why I say here, we need, sure, there's some of us from the community, there's some faculty, there's some people from the community showing up at the encampments. But when the going gets rough and your hands are turning blue from a zip tie, you need lots of people to stand up and say, that's not acceptable. This person isn't a violent criminal. This person is a human rights defender. And I'm not leaving until those cuffs come off. And that needs to be our politicians, if they ever wake up. That needs to be our trade union leaders who are already there. That needs to be faith leaders. That needs to be all kinds of community people showing up for, as you say, it's going to be the kids. It's going to be the people of color. It's going to be the communities that always take it on the chin and on the head. That are going to be on the front line, but all of us need to show up. So to cut through the chase there, that's just one instant that's burned in my memory. Michael's still a good friend. I haven't seen him in years, but he's still a good friend. He's in Gallagher, which they call Sydney in Australia, and he's out in the streets for Palestine all the time. We were processed and interrogated there. And taken to an immigration prison and charged with being illegally in Israel. And I said, absolutely, I'm here illegally. Let's talk to the people who brought me here illegally, which is the IOF, the occupation forces. They committed the crime. I didn't come here of my free will. I was brought here illegally. We never got to that case because they don't want to actually hear that case. They also don't want to hear about where we were seized because they know they don't have a jurisdiction at sea. So they want to deport people. They want people to admit that they can be deported without actually going through the legal case of saying why we were there and what brought us there.
So this prison was different than, let's say, the prison Palestinians are being thrown into.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely, and I want to make that point very clearly. We did not receive the treatment that Palestinians receive day in, day out, year in, year out, decade in, decade out. I mean, the conditions in Israeli prisons for Palestinians are horrifying. This was, if you like, kid glove treatment. It was an immigration prison, and the other wings were, I mean, we're on one cell block. There weren't that many of us. Were Israeli prisoners of different criminal types, right? But we could, the writing there, in fact, there was a sign up in like a dozen or two languages saying these are the rights of a migrant who's being deported from Israel. If you're, Brazilian or Filipino or from wherever, you have certain rights. We didn't have those rights. They said you had a right to have a phone call. We didn't get the phone call. We didn't. There were phones on the patio, the courtyard of our block. We never got to use them. I got one phone call home. But so it was an immigration prison, and then we were taken from there to the expulsion detention area at Ben Gurion Airport, and flown home. After a week of them saying, "Oh, you're going to be here for months. You're going to have to pay your own way home." You like all kinds of bullshit playing with your mind, and then somebody else would come saying, "Oh, Canadian, I'm going to get you a flight for Toronto." That's right. So like the different ministries weren't even talking to each other, but they're messing with your mind all the time. I mean, that's part of the detention situation, but it's also part of what the state does to mess with people. I have to say again, I was grateful to be there, not just because of the handcuff incident, but the prison experience for me is memorable because of the Irish comrades. These guys had figured it out. They formed a political prisoners committee immediately, and we were very happy to join them. I could talk more about that, but I'll shut up for a bit.
well, one of the things I would like to be able to do, and Galahindi, at any point of time, you can tell me you could take over or whatever. But I also want to make sure we get chat involved because we do have a lot of people watching right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because I'm seeing a question here by
Yeah, why don't
Foshin,
you go ahead?
who is, he's saying, I know that it may not be safe for work probably, but can you talk about the conditions of the Palestinians in prison?
So
Were you able to actually see the prisons that the
no,
Palestinians were in?
I was never, no. I've not had the horrifying privilege of witnessing that. We get accounts, and it's basically from survivors, right? It's like survivors of any prison system. The ones who get out can tell the tale of the ones who don't get out.
Have you
What
directly talked to a survivor? Like,
um,
what may they
Well, I'll
have
tell you who
told
I've
you?
talked to. It's not a prison survivor, but it is somebody, a relative of a friend here in London, who was in Gaza. He's a Canadian Palestinian who was in Gaza until March, and he was used as a human shield. And this is something the occupation accuses Palestinians of doing, but the occupation military does all the time. So this is an older man with multiple health issues, and he was basically marched by soldiers ahead of them when they were, cleaning out houses, just to make sure that if anybody shot, they would shoot this elderly, infirm man instead of the soldiers with all the gear and protective gear. And that's just one example of the stuff that the occupation military does all the time. The reports that we're hearing, and they haven't reached here because the ones who get out need a lot of medical care. The camp where they're moving, and it's horrifying because they've targeted medical personnel in particular because they've destroyed all the hospitals in Gaza. So doctors, nurses, people like that are being violently raped. They're having their limbs amputated when they don't need it. They're saying, "Oh, there's an infection," and they'll lop off their hands, so a surgeon can't work without their hand. They're being psychologically tortured in prison. They're for the last, again, 8 months. I mean, some of these people were captured in the first week. There's no evidence offered that any of them is a Hamas operative or any kind of resistance fighter. It's simply trying to break the will of the Palestinian people. Another horrifying thing about the occupation prisons, again, for years, for decades, is the number of children who are held in detention. And again, in a normal country, a child doesn't go into the criminal justice system, but this is military, quote unquote, justice. It's a military legal system, which regularly imprisons kids, regularly imprisons youth, and often with no end date, with indefinite administrative detention for youth or adults. And again, these are kids who are brutalized not in their native language, who are threatened, who are in some cases tortured and told that they have to inform on their families, for example. So these are horrifying conditions. There's an organization called Defense of Children International Palestine who document a lot of this. They document the kids who are picked up and brutalized by the Israeli occupation. Again, for years, but particularly in the last 8 months, when the assault on Gaza and the genocide in Gaza has sort of distracted from the stuff that the occupation military and the settler violence is doing in the West Bank and another part of occupied Palestine. Absolutely horrifying. But no, we were in an immigration prison. So imagine, I mean, the graffiti you see on the wall indicated they're people from other quote unquote third world countries. So I remember there was Filipino and South American, Brazilians who had been there illegally for whatever reason and were being deported. So a deportation prison isn't a fun place, but it's not anything like the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to.
Well, just to add to a couple of the things you were saying, because we're talking about your experiences in the past, and yet we're still seeing this today. Even this week in my last stream, we were seeing video footage of Palestinians being used as human shields, walking in just their underwear zip tied into rubble. And that's been well documented. We saw the person on the hood of the car, and this is just in our news cycle right now, currently. In terms of the child detentions, it's illegal to be questioning any child without their parent.
Yeah.
And yet that is normal there. That is the common practice. And many times they'll get children to sign something or confess to something, and the children have no idea what they are doing there or what they are confessing to. So a lot of this, we talk about this in past tense, and yet it's still happening presently. There are a bunch of examples, but to go back to the flotilla and just give a bit of the history of how much Israeli BS propaganda there is. I remember at that time of the flotilla, one of the talking points Israel was trying to put out there was that the flotilla was bringing in acid. They want to bring in acid to throw at the Israeli IDF. And it was just like, what are you talking about? None of that makes any sense. That is not a reason to be storming this boat from helicopters with commandos, killing 10. And if I remember correctly, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State at the time. And even then, with an American being killed on board, they were like, oh, we need to investigate. We can't say anything. We have to wait and see what happened here. Maybe they were bringing in acid, right? Mm-hmm. And so this tactic of just delay, and investigate until people forget about it is something we see time and time again. And so what I'm hoping is that this time will be different. But sadly, even when we're looking at the ICC, the ICJ, the UN, they keep saying things. They keep saying, okay, we've made this decision. This has got to stop. And yet the reality on the ground is not changing. And so what can we learn from that in order to actually see some of these changes take place? Because again, we keep following the same patterns, and we keep seeing that change isn't happening.
Sadly, yes, change isn't happening fast enough. It is happening, and I'll make this comparison between 2008 and 2024. At the time of Cast Lead, there were very few Palestinian voices out of Gaza being heard anywhere. Now there's tons of them in English, in Arabic, but also in other languages. One of the things the flotilla, we partner with a Palestinian organization, a couple, but one of them in particular is called We Are Not Numbers, which dates from one of these assaults when people always, name a number of casualties, which is important. But their view, and these are young, well, as it turns out, many of them students of English or students of something who've learned English, saying, no, my story is not a number. Like what happened to my family, my neighbors, the people I live with, the people that I know, it's not just a number. There's a story here. And so they started a thing where people from all over the world, mentored them as writers, helped them a little bit with their English and their storytelling, and then published their stories. And it sounds like a small thing, but first of all, the stories are very powerful. They're not necessarily directly about the occupation. They're about daily life, but they have the capacity to humanize the quote unquote conflict, the occupation, by giving a voice to the occupied people. And Galayindi knows how powerful it is when you'll remember when we started hearing the words, when we started listening to, so communities had heard for many years, but when we, white Canada, started being forced to listen to the words of residential school survivors, what we call residential schools, what were really forced labor indoctrination camps or whatever you want to call them. But when we listened to the survivors, you can't stop listening. You cannot unhear those words. So when you start hearing about the daily life, some of it is beautiful, some of it is tragically sad. But when you hear about the daily life of, as I say, these aspiring and inspiring Palestinian storytellers, mostly from Gaza. A few of them are from the diaspora, but mostly from Gaza. We just have to share their stories. And that's changed in the last 15 years. The number of, I mean, in 2018, they started reporting in a blog, I think it was the WAPO, the Washington Post, they started actually reporting the names of the Palestinian casualties in Gaza, which was a radical act. We always hear, I mean, think about it. You always hear about the names and the families and the stories of the small number of Israeli casualties. They're all painted, whether it's a handful as in cast lead or if it's hundreds. All of them are tragic stories. All of them deserve to be told. But the thousands and thousands of Palestinian casualties never get humanized. They never get named. The act of naming them is important, but the act of telling their stories is also very important. So that's one thing we do, and that's one thing that's changed, and it's not going to go back. There are enough people out there telling those stories, narrating those stories, talking about what their experiences were, whether it's in prison, young athletes who get their legs shot out from under them. Our partners made a video about them, about fishers who get attacked in their own waters while they're trying to, fish for the subsistence of their families and their communities, and they get shot at and killed, or their boats get destroyed, or they get kidnapped at sea, all of the above. Any of these stories is important to get out because they make a human connection with, hey, that's a fisher like me, that's an agriculturalist like me, that's a worker like me, that's a student or a person like somebody in my community.
A mother.
So telling these stories and sharing these stories is a very important part of the work. It doesn't make a fast change now, but over time it means that the narrative isn't what we're served in the mainstream media. So it's something that we share. I'm just going to say one more piece. Shout out to all of you in the independent media, the non-corporate media. That's another thing that's changed. There's way more places for words to get out. So starting a stream like you did, Peacefire, or turning your stream partly towards decolonial politics like you did, Galahindi, is also part of the sea change of what's going on in our collective consciousness.
So, yeah, I was thinking, I've heard an elder talk about, the numbers when in May of 2021, when Cam Loops was first exposed. Um, Even the language from then to now is changing because, we're first of all hearing about these burial sites being discovered when, they're not discovered, they're being exposed. They've always been there, and we've always known they were there. We were told, often indigenous people were told that we're lying about it, and now that the evidence is being put in front of us, it's a little hard to deny facts are facts, right? When you can see the evidence. And part of it, the other thing was the numbers. We were talking about, okay, we have 215 people in Kamloops. We have 751 in Saskatchewan. We have et cetera, et cetera. Those numbers that are affected by these travesties can't be counted. They really can't. Because, I mean, even if we dug up every burial site in Canada, it doesn't account for the ones who escaped and died outside of those schools. It doesn't account for the families, the brothers and the sisters, the parents that are all affected by this as well. The collective trauma, which is what it ultimately is, it's a collective trauma that's affected everyone in this group that it's impossible to have numbers associated with it. It just and Palestine is not going to be any different. There's just no way for us to have a true number of the people who are affected by this, because it just goes beyond just the ones that died, or even if we could even find all the ones that died.
Well, they're still under the rubble, and at the same
Yeah.
time, the people who do the counting have been killed and targeted, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's no surprise. And I get really upset when we end up focusing on numbers as opposed to the fact that it doesn't matter what that number is, a crime is being committed and we're still not stopping it from happening.
Right.
But anyways, you just got me going, and I just wanted to jump in there. But go ahead, David.
Well, no, that was the ultimate thing was we can't count numbers. It doesn't. The numbers don't matter. It really doesn't, because the amount of people that are affected is insurmountable, right? As far as and there will be never a way of us knowing how many people's lives have been affected by these things.
And you're absolutely, when you talk about collective trauma, if you know any Palestinians, I mean, it's not always culturally appropriate, but I want to say figuratively at least, offer them a big hug. They're going through hell. Them, their families, their communities. Just ask humbly, how can I support you? Can I put down tobacco? Can I light a smudge for you? Can I sign a petition? Can I take a button? Can I wear the keffiyeh? Can I do something to show that I support you? Because I hear you. Your pain is unimaginable. I have a colleague who's had literally dozens of members of his family wiped out in the last 8 months. The university that I visited, I'll tell you in a bit about visiting IUG, the Islamic University of Gaza. It had already been shelled and rebuilt in 2012 when we were there. It's now been flattened. And imagine having every university in a territory, an occupied territory, destroyed in that way. And that's just a house of learning, just a house of learning. But all the people who work there, the students, the teachers, the researchers, the staff. So yeah, it is on an unimaginable level. There is a function to counting. It's part of the picture, but it's never the whole picture. I'd like to give you, because you said we could play video. I'm going to try playing one of our recent flotilla videos. So just to set this up, since 2023, since last year, we've been sailing a smaller boat from Norway, from the north part of Europe, called Handala. It's a rebuilt fishing boat. Handala is the name of the Palestinian refugee child who's turned his back. He was 10 years old at the time of the Nakba in 1948, and he's never grown. He's outside of time, but he appears in Arabic cartoons as the child who speaks the truth about politics and the occupation, but he never shows his face. So Handala is going to turn around when he returns to a free Palestine, and then his life will continue. That's the story of the cartoonist Naji Al-Ali, who created him. But we named the boat for Handala because this boat has been sailing for the children of Gaza. And as I say, it's been sailing from Norway. Last year, it visited Wales and England and Netherlands. It again this year visited Scandinavia, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands. It had a great reception in Ireland. It was recently in the west coast of France, in Brest, in Brittany, and La Rochelle. It visited Santander in northern Spain, and A Coruña in Galicia. And just now it arrived today in Lisbon, in Portugal. So it's connecting with civil society everywhere it goes. And that's the part of the point of this voyage. It's not a huge boat. It's not going to take tons and tons of humanitarian aid. It is a boat like the Tahrir that I was on that's challenging the blockade and saying, no, the small number of people that are sailing here are putting themselves on the line to defy the blockade. There will be some small amounts of aid, but it's really about defying the blockade. So the Handala, as I say, has been sailing since last year, since 2023, and it will be in the Mediterranean later this month. And it will defy the blockade before the end of this year. More details, follow us on freedomflotilla.org. One of the places it was supposed to reach, and this would have been historic for us, it was supposed to be in the other London. So Galahindi and I are in London, Ontario. The original colonial London has a river, an estuary that leads to the sea. And they were ready to welcome it at London Bridge, a historic bridge in London, England, with people to speak to it. Unfortunately, there were terrible weather conditions in the English Channel, and they had to give it a bypass and go directly from Netherlands to Ireland. But they had the event anyway. And what I wanted to play is a video of one of the people who spoke there, and he explains who he is. So I'm going to try playing a video. Galahindi, you tell me if this works.
Yeah, you should see a link at the bottom that says share.
Yeah, I'm doing present video.
Yeah, present, right.
And where did we go here? It said open, and then it went away. I'm trying to play Salim's video file. It says loading. Okay. How do we cancel that? So Salim is a young Palestinian from Gaza. He explains his story beautifully. So I don't want to spoil the story here. Salim video. Open.
Then you should have to highlight it.
How do I highlight it? Like
Well,
select it?
when you click on open, it brings up a folder, and then you highlight the one that you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I
I
did. So I just open it. It's highlighted. I should show you my screen, but it's highlighted. Do I just open?
yeah,
So it's not opening. It's a video.
maybe try
Oh,
double clicking on it.
and it's got a, oh, there it is. It's 3 times here. So, okay, now it's on the bottom of my screen. I only need it once. Edit name, remove from studio. So I've got 3 copies. I'm going to remove 2 of them. Okay. And now how do I play it? It's on the bottom of my screen now. How are we going to do this?
Oh, yeah. Well, something changed.
No, yeah, I minimized it to see if I can get to the settings. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't sharing anything. Because sometimes these programs only allow one person to share at a time, right?
Yeah, I would change the grid view and put the screen up, right? Like I see it on the bottom there. So you could probably click that on your end, Galahindi. Although I don't know. Just I'm looking at the stream and I see that I can see David's screen on the bottom.
Oh,
There we go.
In 2010, I got a scholarship to study at the University of Oxford. Leaving Gaza seemed to be an impossible dream due to the Israeli ironclad blockade on the Gaza Strip. However, 14 years ago, exactly on this day, the Mavi Marmara ship and its brave crew, despite the massacre that Israel committed before the eyes of the world, laid the ground for a UN resolution that pressured both Egypt and Israel to open the borders, allowing me to leave from Gaza to Oxford. For this, I'm forever indebted to the bravery of the Mavi Marmara crew. We know there might be more effective ways to get aid into Gaza, and we recognize that this is but a ship in the ocean. But we also understand that beyond the massacres, Israel's long-standing policy aims to isolate the Palestinians from the rest of the world. During and after this genocide, we must force the breaking of the siege in Gaza and establish permanent physical links with the city and its people. Not only to provide a lifeline, a much needed lifeline to the Palestinians there, but also to prevent Israel from portraying Gaza and its people in a way that fits their genocidal goals. Moments like this and breakthroughs such as those of the Mavi Marmara and what we hope for the freedom of Fratella and Hamdallah are more powerful than their face value. This is an act of resistance. Every mile this ship traveled towards the shores of Gaza, and every story we tell about our people in Gaza rips another page from the colonizers' trick book. Let's sail until Palestine is free. If we fail to bring them to justice, this monster that is nurtured by the word silence and publicity and funded by our tax money will not stop in Gaza or Rafah or Jabalia. It will kill the children in the West Bank. They are killing the children in the West Bank. They will displace the Palestinians in Jerusalem. They will flatten Beirut. They will cut the water off from Jordan. This monster will come after every one of us, knocking on every door, bringing blood and carnage, no matter what Israel does. To force us into misery and despair, we will embrace each other until the dust settles. We will look back on these times one day and celebrate the resilience of our people who are teaching us what it truly means to be alive. Let's always remember that we never ask God to spare us from misfortune. We only ask Him to spare us from despair. Thank you.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Is everyone?
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry, I muted. I had to step away there for a minute. Yeah, I mean, when people ask us why I say, Salim will tell you why we sail. That's why we sail. Every piece of it. The fact that we're breaking the blockade and the fact that we're changing, as he says, tearing a page out of their trick book. We're changing the narrative every mile we sail. Even though it's a small boat, even though it doesn't carry vast amounts of aid, it's changing the narrative every mile it sails. And even there in London, where it didn't arrive, it was changing the story because he was telling his story about how his life was changed by the Mavi Marmara and how many people's lives were changed by the sacrifice of those brave people on the Mavi, and how we continue to change it because we changed the narrative. So this video and more on all of our Freedom Flotilla social media. That's a shout out to folks. What can you do? At the very minimum, grab our stories, share our stories, not just ours, also the ones from wearenotnumbers.org. I haven't got their videos here, but they've got a video channel as well as a website with text stories. But share up the stories of Palestinians of Gaza. Share up the stories of the Freedom Flotilla sailing to break the blockade.
Yeah, I've put the links in for the boat, the Canadian boat to Gaza in freedomflotilla.org into the chat. So anybody who wants to follow those links are in the chat.
Cool. Thank you.
And Nero Riot just shared wearenotnumbers.org site in the chat as well. Thank you, Nero
Okay.
Riot.
Yeah, and Dark Galahindi shared those links. Thank you very much. And we are not numbers, absolutely. And they've got a YouTube channel as well. If I could, I'll grab the link tree because one of the things that's happened, our international team is been pushing even more social media. So now I can't even tell you the Instagram link, the TikTok link, the LinkedIn link. So there's a link tree for all of the links to our social media, and it has. I don't like military analogies, so I would say that it's exploded. It's expanded so rapidly. It's gone from like under 10,000 to almost 200,000 followers on Insta. Because of these stories, not because of us, but because of Salim's story and other stories like it, because of the stories of folks that are getting on board either directly with the flotilla or you're getting on board with our movement.
Well, maybe that's something we could actually talk about. I have a question because you come from a family of activists with a long history, but obviously technology has evolved quite quite a lot since then, right? There are those who are saying, okay, well, we're just spreading words because we have all these tools now, but then those tools also come with censorship. So maybe talk about the pros and cons of how technology is helping us spread those words, and what we can or talk about if there is technology out there we are not using that we should start implementing in our campaigns to raise awareness. I think you're muted.
Yeah, no, I
Oh,
just
yeah, okay.
Thank you. Wow, big question. Well, first of all, you don't have to come from a special family. You have to come from the human family, right? Every human being has the potential to learn more, speak up, and resist somehow, right? You might not be the ones on the front line. It doesn't matter. As I said before, it's behind and behind and front, behind the front line. So everybody who wears the keffiyeh, everybody who wears a button, if you don't have the button or the keffiyeh, it doesn't matter. You could have a leaflet or just have the words. If you speak up about Palestine once, you're doing more than remaining silent. If you learn something, because we all have things to learn. Early in this process, I read a little book, which you can find from Fernwood Publishing, called Canada and Israel Building Apartheid, which made the whole Canadian complicity thing since the beginning crystal clear to me. I talk about it. I give that book away. I point people at it online. So that's an old technology. The book is an old technology. The leaflet is an old technology, but it's one that still matters. I was just reminded by some of our Canadian Boat to Gaza people, hey, we don't have paper leaflets. They're out in BC. They say, we go to rallies, we need to have flags that say Freedom Flotilla, Canadian Boat to Gaza. We need to have leaflets. So yeah, you need to have the physical stuff as well, the buttons, the badges, but that makes it visible if you can be visible, but it's about the words. The most important technology is one that we all possess. It's human language. We all have the gift of articulated language of some kind. Either we speak or we sign. Talk about it with the people around you. I always say your friends, your neighbors. Galahindi's had his ear bent by me right here in Kensington Village in London, Deshkanzibi. But your coworkers, your classmates, strangers on the folks at the market, the strangers on the bus. Talk about it. Whether you've got the merch, whether you've got the button or not. I always say, people say, why do you wear this scarf? It's a conversation starter. It's not because I need it as a fashion statement. It's because, well, first of all, we talked about not being forgotten. Palestinians in the community need to see it. They need to see, in particular, a wide array of people wearing it. Years ago, a student said to me, I was at an exam at the university. She came up to me at the end and said, thank you. I said, what are you saying thank you for me? She was in like another class. She was just doing her exam there with me. And I said, what do you mean thank you? She said, thank you for wearing this. Thank you for wearing the keffiyeh, because I don't see other non-Arabs wearing it. And it makes us feel less alone. I wish I could bring her back to campus today, where a whole rainbow of all kinds of different people are wearing the keffiyeh for, in their classes, in their work, on the street, on the bus. So yeah, that's a way of being visible. The words, but if you can't wear it for whatever reason, I've also spoken to young people who say, I can't wear it at my work, my boss won't let me wear it. Okay, we'll deal with that, but you can still bring it up on the bus with your classmates, with your family and friends, wherever. Don't stop talking about Palestine. I saw a meme today from a trade unionist here in Ontario, the president of CUPE Ontario, that said, this is your daily reminder to not stop talking about Palestine. So yeah, some of your friends and family may get bored. Tough. They're going to hear about it until Palestine is free, and different variants of the stories. So keep talking about it. And like I say, this is the oldest technology we have, is human speech. Books are important. Leaflets are important. Buttons, pins, badges, flags, banners are important. Electronically mediated communication, absolutely. We would not be sharing Salim's speech if it wasn't for the internet. Is there censorship? Absolutely. There was always censorship. There's censorship of books, there's censorship of paper, there's censorship of a lot of things, but yeah, there's algorithmic censorship online. So the censors get, I'm not going to say smarter, but they get more cunning and they get more resources. They've always had more resources. So growing up in the background I've described, we always heard clicks on the phone line. We knew people whose mail was opened. So even with paper and voice communications, there's censorship. There's people watching. So in a sense, I want to say the censorship isn't new, right? It's always been there. It has new technologies because technologies have grown. I think, honestly, the most important is to diversify. So yeah, I still use the Meta. I still use the Facebook. Some people communicate on WhatsApp. I prefer Signal because it's a little bit less, a little bit more secure, a little bit less open to messing with, or Telegram. But ultimately, you need to diversify. Just like your media tastes, I'm going to get better news about Palestine out of Al Jazeera, but they're going to be terrible for Qatari news. So I need to read somebody else if I want to know about what's going on there. So don't trust one source, don't trust one platform. Diversify. This is the first time I'm on Twitch. Thank you both for putting me on Twitch. I don't even know how to share the stream. I told somebody I'm going to try to share it. I don't know how to share it. I just tweeted it before we started to say now I'm on Twitch. And I hope some folks have found their way here from the Boat to Gaza flotilla tags. But I don't think there's a single solution. I think the solution is diversity of people, but also diversity of platforms. Because every platform, every outlet is going to have its downsides and its upsides, right? Like, I'm not a fan of WhatsApp, but a lot of people in certain sub-communities use it. So I'm going to use it because while we were talking, a journalist contacted me on WhatsApp. So yeah, am I going to speak to her? Absolutely, I'm going to speak to her. I'm going to invite her to have a Signal call. But if that's her, she wants to talk, that's how we're going to talk. So there's no single magic bullet for the media problem. It's diversifying. There isn't like one paper, one TV station, one radio station. There's a bewildering number of them. I would say on the positive side, in this country, we're astonishingly well served in the indie media area. So, I mean, we used to, when we sailed, I'm going to be the old guy now, but in 2011, we basically talked to rabble.ca for indie media in across northern Turtle Island, the Tyee, the Strait in BC, Lower Mainland. That was about it. We rarely get on the CBC. I'll tell you the couple of times we got on the CBC, but mostly we don't get in the CBC. Mostly we don't get in mainstream paper. But now, the Breach media, Maple Reader, the Tyee is still there. Rabble is still there. Spring Magazine. I mean, it goes on and on and on. There's more and more and more Nora Loretto's daily news podcast. There's a ton of stuff. So we're well served if people look for it, but you got to get outside the corporate media bubble and look for Dark Native Twitch and Peacefire Twitch channel streams and all the other. People like to say citizen media. I'm not really comfortable with the discourse of citizenship. I'll just say people's media, media that belongs to people instead of corporations. You'll like some of it, you'll hate some of it, but check it out. And some of them might be your neighbors or people like you at work or in your association. So check it out and share more different kind of media. I think that's the solution.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
part of what I always do too is when I talk to the community is first of all I say whatever if you even if you take one thing from my stream, take that one thing and share it, like you said, with your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, etc. Because that ripples out that understanding and knowledge to a greater number of people. And the other thing is always fact check. I mean, don't come to my stream and think my stream is the end all. It's not. Always look at multiple sources for information so that you get a wider, broader overview of things, and you can always kind of cross-reference things as you go along to ensure that you're getting the most accurate information because you're never going to get 100% truth from any one source. It doesn't happen. Um, because there's always going to be some sort of narrative that whoever is presenting to you is going to have. So always fact check different sources, and networking is really important. I love the fact that when I first came to Twitch, I didn't even know there were other indigenous people like La Sioux, for example, um, or the Serfs, until after Twitch had done the tags, allowed us to put in tags on our streams. Now I can click on indigenous, and it brings up all kinds of indigenous streamers that I never knew existed here. And so networking is really important, and it's helpful to have the tools that allow us to do that networking.
No. I mean, for me, there's a couple of reasons and some things I wanted to add on there where, I fell in love with Twitch, not just because of its ability to build communities, but because of that, what Galahindi was just talking about that ability to network. When I go and I look at mainstream media, very often, they are giving you one side of a story, but I'd rather hear from the people that are being directly who are being directly affected by whatever the story may be. And so when I want to learn and unlearn what I learned in schools here in Canada, the best way for me to do that is to go to Dark Native Stream, to go to La Sioux, to the Serfs, learn from them, hear about their experiences, because I'm not going to hear that from the media. And for me, I have worked in the media, big agencies, small agencies. I've worked for a bunch of them, and it wasn't until I found Twitch where I was like, this is perfect. Because Egyptians don't know about Twitch, so I'm not putting my family as much in danger as if I was to do this on YouTube. And I've already been in trouble with the government and had to leave because of journalism, and that is not allowed anymore. So I have to be very careful about that. But the other thing which Galahindi mentioned that I absolutely love about Twitch is I learn every stream something new from the community and the chat. And I love the idea that, I make it clear I'm going to make mistakes along the way, but never hesitate to correct, never hesitate to clarify, because I am here to learn from you as much as you are to learn from me, and together we are going to unlearn what the institutions have brought upon us. And so I think it's a very, very valuable tool, and I don't want to work for mainstream media. I'm trying to make this work now because I love the real-time aspect of being able to engage with people all around the world. But to get back to the technology, I mean, you gave a great answer, David, about kind of how we have used the technology to benefits, the pros of it. But, there's even more technologies as we're speaking. Technologies are developing. And just a couple of weeks ago, we were seeing how AI was starting to be used when it comes to raising awareness about what is happening in Palestine. There was a very famous image that went viral and everybody was sharing, but it was AI generated that kind of cleansed what is happening in Gaza and just made a nice, pretty photo without giving the actual reality on the ground. And so, even when we think we have a grasp of the technologies we're using now, there's still other technologies that are out there that are being used sometimes against us, sometimes for us. And, obviously it requires a longer conversation. So I don't know. I just thought I'd add that in because I was like, you nailed everything, but we haven't even talked about AI, and there's so much we still don't know about AI. But
as I just typed, I got to run for a minute.
okay.
As I told, I've got a domestic care situation, so I'll just hit mute and stop my camera for a minute. Galahindi, you had a video you wanted to show, maybe? Something else?
Yeah, I can. I
All
was
right.
gonna show the Rachel Corey thing. So
Sounds great.
he's just got yeah, I know what he's doing, so that's okay. He'll be back.
No.
So let me pull this up here, and I'll go video file.
While you load that up, I just wanted to add one more thing. I think I see it in chat as well, where the other beauty of Twitch is the mods. Show your mods some love out there. They keep us safe. They keep chat safe. They keep the conversation going. And it is one of those reasons why I prefer Twitch over everything, is the ability for the mods to make sure everyone feels safe and included.
Yes, and Fabuli has been so kind to jump in and help out, and I appreciate that, Fabuli. Thank you so much. Where was I here? Okay, looking for this one. Working.
It was at night, and she could say, "Do you hear that?"
The bulldozer kept coming and dirt piled up in front of it. The bulldozer continued over her.
It's not the sort of bulldozer that we see generally on a street. My tax dollars paid for the machine that killed my daughter.
I'm a professor of literature, and teaching literature gives you a pretty quiet life. I like a quiet life, but at Columbia, since then, it's true that things have not been so quiet.
We're protesting because we recognize, or at least many of the students at Columbia University and all these other schools recognize, that these universities have a stock and an effect on what is happening in Palestine, and their money, which is essentially our money that we give to them, is being used in ways that we do not agree with, or at least other students do not agree with.
The extraordinary thing that happened is that the next day, President Shafiq brought in the police and cleared out the encampment. And that was a shock, because there is a tradition on the campus of Columbia University of allowing people to speak up, to speak their minds, to speak freely, especially if they're not disrupting the functioning of the campus in any way.
What Columbia has been doing with NYPD is that they have basically deemed that it's better to allow NYPD to come and beat their students from saying things that they don't agree with, rather than simply putting out a statement or doing something against, again, a genocide in this case scenario.
I was camped out for over a week at Columbia University, and then I was camped out at the City University of New York at City College on 140th Street, just 20 blocks up from Columbia. I couldn't believe that the mayor, Eric Adams, sent NYPD helicopters and drones to surveil us constantly. There were phalanxes of riot police surrounding us the entire time, and those police invaded Columbia's campus. What weapons do we have? Well, we had books, and we have history, and we have the truth, and we have our voices.
And they used this notion of safety to crack down on protests throughout these months, claiming that, supporting Palestinians or standing against genocide somehow makes other students feel unsafe. But calling the police, the NYPD, and arresting students and beating them up violently, that is what made students and faculty feel unsafe. So it's a paradox.
Even though there have been several people, there was a child who was a sophomore who was thrown downstairs, thrown down a flight of stairs. There was somebody else with a leg slash, several people with concussions. And still the school says that the police are acting professionally. That when they took me onto the bus, they put me in a cage on the bus while everybody else was sitting out. They never explained why they did that to me. They never kind of brought any sort of reasoning. They just put me in a cage and didn't say anything, which again I found to be very sick. My experience, I believe, was just alarming, that the way that they sort of referred to me when they came and picked me up is said, did you get this thing, this one, not person, this guy, they said this. Did you get this? As they grabbed me. And then said the same thing to another person. They said, did you get this as well? As if we were objects. They completely dehumanized us.
So I was arrested and charged with trespassing and spent a few hours in prison, but then was released with a summons to appear before court. But of course, putting handcuffs on someone and taking them to a bus and leaving them there for an hour and then going and being processed and being dealt with as an object is humiliating. Especially when you are not really violating any law. But the police is an extension of the state's coercive apparatus. And it's humiliating.
But we underdogs across the world, every student who's been pepper sprayed or assaulted by the NYPD, every professor like myself who's been threatened, doxxed, and now fired. I was fired last month because of my outspokenness in defense of Palestine and Palestine's right to be a nation like all nations, to be sovereign, to be free, specifically to be free of genocide.
So why should Israel not be criticized? And any critic of Israel is branded right away as an anti-Semite. And if that critic is a Jewish person, then they're branded as a self-hating Jew. Israel is a nation state like any other nation states, and we have the right to call it out on its crimes. And some of the major anti-Zionist writers and intellectuals are Jews themselves.
And it was unbearable to me as a Jew to think that all this violence was being committed in my name. Many of the protesters were themselves Jewish, as I am. There was a Passover celebration, a Seder, that was held in the encampment. There were Muslim prayers that were held in the encampment. There were probably Christian and Buddhist prayers also in the encampment. Everybody knew what they were objecting to, which was the violence against civilians, especially against civilians in Gaza.
Anti-Semitism is the last resort of, Zionists and pro-Israel supporters because they cannot counter the facts. The facts that the entire world know right now, that there is a genocide in Gaza, that Israeli politicians themselves have said, we want to annihilate Gaza, we want to kill them. Palestinian children and women and innocent civilians are killed by weapons that are mostly made in the US, that are given by the US, that are transported by the US. And students here have a right to say, we don't want this killing to be in our name.
Rachel was our third child, and I just remember what a gift she was to us all, and how much her older siblings loved her. I just remember what a very dear, sweet addition she was to our family as our third child.
I'm here for other children. I'm here because I care. I'm here because children everywhere are suffering, and because 40...
I remember Rachel at that age and how, I guess, intentional she was about what she was doing, her writing about, you know, that speech and what she was working on. And I think, you know, portions of that lasted the rest of her life.
Just like us. We have got to understand.
In January of 2003, she traveled with other internationals, some from here in Olympia, and went for training in the West Bank in Beit Sahur with ISM, spent a bit of time seeing Jerusalem and other parts, I think, of the West Bank, and then went quite quickly to Gaza. And at that time, it was fairly easy to get into Gaza. And she did that, and then was there for 7 weeks, working with other internationals from around the world.
So our first telephone call was from Rachel, and it was at night, and she could say, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that?" And we could hear the firing of Israeli soldiers shooting fairly large, I would say, guns. But anyway, the rifle shots at night. And you could hear the trembling in her voice and the fear. So yes, I was afraid of her. When she first wrote and told us about what was going on there, I thought, this is a military that's out of control, and she doesn't realize that.
And as most people are aware, she was killed on March 16th, 2003, when she and 2 of her colleagues were called to a place where 2 military-built bulldozers had been working on an APC vehicle. And during the course of the afternoon, Rachel was there from about noon on. The bulldozers would come up to structures, Palestinian structures, some partially demolished already because many homes were being demolished in the area. And then one of the bulldozers made a run, started to make a run toward a house where Rachel had slept with the family members, with the children in the family. She knew the family, she had spent time with them. She knew that they were behind the garden wall where the bulldozer was heading. And in fact, the family members were watching what was going on as they watched through a crack in that wall. And on that run, Rachel stood, raised her arms in the air to say that she was not moving. The bulldozer kept coming and dirt piled up in front of it, and her colleagues testified under oath in Israeli court that she climbed the pile of dirt to a point where she would have been able to look into the bulldozer cab where the 2 Israeli soldiers were seated. And then the bulldozer kept coming, it didn't stop. And it actually, she at some point fell because of the dirt coming forward, and the bulldozer continued over her. It stopped, and her colleagues were screaming and hollering at the bulldozer to stop all the way when it was moving. And then the bulldozer stopped. It didn't lift its blade, and it backed over Rachel again. Her colleagues ran to her. She said, "I think my back is broken," and those were her last words.
Rachel Corrie became a hero to people around the world for her extreme courage, standing up to the demolition of homes in Rafah back in 2003. I myself was very, very moved. I hope I'm going to be able to say this without crying. She's a very, very heroic figure, a peace activist. No one could say that she was threatening violence against anyone. On the contrary, her position was absolutely a nonviolent one.
almost 20 years to the day. It's when our sister, the fearless Rachel Corrie from Seattle, was mowed down and murdered by a Caterpillar bulldozer. A Caterpillar, of course, is also responsible for the demolition of how many thousands and thousands of Palestinian homes, villages.
The bulldozers were paid for by U.S. Military aid, so while they were Israeli bulldozers and operated by the Israeli military, they were paid for by the U.S. government, by my tax dollar.
We don't want our taxpayer money, we don't want our tuition to go to funding the Israeli war machine. If the university is not guilty, it can disclose its investments, it can be transparent.
Hey
It's our money that is
504 just
fueling
subscribed.
both
Darknate
the Caterpillar
Bear
company, but
High
also
Five,
the
Darknate
billions of
Howl
dollars,
Along,
our
Darknate
tax dollars that are
Palestine
being
Love,
sent over
Darknate
to
Fist.
Israel from the U.S., which again comes from our Columbia school fees, now the university fees.
There are companies which are supplying military hardware, which are actively helping the Israeli military cause in Gaza. There is, of course, Caterpillar among the other companies, which supplies armored bulldozers which destroy Palestinian houses. The destruction of Palestinian houses, of course, didn't start on October 7th. It's been going on for years and years and years, decades and decades.
We know that since 1989, we were told by organizations that had worked on this issue and by the Center for Constitutional Rights, where we later had a lawsuit against Caterpillar Corporation, that Caterpillar had been on notice since 1989 that their equipment was being used for human rights violations. Caterpillar had had a presence in Palestine since 1967.
It's not the sort of bulldozer that we see generally on a street. It should be about a D5. This is a 65-ton military machine, huge, almost 2 stories high. Cindy and I have seen them when we were in Gaza. Our family, decades ago, along with 4 Palestinian families, sued Caterpillar. And we alleged that Caterpillar sold and maintained those bulldozers knowing that they were used for human rights violations. And we wanted to hold that company responsible. It seems to me that too often people in corporate places as well as government places do things for which they have responsibility but never even see, let alone are held responsible for their action.
We had written a letter to Caterpillar Corporation asking them to stop selling the equipment that they were selling to the Israeli military, to the Israeli government, through U.S. financing, military financing sales, and to ask them to stop being complicit in what was happening to Palestinian families, to the destruction of their homes and their property, and to the killing, actually, of people during home demolitions.
So if it were possible to hold a corporation like Caterpillar financially responsible, and when you do a lawsuit, that's the only outcome that you can have, for their actions, that maybe future companies, when they're looking at something like that, would stop and think and say, no, that's not how we want to make our money. We don't want to send our children to college based on having our bulldozers destroy some other student's college.
I come from the generation of Rachel Corrie, in this generation that is leading the student movement now, not just in the United States, but across the world, as the Columbia spark has lit a prairie fire. This is our children's generation.
To me, that's the most hopeful thing that I've seen. And students particularly have most recently really stepped out and stepped up to say this is unacceptable to their generation.
First of all, Rachel did not lose her life in Gaza. Her life was taken. She was killed. So let's be clear about that. I think Rachel stood for certain values, and I hope that the world remembers those values. I hope that we can use those values to try to respect everybody in this world. In some ways, I don't need the rest of the world to remember my daughter. I remember Rachel every day. I live in the house she grew up in. I walk through the streets of the town she grew up in. Rachel's with me every moment. But if her memory helps people in Gaza who are under such threat, under genocide right now, then I'm glad the world remembers. But we must act. We must stop this genocide.
Wow, there is that. Yeah.
Well, just to add to that, I mean, I don't know if we mentioned it earlier, but one of the ships, I believe, the Cambodian flagged Irish ship, was named Rachel Corrie during the Gaza Freedom Flotilla. So, Rachel continues to be remembered well beyond that and is someone there, an example that was set. And I remember thinking when that happened, that maybe this will wake up America. And, people were upset about it. People did talk about it. But sadly, we didn't see the change we were looking for in that moment. So I don't know, David. How do we keep ourselves going even when someone like yourself, you actually got in the flotilla, you've got countless, you've gone to countless events, and yet the reality hasn't changed. How do you keep that? How do you keep going?
So do you hear me okay without the headset?
Yep, I hear you.
Taking the headset up so my spouse Steph can hear this conversation as well. That's a good question. As I told you before, spoken in a lot of places. I used to say I would accept any invitation. It's actually not quite true. I won't accept an invitation from an overtly racist organization. But I had to learn that because I observed one of my Palestinian friends who was very excited during the assault in 2012. He was running a it wasn't Twitch back then, but it was like a video blog, and he was excited that somebody contacted him from the States that wanted to talk about American complicity. And I told him, honey, you trust me, you do not want to interview David Duke. Okay, this guy's a racist. He doesn't want your kids to go to school with his kids. If you were in the States, he would not want you in his community. He may be talking something that is appealing to you, but you got to stay away from the racists here and there. So, our organization, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, is very clear. We don't have any kind of dealing with racist organizations, with any kind of discrimination against anybody. But barring that, yeah, I'll go anywhere and speak to anywhere. And following my experience, I talked in a bunch of places. I always say the boat took me to places in Canada that I never would have traveled to otherwise. First time I was in Saskatchewan. First time I was in Alberta. And it was to speak about the boat. And in one of those talks, it was in a small town in Ontario, actually. It was invited by a church congregation. And somebody said, that question, what you just asked me, how do you keep going? How do you keep faith? And I said, I'm not religious. You're the religious people. You tell me about faith. I'm not, like I say, my faith is in humanity. And believe me, that faith is shaken every day because, humanity puts you to the test. But then I thought about it and I said, think of the images, and they're easy to find. We had a photo exhibition here in London. Think of the images of olive trees being destroyed. I don't know if you've seen olive trees, Dala Hindi, but olive trees are centuries old. They could easily 600, 800, 1,000 years old. They've been there for many, many, many generations, and they get bulldozed by the occupation and burned, right? Palestinian response, they try to block it with their bodies, but when the trees are destroyed, they go back
and they plant more olive trees. And you don't plant olive trees. This is the thing. You don't plant olive trees for yourself. You plant olive trees for your children and your children's children's generation, right? So this is without any spirituality. You could believe in any God or no God. It doesn't matter to me. If you have that much, I mean, this is a beautiful act of literally grounded resistance. You're putting it in the ground for future, for saying, I believe that hope that somebody will benefit from the shade of this tree and will pick the olives and make olive oil or eat the olives with their family. And that's a profoundly optimistic act. I just can't get over it. You see it bulldozed by this all-powerful military, and your people are pushed away, and the response is you go back and you plant more trees. That's one of the reasons, just hold a second.
If anyone out there hasn't had Palestinian olive oil, it is so much better. There it is. Yeah.
When we buy Zaytun olive oil, first of all, it's amazing olive oil, but they also support Trees of Hope planting more olive trees in Palestine. So yes, it costs more. Solidarity sometimes costs more. Not everybody can buy it all the time. I get that. But by supporting Trees for Hope, this is, as I say, a profoundly optimistic act. So very simply, if Palestinians are still planting olive trees, I don't have the luxury of despair. That must be, I mean, I can't, this is before, apart from, in addition to all of the human suffering, all of the human death, all of the human imprisonment. If they can respond, we're going to plant olive trees, I can't, in good conscience, say, I despair, I give up hope. I can buy the olive oil, I can try to help them plant more olive trees, but I have to do what I can. So that's the optimistic faith answer. Do I have hope? It's very complicated. Canadian politics, I could talk about specific examples in Canadian politics that give me hope, but ultimately, our hope, our example comes from the Palestinians. Their resistance, their sumud, their steadfastness is what inspires us, and they teach us that lesson every day. We just have to have the eyes and the ears and the awareness to watch them. They're teaching us lessons in steadfastness and resistance every day. So, like I said, the students in the encampment are the ones teaching the institution. The Palestinians, whether they're at the front line or backing the front line, they're the ones teaching us about hope and resistance. That said, we need to see concrete examples. So I'll give you one example. It's a little bit of a long story, but so when I toured with the boat, I spoke in a bunch of places. I was invited. That tour was hosted. So I was from the other Ehab, he did the West Coast. So he was in Vancouver and the Lower Mainland in BC. But I was from St. John's, Newfoundland to Alberta. And I was hosted on that tour by the Canadian Arab Federation, maybe not a surprise, the Council of Canadians, the largest non-political party political organization in Canada. They're mainly about environmental and trade justice. They're also about human rights. And they were backing the boat to Gaza and the Freedom Flotilla. Independent Jewish Voices backed that tour, and I stayed in some of their homes in Winnipeg and other places. And the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, who have been on side with boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the beginning. So one of these meetings, and it had all these organizations when I was in Winnipeg, it was also a Stewards Council meeting for postal workers with their union for the whole Winnipeg area. And so they came. It was a great presentation. In fact, there's a very long video, too long for you to play, but I can tell you the link later, about that presentation, because I was presenting what had happened to me, plus Gaza's Ark, which was our project from 2012 to 2014, trying to sail out against the blockade instead of in against the blockade. So I spoke to lots of people in lots of places that I had never been in before. Years later, some of my friends in Independent Jewish Voices, so I'm a supporter, I'm not a member, but I'm a supporter of IJV. Some of them said, we're going to try to get a resolution passed at the political party. I'm allowed to mention political parties here. The NDP Policy Convention, I think it was 2018. And we'd been around that block before. It always gets shut down. So the grassroots brings a motion, the party bureaucracy shuts it down. It happened in 2011. It's happened many times. So I said, I'll do what I can to support you. And they said, no, we're going after it really in an organized way. We're going to call riding association presidents and delegates at every NDP riding association. I said, sign me up. They gave me a phone list, and this is grassroots politics at its most boring. And I'm phoning people across the country. Will your delegates support this resolution at national convention? I called somebody in the Winnipeg area, and she says, I heard you speak in 2012. She was a postal worker and the president of a writing association. She said, that was the first time I realized that my union had a role beyond our workplace. And she said, you don't have to convince me. Tell me what we're going to do for Palestine at this convention. So that's the seed from 6 years earlier that paid off. And eventually, at a convention, they passed. The party brass, the leadership, quote unquote leadership, did not want to pass a resolution. But the grassroots forced them to pass a resolution for a two-way arms embargo on apartheid Israel. That's now party policy. And in 2011, Jagmeet Singh had to speak up. And he spoke up. He only spoke up about a one-way arms embargo, but now the policy is a two-way arm embargo. So that's an example of something that has changed. It took years. It took a lot of really boring phone calls and emails and grassroots work to get it there. And one speech, less than 2 minutes at that convention, and there was an 80% vote in favor of that resolution, and it became party policy. And like I say, eventually the leader had to make a speech, and now there's a debate. There's a national organization, a national campaign for arms embargo now. So that's a qualitative change in the last, I'm going to say 10, 12 years. And I'm not saying that, I was just one tiny part of that. That delegate was one tiny part of it, but it was all of those people working together. And now there's a discourse. 15 years ago, nobody talked about an arms embargo in this country, right? And now that's part of the public debate. Is it mainstream? Well, part of the governing party voted on that resolution. They didn't all like it, but part of the Liberal Party voted with the NDP on that resolution, the Greens on the bloc as well. So we're getting towards like a political consensus. There's one party that's never going to vote for it, but we're getting towards a political consensus. And this is what we've seen in our European flotilla partners, that they start on one fringe of the political spectrum. They move more and more towards the center. And eventually there's a consensus. No, this is a human rights issue that we all got to stand with. So the flotilla and all the other civil society actors, the trade unions, the faith groups, the community associations, et cetera, shift the discourse. So now people are talking about an arms embargo. And I'm old enough to remember the arms embargo against apartheid South Africa began being an issue in the 70s, and it took many iterations, many versions before it actually bit. But that was one of the sanctions that eventually brought down apartheid. They were not able to buy arms. They might manufacture their own. They bought them from Israel, but they weren't able to buy arms openly from North American and European companies. So this is a long fight, but it matters. And it matters because over time, we change the public discourse, we change the policies. It doesn't start with the leaders. We could have gone all of those years to any of the party leaders and they would have just shut us down. Politely or impolitely, they wouldn't have gone anywhere. It came from the grassroots up. And what we know about these movements against apartheid South Africa and against apartheid in Israel, when the people lead, eventually the leaders follow. So quote unquote leaders aren't in fact leading. The quote unquote leaders are following when the people lead. It's tough, unglamorous, boring, sweaty work, but that does eventually change. We are now talking about an arms embargo in this country. We were not 10, 15 years ago.
Well, let me add a few things and ask a question there, because you touched on a lot of interesting things, including the fact that we were hearing from our government that, oh yeah, we're no longer going to do arms deal. Months ago, they were talking about how they heard the people and they're going to stop that. And yet it was just last month in Alberta where they had a sandbox competition where they were bringing weapon manufacturers from all around the world to test their weapons here in Canada. And I kept being like, okay, well, I thought we were very clear. We don't want Israel or their weapons, and we're done with that. And yet it's still happening, but nobody's talking about it. The media is not reporting on it. And so, I have come very used to politicians saying one thing and doing another. And when you bring up the NDP, I have to bring up the fact that I was totally heartbroken with the NDP and their initial reaction at the very beginning, even the censorship of, or the censured Sarah Jama here in Ontario. And, it boggles the mind. Here in Ontario, we've banned the kefaya from the House, right? And at a time where I think this would be a slam dunk for the NDP to be like, hey, we are separating ourselves from Trudeau and Liberal and this silly coalition we've got together. by making it very clear that we want Palestine free, we want this arms embargo. We are not getting those strong words, right? We're still wishy-washy. And so how do we, I often talk with Stream. I say, I want to be supporting a left party, but sadly, I don't know if there is a left party that truly exists here in Canada. We use these words, but we don't mean them. And so what can we do to challenge these leaders? Because they'll say what we want to hear, but having them follow through with the actions is a different story.
Absolutely. And my remarks were not meant to be praise for any political party.
Oh,
and
no.
I say this is somebody who's been in, let's say, a comradely dialogue with a lot of NDPers, and I continue to be, but I'm not a party member. I've occasionally joined for strategic reasons. I also joined the Greens for a while to support the campaign of Dimitri Lascaris, who was very strong on this issue and other important justice issues. But this isn't about the party politics. This is about changing the hearts and minds of the population. And as I say, the leaders eventually, the so-called leaders eventually follow. I'll just put it to you this way. Our European partners in the Flotilla Coalition regularly get sitting politicians on board our boats, including the last leg towards Gaza in prison, deported back to Europe. One of my, it wasn't my cellmate, but he was on the block with me, was a Euro MP from Ireland. He's now a TD, a member of the Irish Parliament. So why do they have, quote unquote, better politicians? They don't have better politicians. They have better voters. The voters demand better of them. I could give you many examples, but I was teaching in France. I went to Spain to talk about the boat, and they said, come back. Somebody came from the Basque Country Parliament to say, come and speak at the Human Rights Commission of the Basque Parliament. And I'm like, wow, like a politician is inviting us. But the organizations that invited me explained, no, they have to do that because their electorate expects it, right? So when the electorate demands better, the voters demand better, the politicians do better. Right. So it's a push-pull. But right now, I mean, if you look at the last European elections, the left kind of got beat up. But the people that got elected included people who made Palestine and opposing the genocide and arms embargo now part of their platform. So that's the answer, and it's slow work. You got to shift. If you're in a unionized workplace, shift your union. You got to shift your neighborhood association. Galahindi knows we've got several Palestinian, used to be 1, 2, now I think we're up to 3 or 4 Palestinian human rights signs on our block in our neighborhood. Talk to your neighbors. That shifts the public narrative. And I guess the message about the political parties is don't depend on the political parties. It doesn't start with them, it doesn't end with them. They are one element of it, and they can have the advantage. They can bring it up in Parliament. They can bring, because they're politicians, they bring more media attention, but it's always about the people's movement. Arms embargo now, that link that I invite you to chat, to share in the chat, that's a national coalition. There are, lots of different people's organizations involved. So that's who's pressing for it. And I would say we're not there. And yeah, they brought in a non-binding motion with tons of loopholes and, existing contracts and all the bullshit. Stephanie and I were in Ottawa last month opposing CANSEC, one of the largest military trade fair in North America, where of course there are lots of companies doing business with Israeli apartheid. We still need to shut that shit down. Lots of people were in the street. Half a dozen folks were arrested. That's part of drawing attention to this lethal trade in arms in general, and particularly the trade in arms with Israel. So the politicians aren't going to do better on their own. They're going to do better because we push them and push them and push them. I just brought out the example because it took 10 years from the 70s until the mid 80s to get an arms embargo that actually took effect in the case of South Africa. I don't think it needs to take that long because we're better coordinated internationally, but we will have to push to make a real arms embargo work. It's possible, but it takes lots of work on lots of levels.
Oftentimes I tell everyone, self-care is very important. This is a marathon, right? This has been an issue since 1948. If you're not taking care of yourself, then eventually you will lose your voice, your will, and we can't afford that at this moment of time. But one of the things that I often encourage people is get involved in local politics. If there's someone not representing you, then take that step. And right now, as we are speaking, the UK is looking at an election. And I look at the example of a 23-year-old by the name of Leanne Mohammed, and they are running to unseat Labor Party's West Streeting, and they're doing it the grassroots way. They're knocking on doors, they're talking, they're informing, they're, making sure people understand that what they are being fed oftentimes in the media is very skewed and biased, and that if they have questions, this is the time to ask them, because you're talking to someone who can speak to it. So I just want to put that out there for everyone, that if you look locally and there's no one representing you, you're not alone. And sometimes it's just a matter of picking up that baton and running it yourself, or at least finding an organization that you can get behind. So don't feel like it's hopeless. And ultimately, this year on this planet, more people will be voting in elections than ever before in history. I know it's shifting far right, but we've got to just get louder. We just got to get organized, mobilize, and prioritize. Making sure we don't give in, we don't let fatigue set in, and we don't let the far right represent us.
Absolutely, do what you need to do to sustain yourself. Local politics are important, and don't be afraid. I mean, we do it. We've got a city councilor that I'm pretty happy with on a lot of issues. But I raise Palestine and the issue of Palestine, and they'll say it's not a municipal issue. And I'll say, guess what it is? There's people in your ward and your constituency who this matters to. So yes, you are going to address it. Just like we asked them to address the wars in Central America and nuclear disarmament in the 80s. Municipal politicians can and will have that voice if we demand better of them at all levels. It's ultimately not only about electoral politics, it's just an element of it. Howard Zinn, the American historian, People's History of the US, said, elections are easy to get involved in and marginally important, but they're not a replacement for real politics. Real politics is people talking to people and changing through their actions the conditions in which they live. Because you mentioned the marathon, I'm going to say, a friend of mine says the Palestinians he's a Palestinian, he says they're running the marathon. We can bring them water. We can cheer them on. They're the ones who have to run it. They will run the multiple marathons that it takes, and they need a cheering section. They need people to do all the things that you need to do to support a runner. But I am also reminded, because we were talking about Egypt when I was there. So it was 2010 when this group of internationals stepped into Tahrir Square, and as I said, it was a very hard organizing atmosphere in Mubarak's Egypt. We couldn't meet more than 5 people at a time, and it was extremely confusing. And I remember this one young South African trade unionist from COSATU, from the Congress of South African Trade Unions, who said to us, comrades, it's not a question of what we do this week or this month or even this year. It's a question of how many years and how many decades are you going to stand with Palestine, because that's how long she needs you. And from somebody who comes from the country that defeated apartheid, that sort of puts it in. She was younger. She was younger than me. She had not been around for that struggle, but she knew about that struggle from her community. And that's put it in perspective for me. It's like, yeah, what we do now matters, but what really matters is the long run. We have to sustain ourselves. Some people are sustained through art and poetry, through their faith. At our rallies now, we always have prayers, we have drumming, we have music, but poetry, art, whatever it takes, is gardening, making food together in community. We had Independent Jewish Voices, had a barbecue the other day just to get together and make connections with more people. Whatever it takes to meet more people and realize that you're not alone. The most demoralizing and the most disempowering thing is to say, I'm alone against the world. And yeah, anybody would feel disempowered that way. But knowing that there's other people in the struggle, connecting with them, I mean, we can do that locally. We always have been able to. We now have this illusion of connecting with people non-locally, which is amazing. But don't get sucked into the only doing the online thing. You also have to connect locally, meet people, as Gala Hindi knows, here in the community garden behind us, and meet people in your community. Not all the conversations are easy. Some people won't get it. They won't understand what you're doing, but they're your neighbors. You got to talk to them too.
Yep.
So
go ahead, Galahindi.
You brought up the whole idea of intersectionality, which I don't think we really got too much into, but there is a parallel amongst many of the countries that are dealing with colonization, from Canada to Australia to New Zealand to Palestine. So I'm understanding that there's some cross networking again amongst these various indigenous groups. Do you know much about that?
You mean to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I'll say one of the social medias I use is Twitter. I've seen the most amazing outpouring of Indigenous solidarity for Palestine in the last 8 months from folks who get it. Like I said, occupied people get it. So they're speaking up. They're not one voice. There's different voices. There's some of them who are co-opted by the mainstream narrative, and they buy the idea that the Israelis are indigenous on that land. Some Jews are indigenous on land. Most of them aren't. But whatever your position on it is, other people talk about the largest Indian reserve in the world or the largest concentration camp. But increasingly, I hear people who get it as an indigenous issue. I haven't got a video here, but in I sent you a link to Larry Commodore. He was the one who sailed with us in 2018. We also had an indigenous trade unionist from Yukon, Ron Rousseau, who's a postal worker. So he was supported by his union, but he was also supported by his community. And he saw it very clearly that Palestine was an indigenous issue. So talk about going through the grassroots to the quote unquote leaderships, even the Assembly of First Nations, which lots of people have trouble with. I'm not going to argue in favor of them, but even they, it trickled up, right? Like I say, it trickles up from the grassroots. Even they had to take a position, right? So again, I'm not arguing for any politician. I'm just using that as a flag that indicates that the consciousness has spread throughout certain communities, right? Some faster than others. So
Yeah, I did just read something about a Maori leader.
yeah,
They have something called the Indigenous Coalition in New
mm-hmm.
Zealand. And one of the Maori leaders had talked about um, the history in the Middle East as being always, from time that they can go back to, has had a very strong and prominent Jewish population.
Mm-hmm.
And that the Palestinian population that is now kind of arriving, which like I'm a bit confused about as far as them saying that they're arriving, because when I listened to Dr. Matei talk, he said, Jewish people and Palestinian people have always been there. It's not like you go down to some of the Palestinian people and trace their ancestry, they'll go back to Jewish people. You go back to some of the Jewish people, trace their ancestry, it'll connect back to the Palestinian people.
Mm-hmm.
So where is the divide? How did we come to this point where there's a group of people who are self-identifying as Jewish people and feel that they have, I guess, the rights to?
I think you can date the divide from the British colonial project. So prior to what we call the First World War, the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. I mean, there are a lot of things wrong with the Ottoman Empire, but the Ottoman Empire was, in that part of the world, was a period of relative tolerance that a lot of people got along. So there were many different religious sects. There were non-religious people. There were people of all kinds of ethnic backgrounds who mixed in. I mean, why do you have Armenians in the Levant of the Mediterranean, the eastern part of the Mediterranean? Armenia is a long way away, but there have been centuries-long Armenian populations in many of those countries because it was a large empire. People could move relatively freely, settle, and get along. And I'm not trying to wipe or paint with rosy glasses the Ottoman Empire. It wasn't faultless, but there weren't the tensions, shall we say. There weren't inter-community conflicts between the small Jewish community that had been there for a long time and the Palestinians, who were probably descendants, in many cases, of the local Canaanites, the people who'd been there also for a very long time. Some of the oldest Christian sects in the world have uninterrupted histories in the Holy Land. And before then, so yeah, in a sense, the Muslim Arab population is later, but the local population has been intermingling and interacting for a very, very long time without huge amounts of conflict. Everybody has some conflicts, but you speak now to the grandmother's generation, the people who were ethnically cleansed at the time of the Nakba, and they'll say, we went to each other's weddings, we celebrated with our Christian and our Jewish neighbors without conflicts. What changes all that is it became a quote unquote protectorate of the British Empire. And there was this project called the Balfour Declaration to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine. It wasn't going to was never said it was going to be all of Palestine, but in the British Protectorate of Palestine, they were going to create a Jewish homeland. Now, there's a lot of problems with this, starting with the fact that a colonial power doesn't get, even under the League of Nations protectorate system, doesn't get to decide that for the local population, right? The population was overwhelmingly not Jewish. It was Christian and Muslim Palestinians. You can't impose that. They couldn't impose that anywhere else. They imposed it there. They imposed this idea that there was going to be a quote unquote Jewish homeland, and that became all of the land of that part of Palestine rather than a homeland within it. So there are many, many problems with it. But at the root of it is a racist colonial idea that somebody sitting in London can decide, oh, I'm going to draw lines on a map and say that territory belongs to these people. You know, the godlike colonial powers who try to dictate what goes on. They draw lines in the sand and say that's Syria, that's Iraq, that's Jordan, that's Lebanon. Who gave anybody the authority to do that in London or Paris, London, England, or Paris? It's like the lines that are drawn here. Indigenous people have forever crossed between this part of Turtle Island and what we now call Michigan, and now somebody tells them they need a passport to cross that part of the world. I mean, that's a colonial imposition in itself. If you look at the motivation for that, why was Balfour promising, between quotations, Palestine to a Jewish homeland? Well, in the short run, there was a political deal because they wanted support from the U.S. to win, from their point of view, the First World War. So they needed support from certain factions in the U.S., and that was like a political negotiation. But longer term, if we look at who Balfour was, he was a deeply racist anti-Semite. He hated foreigners in general and Jews in particular. He didn't want them in the UK. He had passed laws before and promoted the idea that Jews had no place in England, that they were foreign Orientals, that is to say, they were from the eastern part of Europe. And he didn't want them in England. And this is an old racist colonial idea. I know, again, I mentioned earlier the book, Eve Engler's book, Canada and Israel Building Apartheid. But this was a racist Christian idea that a way to not have Jews in England and also in Canada and also in the US was to create a quote unquote homeland for them in that biblical place and send them there. So these are from people who didn't want Jews in England or Canada or the US. And we know that through both world wars, especially the Second World War, they were turning them away. This infamous chapter of Canadian history that said none is too many. They were turning away boats of people back to the Holocaust in Europe. That is the impulse that created this project of a state of Israel. And it's older than Jewish Zionism. Christian Zionism predates Jewish Zionism by many, many decades. And it's a horrible combination. I said, so they're anti-Semites. They didn't want Jews in England, Canada, US. It's racist because it said, we're going to send the Jews there to be, and they described it this way, it was going to be a dominion bulwark against, a bulwark for the empire. So you've got the British Empire, they need to protect the Suez Canal and all that shipping. And they're going to be a bulwark against who? Against the Arab countries, right? The Arab masses. So you've got these people who aren't white enough to be in England, but they're better than the other ones. So it's a classic colonial divide and conquer to put the semi-dark people to keep you shielded from the other dark people. So it's a racist maneuver. It's anti-Semitic maneuver, and it also has some really messed up theology. That these are the folks who believed in the rapture, and there's going to be, the Jews have to have their own state, and then they're all going to convert to Christianity or die at the end of days. So this end of days theology, Christian restorationism in like 2 centuries ago, combined with political racism, imperial plans, and anti-Semitism is what gives the authority to Balfour from his office in London to create the idea of this state. Now, is this guy a friend of the Jewish people? I don't think so. The guy's a profoundly racist anti-Semite who hates the Jews and wants them somewhere else, but he sees a politically useful idea of creating that state. The Brits got out in 48 because they didn't want that part of the empire. They were getting out of the empire business in general. They passed it to the States. The States didn't pick it up immediately, right? So under Truman, they weren't really sure. They were lobbied in the States. Who do you think carried the file, literally carried the file from Westminster to Washington? Canadian diplomacy. So as a good imperial, like second to the second thug in the line, they took the idea of a Jewish state in Palestine from the Brits who were getting the hell out to the Americans, right? So our fingerprints have been all over this since 47, 48. In fact, a local connection, because we're talking about local politics, this partition deal, which was part of how Palestine got screwed, the UN Partition Commission was promoted by a guy who later became a Canadian prime minister, but at that point worked in the Foreign Service, Pearson. And who did he put on the commission to weigh in favor of the Zionist option and overrepresent the land that was going to be attributed to the new Israeli state? Was a Canadian judge called Ivan Rand, very famous in Canadian labor history, as he made famous decisions about the sit-down strike at Windsor. But he also went on to found the law school at the University of Western Ontario. So this is a super local story, folks. The partition deal that in many ways started the current injustice that is Palestine, occupied Palestine and Israel, has Canadian fingerprints on it, like I say, from the beginning. So this is our responsibility, among others, to fix. And it's at the perfectly local story right here in London, Ontario, shores of the Deshkan.
Well, that's awesome. I love all that information that you packed in there and showing the role that we played here. The only thing I want to add on top is just in terms of what Galahandi was asking, where that idea came from for a Jewish state. I would just say I put that at the feet of Theodor Herzl, who was the first one to basically define Zionism and create that idea. And the only other thing I wanted to add on top of that is that it's scary. There's a lot of people with different agendas and that they want to see fulfilled. And you kind of bridged on the fact that there are those who believe that this needs to happen for the end of days to come and for Jesus to come back. And usually those ideas, we kept them on the fringe. What's scary for me now is that the fringe are in power. Right. And so you have Americans delivering red heifers to Palestine in order to sacrifice these red heifers and use their ashes to eventually take down the Aqsa Mosque and rebuild the Temple Mount using the ashes of the cow and blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. And all of that was just crazy talk. But now those people are in power. And they have crazy ideas and they want to see them through. And so, sometimes I get lost because for a long time, I was sitting there being like, well, do I talk about, this red heifer conspiracy? I know it's been there on the fringe, but then when I start seeing it in the news media and I see politicians in America blessing the cows before they ship them off, and all of that, I'm just kind of like, well, we have to be very careful because the end game for these politicians is the end of days, which is not what we should be hoping or rooting or trying to make happen. And so I just wanted to add that on there because, sometimes we forget that the reason why it is so bad right now is because the fringe are in power and making decisions on both sides, whether we're talking Israel or we're talking America. But yeah.
Fanatics, I mean, there are more by a factor of 10 or more. There are 10 times as many or more Christian Zionists in North America than there are Jewish. Jewish Zionists are actually not that large a block. They might have certain influence in certain areas, but the Christian Zionists, especially in the States, they can actually get elected as a president, which is frightening. And in certain parts of Canada, I mean, we talked about the Harper government. The Poilievre conservatives have a distinct chunk of their base that actually believes that nonsense, right? So red heifer or no red heifer, when they talk about moving the embassy to Jerusalem, that is a whistle to the Christian Zionist base. And when Herzl, I'll just go back to the historical record. When Herzl formulated Jewish Zionism, he found fertile ground. He actually found Christians who were influential Christian pastors and diplomats who were already talking about it. So we think the Jewish Zionists dated from Herzl, but Herzl in fact realized that he had all these allies. People were already talking about this, and he made a choice to ally himself with the colonial powers. He said, we're going to get this state by working with the British imperialists. And he also said, and this is in his writings, it's not like an interpretation, he also said our other best friends are European anti-Semites. He said the anti-Semites are going to run pogroms and persecution, and they're going to drive Jewish people out, and we just have to direct them towards the new Israeli state, the new Jewish state. So, and this is documented history from the time of Herzl right through the Second World War, that the Zionists very cynically played with European anti-Semites to drive the population towards Israel. So that's, I'm not a history of Zionism, but that's part of the problem here when they talk about these people as being, and the discourse is everywhere now about being friends of the Jews. With friends like that, you really don't need enemies. I mean, those are crazies. And as you say, the fringe has become central. The other thing is, when you got God on your side, you don't make political deals, right? Like an apolitical Zionist, if they didn't have billions of dollars from the US, they'd say, well, we can't defend these borders, we'll defend these borders, right? It's just a pragmatic decision. But if you actually believe you're waiting for the end of time, then you don't make political deals, or you don't have a calculation about what's politically rational. There's no way to make a political deal. So that, for me, the Christian Zionists are the most frightening ones on this continent, because they got God on their side. They're not going to make a deal.
Yeah. And just to add to that, I mean, like, even it's interesting what you're saying with Theodor Herzl, because I remember, if I remember correctly, they were even talking about establishing a state in South America at the beginning, right? It wasn't until World War II opened up that they were kind of like, hey, well, maybe, we can take part of Palestine. Part of me is sitting there just being like, it could have been this close for them trying to take over Egypt and saying, hey, well, we built the pyramids. They did try to take Sinai. And just to add to what Galahendi was talking about, my family, my mom used to talk about her parents and how my grandfather, in their apartment building, there were Christians living with Jews, living with Muslims. They all lived in the same apartment building. No one had a problem with anyone. Right. But that kind of changed when the 1948 Nakba began. There were some Jewish people who were like, hey, let's move. We've got our own Jewish state. Let's go. They need us in numbers, because the population heavily favored Palestinians at that time. And so they were trying to play this population game where it's like, the more people we get here, the more power we have. Right. And so it almost became like a duty. There's a very famous Zionist out there by the name of Haim Saban, the creator of Power Rangers. And at the time, he was living in Alexandria in Egypt and moved to Israel when he had that opportunity. Right. And on top of that, you had a few other events. I remember in Egypt, I believe it was called the Lavon Affair, where you had Israel actually attacking in Egypt synagogues, their own synagogues and Jewish places and businesses in Egypt, to kind of scare everyone, being like, it is not safe for Jewish people here. They hate you. You got to get out. You've got to come to Israel. This has to happen. But it wasn't Arabs or Muslims that were doing this. It was their own government. And to what end? I mean, they went out and they attacked the USS Liberty, the American warship that was sitting there. Israel was the one who attacked it and killed American soldiers, and trying to get America into this war at that time. And so, they have a long history of doing this, and we are seeing them using that same playbook today. When they go and they bomb the Syrian, when they bomb within Syria, and, it literally blows up the building beside the Canadian embassy, damaging it. And we're just sitting there being like, oh, we saw nothing. Yeah, that's not a problem, whatever. All of this is hoping for a response. They're hoping for a big response from Iran so that they can bring America into the war where America is already funding it, right? And so, it is scary times. But I just wanted to add that, Gillihan, because you were asking me, when did this happen? And I was like, even in my family, my grandparents were living with Jewish people and no one had a problem, right? So there you go.
Yeah, there's a beautiful memoir Stephanie and I just read by Avi Schleim. Right, I'm going to have to look up the name again. But it's basically a memoir of an Arab Jew from Iraq. And Baghdad had a huge Jewish community. They were very influential. They had a good life. There wasn't anti-Semitism. They got along with everybody. And the creation of the state of Israel changed everything. And so he was in three worlds. His family's childhood and past was there. He went to Israel, had a rough time because they were immigrants from the East. And then he went to Oxford, and he eventually into England. He was educated at Oxford and eventually became a professor of international relations. But it's about the construction of this enmity. And for Arab Jews in particular, and there are many of them, it's particularly hard because they're the others, but they're inside, right? So you have this very stratified society of white European Jews, non-white Mizrahi, Eastern Jews, and then the sub, like the third or fourth class citizens are the Palestinians who live in Israel, Palestinian citizens of Israel, and then the Palestinians in the occupied territory. So it's a very stratified society. But absolutely, it's artificially divided ultimately by these colonial games. You mentioned the USS Liberty, and I just want to pause there. An American warship, it was a signal ship, but it was part of the American military navy. During that war was shelled, attacked, bombed, strafed by the Israeli Air Force, killing US servicemen who have never been able to get justice because the story is always hushed up and never investigated in the States. Some of those servicemen, I've met one of them, Joe Meadors, has been on the flotilla. So he comes back to sail on the flotilla as a way of keeping alive the story of his lost shipmates who aren't seeing justice in the States. So that's another one of these threads that comes back.
Wow.
We said many movements have said they thought we were seeds. They thought they buried us. They didn't know we were seeds. They thought they'd buried the story of the USS Liberty. It just keeps giving it, just keeps coming back. And Joe Meador and the USS Liberty's survivors are still demanding justice. They want their story to be heard. They want to say this supposed ally killed American servicemen. I'll be right back. I just got to step away for a minute.
All right.
But the Americans kind of are not backing down in their support of Israel, right? That's kind of where we're feeding into this whole colonial still mindset of power. Comes down to resources, land, and power. Seem to be the evil behind all these kind of countries that do this, like when the British did it to um, numerous countries, Israel now doing it there. South Africa, I think, had something very similar. So it's always about money or power. Um, what it comes down to, it seems. And the only counter to it has always been grassroots movements. It's always been the little people who have decided we've had enough and we have to organize. And
Yeah.
which like you said, we're seeing a huge amount of support for Palestine around the world, and it's awesome to see. That the problem is it is still um, a majority of grassroots people that are providing that support, and for whatever reason we're not getting the government on board yet, and that's what we still need to do. We need to get more government on board.
Yeah. I mean, just to add to that, Galahindi, from day one of this, I have, since October 7th, I have been saying, the sad reality is, no matter where you are in the world, yeah, maybe we can pressure divestment. But the only way we are going to see peace and change in Palestine is one of two ways. It's either Americans rise up and force their president to end this funding and stop using their taxpayer money to keep this occupation, this apartheid and genocide going. And if Israel rises up and starts removing the extremists that basically run their Knesset. Because at the end of the day, even if we were to take Benjamin Netanyahu away, whoever you replace him with doesn't have an issue with what is happening in Palestine. They have an issue with the fact that they didn't just make a deal to get the hostages out. They're happy to see these children being killed. They're happy to see that they're making the land completely uninhabitable. And so it's not, it won't be enough in Israel specifically, getting rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. You got to make sure the Ben Gavirs, the Smotriches don't get in. But even when they present you someone like Benny Gantz was in the war cabinet. He was part of the group overseeing this. And so forgive me if I'm not excited by the prospect that maybe Israel will be able to remove Benjamin Netanyahu when they are very clearly saying that we want to bring him down and put in Benny Gantz. I'm like, well, they're part of the same cabinet,
Right.
right? And so there's a lot of work to be done. But ultimately, if you're not in America or Israel, the best we can hope for is divesting, pressuring, making sure there's an arms embargo and stuff like that. But even if Canada said, "Hey, we demand a ceasefire, or we demand this, or we demand that," the UN is going to be like, "Yeah, well, it's not like you have a veto, right?" At the end of the day, it's the American veto. And even when America gets a ceasefire proposal passed through the Security Council, where is this ceasefire, I ask, right? Like the UN Security Council, we kept getting vetoed, and that was the issue. The point is we whether it's America or Israel, they're just going to delay, hoping that everyone else out there who cares will be fatigued and give up any idea that change is possible.
That's
But I'm
always
here.
been a strategy, though, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I look at you, Galahandi, and I look at the First Nation, the Inuit, the Métis. You survived the genocide. You've just survived. They threw the whole playbook at you. They wanted to get rid of your traditions, and you are still living with that. Right? It's not like everything is you've been given land back. The land back still has to be there. They're not respecting treaties. When they talk truth and reconciliation, it's more performative than actual substance. And so, whenever I'm feeling hopeless, I look and I say, look, no, they survived it. And they're still fighting. Right. And so I
Yeah,
want to be the best ally I can be because I see it, I feel it, and I know change doesn't come until we unite.
we have to really be thankful for the ancestors because the concept of the divide and conquer idea is ultimately what was part of the process. And so the way that you do that is, first of all, they're taking the children away, right? That's what the residential school system was all about, was taking the children away. That way, now you're cutting off the transfer of our tradition and ceremony down a generation. And then that generation unlearns their ways. And so the next generation it continues to less, there's less knowledge as the generations go. When that part of it wasn't fully working, the next part was to offer indigenous people um, jobs. We have beautiful opportunities for you here in the city. So what you have to do though to get those is, first of all, you have to sign this paper that says you are no longer indigenous or acknowledge your indigeneity, and we will move you to the city. We'll provide you jobs, education, and a better way of life. Well, those jobs and education didn't happen, right? They didn't get, they got trained to be janitors. They got trained to be, manual laborers or general laborers. They never got trained to be lawyers or doctors or any of the other things because the funding that was there wasn't for that, right?
Mhm.
So they limited what you could do. And if you got an education in a university system in Canada, again, you just automatically lost your status. So that was another way of dividing the urban native people from the people who stayed true to the roots and stuck with, in their allowed reservation or reserve or however they want to label it. But those ones that stayed on the reserve are the ones who maintained the culture and maintained the language. And so people like my family who opted to move to the city in the hopes that we're going to get a better life, and ended up getting, you know, the the bad end of the stick, so to speak. Um, we lost it all, and so it's that much harder for us to kind of reclaim that language and culture without, um, because it's not just from resources. So we have to really now thank the people who stayed on the reserves and maintained those teachings, and for being willing to actually open up those teachings to us. Even though we're still the same people, they don't always necessarily see us as the same people because there was that whole divide and conquer part. So what was the people on the reserve saw us urban natives as apples, because we were, we're indigenous, so we are red on the outside, but we decided to opt for the white man's way of life, and so we're
Hmm.
really white on the inside. And so that whole apple analogy was a derogative term for us. And so to go back and for us apples to go back and say we want to reclaim our culture and our teachings and everything, there was some reluctance there. Um, and it's taken a number of years for us to kind of break those barriers to for our elders to truly understand, we are all one people. And our knowledge that we have is meant to be shared. When I have Dan and Mary Lou on the stream, Dan often talks about having gone to his elders and saying, is it okay for me to teach the ceremony to other people? And the elders are saying, that's what the teachings are meant for. They're meant to be taught. That's why they're called teachings. And if you don't teach it, then what's the point in learning it?
Hmm.
So so Dan teaches wherever he can, anytime, and he can talk. he he loves to tell the teachings and explain his indigeneity to people. So I love having him on stream because of that. It's an awesome resource to have someone like Dan and
Hmm.
Mary Lou too, to come and talk to us once in a while. And David knows Dan and Mary Lou as well and has been to many of their ceremonies.
Hmm. Well, I mean, there's a lot there that I really enjoyed hearing. Let me just add a couple of things. First off, just before I start, I wanted to address Red Dreezy. Yes, 100%. Surviving is the optimal word there. Because there hasn't been truth, there hasn't been reconciliation, and hell, most people are still living in a boil water advisory. So obviously, there's still more to do. Um, and I just wanted to clarify that. But in terms of something you were saying, Galahindi, that really struck a chord with me was that idea that there's a lot owed to the people who stayed on the reservations, right? And that is something I see a parallel with Palestine, because there's a lot of people right from the get-go who are just like, well, why doesn't Egypt let them in? Why don't they all just leave to Egypt? Why don't they go to Lebanon? Why don't they go to the Jordan? Well, that part of that reasoning is, again, if they leave, they are never able to come back. It is what Israel wants. They have been saying from day one, maybe we'll make them an artificial island. Even this week, while I was reading in Haaretz, where they were like, well, we want to make a corridor so that people who need medical evacuations, they don't stay in Egypt, but they go to another foreign country. And it's like, okay, well, after they get treatment, will they be able to come back? Of course not. They still haven't been given the right to return. And so the ones who remain are basically keeping that hope alive for Palestine. Even while Israel is basically at a point now in Gaza specifically that are just bombing rubble, while if you look at the West Bank, they are stealing the lands in other ways. They have let settlers run amok. The plan there, let citizens create all the war crimes, steal all the lands, will give citizens that power so that it'll be a little harder for the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice to say, oh, this was Israel's plan. Israel's going to be like, oh, it wasn't us. We told the citizens not to do it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We gave them guns. But ultimately, that wasn't a government thing. That was just the people there. And so I thought that was a very, very strong point that you made, where there is a lot that is owed to those here in the First Nation, Inuit, Métis who stayed in the reservations, kept those traditions alive, so that there are some, so that they can be brought back. The question I have for you is for someone who's an outsider, for instance. Sometimes I don't know, like, you have this wonderful thing where you have a bunch of words that you are sharing with everyone to learn. But then I don't know if I'm comfortable to say these things. Is this something I can say? Is it not? I don't know. I just try to absorb as much information I can from people like yourself, La Sioux, anyone with that direct connection with First Nations, Inuit, Métis. And I still have a lot of learning to do. So, anyway.
Our school system here in London for a while, because I haven't been in touch with the school system for a bit of time, but we're required in Canada, for those of you who don't know, to have a second language. And primarily the second language a majority of the mainstream population learn is French, because French and English seem to be the two primary languages in Canada. Um, but our school system is starting to teach Oneida class or Onyida classes to any students who wish to take it. So you don't have to be Indigenous to take these courses, but it's just being presented as a second language, which students can opt to take, which I think is really uh, a good step forward because, like Lord, anyone who knows the artist from New Zealand, she's a pop singer. She approached the Maori elders in New Zealand and had them assist her, language keepers and knowledge keepers and elders, assist her in translating 5 of her songs into the Maori language. And so what she said to the media was, it is settlers' responsibility to amplify the voices of the indigenous people so that they can reclaim their language and their ceremony and make it an everyday thing. So in New Zealand, there are radio stations that are strictly in Maori language, which I think is really cool to know. We don't have that here in Canada, really. We have APTN, which is a Aboriginal People's Television Network, which has Indigenous programming, but it's limited. And as far as the language, there's like I think 2 or 3 different children's programs that run in either Cree or Anishinaabe languages, which is a start. But I think we have so much more to move forward towards, and so this is kind of struggles that why we here on Turtle Island can kind of really relate to the same activities that go on in other countries around the world, like New Zealand and Australia and South Africa, etc. Because we've all kind of come through that same history. It's just, it's rinse and repeat, right? When it comes to colonization, there's a strategy, you do it, and then you just keep doing it until wherever you feel the need to conquer and overtake resources and land.
Yeah.
And welcome back, David.
Hi, guys. Hi. Steph and I have been listening in as I do a bit of domestic stuff here. I wanted to say about the Maori media, we had a Maori journalist and a camera person from her chain in Aotearoa, New Zealand, on the flotilla. So Marama was the politician. The Maori politician was 2016, so this was the year before, 2015, on the Freedom Flotilla. Yeah, she broadcast. She's not of Maori descent. She's South Asian. I'm not going to say settler, but immigrant to New Zealand. But she's learned the language, and she's on their national broadcaster in Maori language, reporting about another occupied people. It was also the first drone footage we had of the flotilla 9 years ago. So absolutely, reporting in languages is important. I'm going to grab a video I have here of, well, actually, I've got a couple of videos. So play this one. Can you see Quiva? The name is spelled differently. She's Irish. She has an interesting history. And my other answer, Peacefire, Ihab, when people ask me, how do you keep your spirits up, or what's in it for you? What's in it that keeps you going? I first of all say, well, when I retire, I'm going to plant olive trees and study Mahmoud Darwish's poetry in the original in a free Palestine. But until we get there, I meet the most extraordinary people. So I meet the two of you, and when I travel, I've traveled in the last 10 years. I've mainly traveled. I've taught in Europe for a while, and I said I've been to different parts of Canada. You meet the most extraordinary people because the flotilla family is like family that I've never met. So in 2018, I was on the west coast of France, and the French campaign said, we need somebody to go up to the Belgian border. We're having difficulty with the boat there. I went there. People just, like they said, there's an activist arriving on 23 o'clock, like almost midnight on the train. These people met me, put me up in their home, sent me on my way. I followed that boat down the canal into Paris. I was met by people in Paris who put us up. One of the people in Paris was an 84-year-old who had been a hidden child a Jewish child during the Second World War. And she said, I'm alive today because people like you broke the law and hid us. So she's still out there working for migrants in France. The crime of solidarity of helping migrants in France, like a lot of places, is criminalized. And when you're talking about that, people who stay on the land, one of the slogans, because this is a conversation here in the community. I have a lot of friends from Gaza who, like the guy I described, they want to get their parents or their family out of Gaza. At the same time, they don't want to depopulate the land. Right? So there's that tension. And the slogan that for me that kind of sums all of that up is actually from the migrant rights movement. So the people who come here and do the work in Canada but don't have the right to stay here. The migrant rights movement says very simply, they need three freedoms: the freedom to move, the freedom to stay, the freedom to return to their home one day. And that's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 13 right there. People need to be able to move around their country, leave their country, and return freely to their country. And that's the right that's denied Palestinians every day. Move around the country, they can't do it. They can't leave their country, they can't return to their country. So leaving their country shouldn't be a problem if they could go back. The problem is, as you say, the occupier wants them out because they don't want to let them come back. And they don't want to let them back to their lands within occupied Palestine. So as I said earlier, a lot of it boils down to the freedom of movement, but a lot of the motivation is about meeting extraordinary people. So I'd like you to play the story of Quiva, who has been involved in some of those movements like the ISM that were mentioned in the Corey video, the International Solidarity Movement. She's also, she'll tell you about her own background, and she's also involved in the flotilla. Can you see the video that I got queued up there?
While you guys set that up, I need to just step out for a second, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I don't see anything yet. You have to click on the present again, like the last time you did.
Got it right next to me. I can see it on screen below this screen.
Oh, that's right. I have to do the other thing. I forgot.
Yeah. You're in control. You're the producer.
Okay.
Here's Quiva. I'm going to shut my camera and listen to Quiva.
2008, and I'm here in a capacity of psychosocial resourcing and trauma-informed supports for participants in this flotilla. The trauma work I do stems from working with refugee communities, but also it comes from personal journey. As a young activist, I lived and worked accompanying Palestinian communities in the West Bank in 2001 and 2002, and during an invasion of Jenin refugee camp, I was shot.
A 24-year-old Irish woman was also hit in the fighting. The Israeli army says it will investigate both incidents, but Quiva Butterly, a pro-Palestinian peace activist, has no doubt it was the Israelis who shot her.
The tank could see me very clearly. It opened fire and I was hit at close range.
But even more than that, it was the witness of Kasled. In Gaza in 2009, working alongside incredibly brave Palestinian paramedics and witnessing the deliberate and systematic targeting of their colleagues. And as we all lived through those massacres, I had a really clear decision that I knew that I needed to train to be able to better support them. And I think the centrality of trying to bring in that trauma-informed lens to make sure that other young people do not have to journey that alone, that they have language around trauma and moral injury and overwhelm, but they also have a sense of their own capacity, both to absorb and integrate and process, and that they can do so held with a duty of collective care around them. Over the past 2 weeks, I've personally witnessed that whole emotional roller coaster, particularly after people are told that there is a delay and then another delay. When people, prepare themselves, are ready to go, their bags are packed, they're focused, they're unified, and then there's another delay. This impacts people. It impacts their morale, their focus, their energy.
And we are recommending that you sadly return home. I know.
But one of the powerful things I think that we're all witnessing is that recovery process, regathering, regrouping process is getting faster, with time, that people are riding those ebbs and flows, almost like the sea that we're trying to, cross. And in a way, a certain amount of acceptance. And when we think of that patience, that sabr, that the Palestinian people that we've been trying to accompany hold with such grace and care and courage, that in itself has been a lesson to people, how to remain patient and still, but also ready, for when the conditions are actually right that we can move. Those who step into this space of organizing and participation in the flotillas, are doing so oftentimes at the expense of safety, of security, of predictability. People leave their families, and their families are often holding huge anxiety, about a mission that could potentially, incur either physical injury, imprisonment, deportation, etc. So even people getting themselves into a space, given the precedent of 2010, the precedent of 2009, it is so important that we, as a community of organizers, can really hold that space, both of courage and power and focus, and also vulnerability. There's so many unknowns in this. There is the potential bureaucratic sabotage that we've seen and see vis-a-vis inspections and flagging, etc. So this is an intentional tactic to demoralize. I don't think it will be successful. People are so focused on the urgency of Gaza and so clear in the resolve to continue. Whether or not it's on a ship or on the land is happening. It's happening on college campuses, it's happening in teach-ins. So much work that is going on so many levels. I think this actually reminds people of the urgency of the situation when people see the absence of their governments and the total clear realization that it is only through people mobilizing that there will be any impactful change on the immense, profound suffering of people in Gaza now and in Palestine in general. So as much as possible, we're trying to hold a duty of care around those who have left their lives and their families and their livelihoods, their communities, to come and join us in this expression of global collective solidarity and absorbing the horror and the grief of the past 7 months and the decades that preceded it in Palestine, but also around the power of the collective. What has been clear and evident is that there is so much wisdom in this space and so much love in this space. And a certain fragility that everybody is experiencing on this planet, I think if they're human, basically. Because if we don't have care as a central tenet in our political organizing, then we replicate the dynamics that we're trying to oppose.
نسقط إن سقطت ولن تسقط لا ولن نسقط ما دمنا باقون صبا كنهر.
Well, that is awesome. I'm not sure where everybody went. Oh, there they are. It's like, I will fill in the dead air, but that is awesome.
So I think that, when she's talking about there being so much love and camaraderie in these spaces, I think a lot of it comes down to these are the people who are involved in this are human people with human feelings and thoughts. They're not looking at this from a very corporate mentality or colonial mentality. They're looking at this as like these are other humans that we're talking about, and we're discussing. So they can understand that. When we're thinking of, for example, here in Canada, we have something uh, called Truth and Reconciliation that we're working on, where an organization, a committee, created a list of 94 calls to action for for moving towards truth and reconciliation. And so far, in 9 years since Trudeau has implemented this, as of June 2024, 14 of them have been completed out of 94. So, you just think, how is it that possible that we're only seeing that many things? So I'm being asked, uh, what is it? I don't know why it's saying this, but let me see what happens if I do that. I got something that says guess, but oh,
Oh no.
that's not the one I wanted. Um, Hold on. I'm gonna have to message him. So there were two screens up. I was trying to close the video screen, so I'm being asked by chat to go full screen, and then I just removed David. I'm just gonna.
Hopefully he's still there. I'm sure it'll be fine.
And I'm hoping that he's on Facebook because, well, I can send it to him through email too. Because he's probably going, hey, what just happened? Oh, sorry about that.
Hey.
Sorry about that, David. I was trying to close the video screen and it knocked you both out.
Close me too. That's okay.
I blame technology. Don't worry.
Always blame technology.
They're trying to silence us.
Whether
I know
it's
that.
talk or a pen and paper or something on a computer, just blame the technology. It's always
Yeah.
the technology's fault. Simple as that.
I don't trust that duck in the corner at all. Anywho.
No, it's always looking the same way, away from us. I don't get it. And it's got looks like a dollar sign on its ear. Is that an S or a dollar? Anyway, I don't trust it. But yeah, Cuiva is one of the many remarkable people that I've had the privilege of meeting through the flotilla. And yeah, the boats take us to remarkable places and we meet remarkable people. And it's the people that keep the movement going. And she's absolutely right about a duty of care towards our participants, towards their families, towards everybody. There's a beautiful poem. I won't try to go get the video, but in 2015, one of the people who sailed was an Israeli-Palestinian member of the Knesset, the Joint Arab List that elects a certain number of people to the Knesset. And when he traveled here in 2016 for the People's Social Forum in Montreal, his wife came with him, and she read a poem in Arabic, and then one of our Jewish friends read the English translation. And it was about how when they're at sea, they're not the only ones at sea, that their families and their loved ones have their hearts that are at sea with them. And this man was also later in prison, and it's true of political prisoners. They don't just imprison one person; they imprison the hearts of their family and their community and everybody who loves them at the same time. And when they're bombing, Gaza to smithereens, they're bombing the hearts and minds of all of the communities that are linked to them. So it's the trauma is pervasive, and the answer is community care. We have to look after each other as we struggle to overcome this kind of oppression. But Cuiva says it much better than I do. So one of your comments was asking where to find that segment in particular. I can't link to it. I went looking for it. It was Winterberry, something like that. Somebody was asking about that
Yeah,
segment.
I was going to ask you. Someone asked if there was a link to that.
I couldn't search it right now because I'm such a dummy on Insta. I'm going to say it's on all our channels. So we posted earlier the link tree for Freedom Flotilla Coalition. It might be easy if you're good at Insta. You can find. I know it went out on Insta. I know I tweeted it, but I'm gonna take a risk and try to find it on our YouTube channel and share that link with you. Okay.
Okay.
So bear with me while I look for that. I have more videos on my laptop that I can share if you want.
Yeah,
But it's up
whatever
to you
you
guys.
whatever you want to share with us, definitely.
Anytime you have anything to share, send it our way. We
And
will, at the very least, put it in our Discord. We can pin it in our chats. There's ways we can
another
try to help
platform
amplify it.
Another platform that I don't know enough about, but I hear interesting things about Discord. Okay, so let me try to grab Diana Boutou, who's a very well-known Palestinian human rights lawyer, and talking about the closure of Gaza and this myth that that Gaza has only been closed since 2006.
I think Fabuli might have found the Instagram and dropped that in chat. Is that the one, David, if you can see the chat?
That's a Gaza. She put in Gaza Freedom Flotilla on
Freedom
Instagram.
Coalition, anyone. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a few. You can tell by the numbers. If it doesn't have 188,000 or more, it's not us.
This has 188,000.
That's the one. Okay, Gaza. But if to find the specific video of Quiva, let me try. Actually, YouTube might be better.
Sure.
So give me a second. I'll be right back with that link. But meanwhile, let me see if we got Diana Boutou talking about the importance of the flotilla. Has that come up yet?
Oh, I have to. Give me a second here. Yes, here we go. Ads.
Flotilla setting sail to go from one country to another country, because that is the only way that this blockade, that this siege can be broken. The only way that you can understand the aftermath of October 7th is to be able to understand what was happening in the 30 years that preceded October the 7th. It's a myth that the siege began in 2006, 2007 with the general election that happened. Why? Because since the 1990s, Israel has had some form of closure or blockade on the Gaza Strip. You could see that from the 1990s, even up until 2006, that there wasn't free access or free flow of people or of goods into the Gaza Strip. To the contrary, Israel was controlling all aspects of that. The siege was then solidified and then, of course, intensified in the years 2006, 2007. This is important because in order to understand the legality, you need to understand that history. So let's go on to the legality. Is the siege legal? And the answer is obviously no. Israel as an occupier is under an obligation to protect and to ensure that Palestinians have what's necessary, not to impose a blockade on them. And instead, what Israel has done is it's created a system of blockade and closure in order to punish Palestinians. Remember, Palestinians are stateless. In the Gaza Strip, 80% of them are refugees. We're talking about a child population where more than 50% are under the age of 18. All of this, of course, has been compounded by Israel's genocide now in the Gaza Strip. And what Israel has now done is it's combined the blockade with measures of starvation, with the deliberate targeting of aid workers, with the deliberate targeting of UN workers, in order to create the conditions where there is genocide. And that's why we are seeing death by starvation. And we've seen that this isn't just actions, but deliberate intent backing those actions. And the reason that they could turn off the tap, so to speak, was because of the fact that they had been maintaining such a brutal siege and blockade on the Gaza Strip. Add that together, and you can see that the impact and the intent is genocide. But there is a history of it, and the history of it is that Israel has made deliberate attempts to try to starve off the Gaza Strip in the hopes that somehow they can exert more control. Look, the Israeli logic when it comes to Palestinians is that what won't be learned with force will only be learned with more force. One of the most important things right now is to break that siege and break that blockade. And I want to paint the picture for what it's like here in Palestine. and what it is that we're seeing from this end. This isn't just a blockade and siege that's being imposed by the Israeli government. It's a blockade and siege that's being imposed by the Israeli government that Israeli citizens are cheering on. In fact, we've seen that Israelis have been attacking aid trucks. We've seen that Israelis have put up blockades so that trucks can't move forward. We've actually even seen them put up bouncy castles. You know, those castles that you use for your kids for their birthday parties. We've seen that they've put them up in the middle of the street in order to block trucks from going in. While they've put up these bouncy castles, they're distributing popcorn, giving out cotton candy, blasting songs, and dancing. And so our genocide is literally their entertainment. And that's why it's so important for people to come together to actually work to break that blockade. Is it legal? Yes, it's legal to break the blockade because the blockade by its nature is illegal. And this is why it's so imperative upon countries and upon individuals to do what's necessary in order to break that siege. We see the importance of this flotilla setting sail to go from one country to another country, because that is the only way that this blockade, that this siege can be broken. We've seen that Israel has ignored diplomatic efforts to break the blockade. We've even seen that Israel has ignored any attempts or any calls by the international community to allow aid in. And so this is where it becomes imperative upon individuals to act. We're up against a lot. Gaza's not easily accessible. And so when we think of the global ways to deal with the siege, it's impossible to effectively do it by air. By land, we have the combination of the Israeli settlers and soldiers and the Egyptians who are trying to block access, particularly given Israel's takeover of the Rafah border crossing. And all that's left is by sea. I don't underestimate the difficulty of this flotilla coming in, but the message that it sends to the world, and especially to Palestinians, is that the world is not leaving Gaza alone. The world is not turning a blind eye to this siege, to this blockade. The world actually believes that Palestinians have a right to exist. They have a right to be alive, and they have a right to thrive. And that is the most powerful message that can be sent to Palestinians at this time.
The video cut off there, or was that the end there?
Well, that's the end. That's the end.
Okay. All right.
So Dana Butu is, as I say, a very famous human rights attorney, international lawyer. She was formerly a spokesperson for the Palestine Liberation Organization, for the PLO.
Mhm.
But she wanted to stress that this business of the siege beginning in 2006-07 is a myth, that Gaza has been under Israeli state control and the closure began decades earlier.
Yeah,
So that
it ignores both intifadas at that point.
Exactly. So it ignores, as always, the military ignores international law and diplomacy and the words of governments. So that's why it's a, it's a human people-to-people action to try to challenge it. But just one of the extraordinary voices, and that video, like the others we've mentioned, are in a way the easiest way to search them is on our YouTube channel. I mean, we are on TikTok and elsewhere, and if that's your jam, go for it. But I can find them most easily on the Freedom Flotilla YouTube, which I just shared that link there. And
Yeah,
specifically the one we heard just before, Caoimhe Butterly from Ireland, talking about trauma-informed support. That one I gave the specific link to it, but you can search more of them there at Freedom Flotilla Coalition for the videos. So extraordinary people, extraordinary social media, amazing messages. And that's part of the work, is just sharing the messages, folks. We said earlier, don't stop talking about Palestine. Talking about it includes informing yourself and informing those around you. So share up the videos and learn about them and help other people learn about it. That's part of the work.
Well, I mean, for me, every stream since October 7th, I spend, I don't know how many 100 hours at this point, but every stream we talk about Palestine, the latest news about it, things people can do, petitions they can sign, ways to get involved. And for me, one of the big projects, or one of my big missions, was as someone who lived post 9/11 and understands just how demonizing the media can be. Uh, I've been trying to rehumanize Palestinians, right? Usually, when we look to our mainstream media, you're only going to see a Palestinian who is that they're alleging is a terrorist or as someone who is suffering and they're sharing all this trauma porn. But you never see regular Palestinians who you can relate with. You don't see talented Palestinians who you can admire and inspire to be. In fact, it is more dangerous for a Palestinian to pick up a pen than it is for one to pick up a gun. And every time we've had wonderful thinkers, people trying to spread that message of peace, whether it be through poetry or other essays and writings. I'm talking about everything from Ghassan Hanafani to Refat al-Arir. Time and time again, we keep seeing this pattern repeated. And the media will try to pretend as if, oh, they might have been supporting Hamas or they might have had this connection. It's like, no, the only thing they ever did was they picked up a pen and they try to express what they are going through. And that is never a crime. And when they get assassinated, there should be more outrage than what we see today. Anywho, just some my 2 cents in there.
Absolutely. Amen, brother. I've shared there the Telegram channel, which is where the new stuff comes out, but all of it will land on our YouTube and other pages. So these stories and others. And yeah, you don't think of an Oxford researcher like Salim when you think of a Palestinian, but they're everywhere and they're working in business and academia and all kinds of different technical areas. And they're here in our communities. So reach out to your neighbors and reach out to your coworkers and classmates. There's Palestinians need to hear that they're not alone, whether it's at home or elsewhere. I mean, the community where Gana Hindi and I live, there was an attack earlier this last month where people who had a sign in solidarity with Palestinian human rights in front of their home. First, people attacked the signs and started vandalizing them, and then they started burning their home. And this is in London, Ontario. So it's very serious hate crime against people who speak up or stand up for Palestine. And if that can happen here, just imagine what happens elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, and
I
that's, I think, yeah, Peacefire, you mentioned this the other day. We were talking about the fact that if people don't unite and gather and speak up against Palestine, then this is something that can happen anywhere, right? And has, well, the whole, again, we kind of beating a dead horse. I feel like I'm repeating myself. But colonization's happened all over the world, and it continues to happen. It's a kind of a rinse and repeat kind of mentality for a lot of these controlling countries. And the only way to stop it is by standing up and uniting voices to kind of speak against it. So if it is so awesome to see the support that Palestine is getting from all the grassroots organizations, we really got to push the governments to kind of unite and get on the same page as well. I think that's ultimately in U.S. of course is going to be the biggest one, right? Because without the U.S., I think that a lot of the other countries are just are wait and see kind of idea of attitudes of, well, let's see what the U.S. is going to do.
Well, I mean, one of the scary moments that we are living through right now is that people no longer have faith in our institutions. They don't have faith in our media. We keep hoping, okay, well, the UN, it is designed to prevent these kind of things of happening, and the UN can't get it together. The ICC, the ICJ, yes, they say things, but they don't change the situation on the ground. So, David, I guess the question I have is, what more can we do so that we can pressure the institutions to do the jobs that they're supposed to be doing?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get you a video about the IC from the social media artist who's brought a lot of this work, Tan Safi. I should have downloaded it before Gala Hindi. I don't know if I send you the link, whether you can grab it. But there's one there on that site, which is about the ICC, ICJ. Institutions are only as strong as the people who back them. So we're back to the, better politicians because they have better voters, right? Why did South Africa bring a case at the International Court of Justice? Because their electorate demands it, right? They know, and that's why other countries have backed it. That's why Mexico elected the first woman president, the first Jewish president, who said she stands with the Palestinians of Gaza. Claudia Sheinbaum is historic in many ways, but she hears what her electorate says on these issues. So, I mean, we're getting more isolated in North America. And I agree with you that the crucial support for the Israeli occupation comes from the US, but the US can be progressively isolated. I mean, if you look at the history of what happened around the fall of apartheid in South Africa, the last supporters were Thatcher and Reagan in the UK and the US respectively. Canada bailed on them. I mean, he was a conservative prime minister, did a lot of terrible things, but Mulroney saw the writing on the wall. He saw what was happening in the English-speaking world, like the majority part of the Commonwealth, the English-speaking nations were also in the majority non-white world, and they were demanding people take a stand for South Africa. People in Canada, civil society, were demanding people take a stand for South Africa. And that was the decade in the 80s when people forced universities to divest and other institutions. So when he took a leap, I mean, people wanted to say nice things about him because he died recently. I don't think he was a particularly admirable person, but he was a wily enough politician to see that things were changing, and he got a little bit ahead of the curve. And so Canada led the way for who? They led the way for the most whitest, racist part of the political scene in the US and UK, who eventually did come around, abandoned white South Africa, and apartheid had to deal with the ANC and with Mandela and his comrades. Even though our recent Prime Minister Harper was in a social movement that believed Mandela was a terrorist and should remain in prison. I mean, there were people who supported white South Africa to the end. They're still in our political classes. But there was a sea shift in Canada. We can do it again. But again, it's not led by the politicians. And when Canada shifts, it's an unimportant middle power, but it further isolates the US and the UK, who historically have been the last bastions of empire. So it does matter what we do in Canada. It matters for us. It matters for Palestinian Canadians. It matters for Palestinians in Palestine. And even though this first quote unquote arms embargo is full of holes, that means we have to work to patch up the holes and make it more and more watertight to stop the flow of arms there and the flow of arms back. That's a political struggle, but it's also a grassroots struggle. I went a few months ago with a group of people, mostly from the GTA, but some from London, some from other communities, and picketed an arms factory in Mississauga. Other people are picketing arms manufacturers other places in Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, BC. Canada has far too much addiction to the arms trade. A lot of it, not all of it, a lot of it involves Israeli apartheid and supporting the genocide. So this is a moment that we can seize to make people aware of the struggle against the arms trade. Also necessary work. Is it going to happen tomorrow? No way. Is it going to happen? Yes. If we all take part in the struggle and do what we can, whether it's going to those early morning pickets or supporting the people who go there or raising funds when they need legal defense. I mean, look at the UK. Palestine Action has basically shut down Elbit Systems in many, not everywhere, but many places in the UK by persistent people's action against those factories. So it can be done. And many of them are, not all of them, many of them are being acquitted in court. Because judges are saying, yeah, you had to do that in order to save lives in Palestine. So, if the justice system, so-called justice system, is tipping in some cases in that direction, it means, well, we knew we were on the right side of history, but it's bending in our direction. So get involved at any one of those levels, whether it's just sharing the stories, like I said before, or supporting the people who are on the front lines, shutting down the arms factories, because that's part of the struggle too.
Well, I mean, on everything you said, yeah, on point, absolutely agree with. I guess I just wanted to get back to the UN one sec, because, I struggle to understand how the UN can do its job when certain countries who profit off war can veto, right? And we have, I believe it was Gaddafi who finally got to speak at the UN and called them out on an epic speech where he like laid out all the problems that exist within the UN, why vetoes need to go away, why there needs to be more representation for smaller countries, and have more seats at the Security Council. And it wasn't shortly thereafter that, Gaddafi was then killed. So is there some kind of hope? Is there some way we can activate in order of pushing our governments to call for reforms at the UN, or is that just a fool's errand?
I'm not an expert, okay, in that area. A good friend and colleague, emeritus, just retired professor of law at Western, who was the UN Human Rights Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in the Occupied Palestinian Territory, Michael Link, he thinks it's worth engaging with the UN. Not because it's perfect, but because it does set a certain moral or legal standard internationally. Do people respect it? Obviously not enough. Do countries with vetoes use their vetoes? Yes, but that allows us to talk about which countries are vetoing and why. I'll talk about one small example because I'm, as you've noticed by now, I'm biased towards people's action. Under the previous Harper government, Canada failed for the first time to get a seat at the UN Security Council. The Liberals thought Canada was back. They were going to get a seat at the Security Council. And some of us from the flotilla looked at who could be elected because it's elected in basically like a white countries group, Western Europe and others. Western Europe, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, right? We looked at who was running, and it was Norway, Ireland, and Canada running for that seat. And the Norwegians are our friends. We talked to the Norwegians in the Freedom Flotilla, and they originally said, we have to oppose Norway. And we said, look at your record, look at Canada's record. They came back and said, you're right, we have to oppose Canada. Because Canada had, by far, on the issue of Palestine, among others, the worst record. So we launched the campaign. It was the first time there was a civil society campaign within a country opposing that country's membership, election to the Security Council. And in a ballot, and this was a couple of years ago now, 2021 was the ballot. It was close, but we engaged with countries in Latin America. We engaged with countries in the Caribbean and Africa. There's a lot of votes at the UN to make the case why Canada, for its record on Palestine, for its record on environmental protections, for its record on supporting U.S. imperialism in Latin America and Asia and Africa, it wasn't a good choice. And there was a charm offensive, believe me, from all of Canadian Foreign Affairs saying vote Canada, and they lost by a couple votes. So I don't know if the grassroots campaign had an effect on that, but it was the first time there was a grassroots campaign saying don't vote for us at the Security Council. One other reason, and we definitely mentioned this, our current deputy prime minister at that point was our foreign minister, and Chrystia Freeland actually tried to sell the Canadian candidacy to the UN Security Council by telling selected lobby groups that she thought were her friends, Canada was going to run to be an asset for Israel at the Security Council. In other words, another friendly ally like the US. So if that's the Liberal Party's vision of the UN Security Council, obviously it's not interesting for reform or for anything that you were talking about. But if we can take hold of it and say, no, don't elect us, elect Ireland and Norway, because they at least, well, they just recognized the state of Palestine. They at least have a decent, they didn't pull their money out of UN Relief Works Agency, etc. I mean, there are many things on which you would prefer Ireland and Norway. But, if grassroots citizens movements can do this, then we're engaging with international politics in a different way. We're not delegating it all to the politicians and saying, you take care of it, you're elected. We're saying, no, we demand better. We demand that Canada, my piece on that topic in rabble.ca was no UN Security Council seat for Canada until there's fundamental change in Canadian foreign policy. So that's the answer. People have to engage.
Well, I just wanted to elaborate a little further in terms of this topic of the UN, because for my parents, right, they immigrated here from Egypt. And one of the reasons they chose Canada over America is because they remembered Lester B. Pearson and the creation of peacekeepers that avoided the Suez Canal crisis of going out of control, right? We were looking at, there could be world war in Egypt, and then Lester B. Pearson came up with this idea of peacekeepers. I guess the question is what happened to peacekeepers? You know, I was brainwashed into thinking we're a multicultural mosaic of peacekeepers, and, you know, Harper erased that very quickly for me. In fact, it was under Harper's government where I was like, that was the first time where I was like, I have to get out of here. Everywhere I go, I have people, you know, telling me to go back home. I couldn't feel like I was Canadian anymore. And I went to Egypt and found the similar problem where people are like, yeah, but you're not really Egyptian. You were born in Canada. I was like, well, whatever. I don't belong anywhere, but I still prefer this over Harper at the moment. And then, yeah, then I got a taste of Mubarak and, yeah, decided when he declared himself the judge of all courts and ripped up the Constitution, I was like, well, this is not going to end well. And in terms of resistance, I got into art and I started creating some music, calling for revolution and stuff like that. But then when revolution came to Egypt, I left here. I left Canada. I stopped performing. I went and started doing journalism in Egypt, right? And then got in trouble. So that's me in a nutshell. But I guess it comes back to that question of, you know, what happened to peacekeepers? And like, when did the UN lose its way? Maybe it was always lost, but I don't know. I'd love to hear more from you, David, on your thoughts on that.
First of all, there's a piece to share. More shameless self-promotion. The Telegram channel for the flotilla, but also my piece from a couple of years ago about no UN Security Council seat for Canada without foreign policy reform. I don't know that it was ever, I mean, the Pearson myth is a strong one in this country, and I respect the fact that your parents knew about that and made that choice. There are also people who consider Pearson a war criminal. So it's...
Is there a president or a leader who isn't a war criminal in this day and age, right?
Not in our countries,
No.
not in an English-speaking North American country. I think you might have to go a bit farther afield. But there's some of them more flagrant than others. And his career, let's just say at best, is checkered. It's true that Canada's role in UN peacekeeping has been vanishingly small, but people would argue that, and other people, if you look at the Canadian Foreign Policy Institute, Canada's role in places like Haiti has been completely shameful, right? It's been propping up elites and propping up US-backed regimes. So it isn't actually that productive to say, let's have more peacekeepers. I think we have to get Canada's fingers right out of it and say, let's shift the funding from the Canadian military towards actual aid and development that's going to help people, not stuff that's just for buying back Canadian products, but stuff that actually helps countries get up on their feet and become autonomous. But again, not an expert. I did have this one piece that kind of kicked off the campaign against Canada's Security Council seat. But I would just say for politics at any level, whether it's your neighborhood, Galahindi and I know well, or your local municipal council or provincial or federal politics or whatever territory you live in, engage with it, but engage with it critically. None of the politicians is a savior. They are only as good as the people who put them there and hold them accountable at any level. It's kind of interesting, and we were able to do it because of social media. It's kind of interesting to try to hold the Security Council accountable, but I come back to it. Canada lost that seat by a handful of votes. And I have to think that some of those countries were influenced by the fact that there was a civil society grassroots campaign against our own government saying, no, don't vote for us.
Well, you don't win the Fossil Award from the UN time and time again and expect to be rewarded for that, right?
Exactly.
So I got a real quick thing here to share. Because we were talking about this earlier about what we thought would happen. So let me try to share this if I can. Is it gonna come up?
For the first time since May 2nd, there are no tents at King's College Circle on the University of Toronto.
Hold on, that didn't work.
For the first time since May 2nd, there are no tents at King's College Circle on the University of Toronto's downtown campus. The pro-Palestinian encampment that occupied the space for more than 2 months has cleared out ahead of the 6 p.m. deadline. This comes after an injunction sought by the school was granted by an Ontario court. But while the encampment has come down, protesters are still making their voices heard. For more, let's go live to our Sean O'Shea, who is at a rally. Sean, what are the demonstrators saying?
We're actually live at Queen's Park Circle, and the 6 o'clock injunction deadline is here, and the special constable here has the legal authority to ask everybody to leave, and we're going to do that certainly. But there's a papier-mâché statue that was up here that the protesters put up in the last few hours, and others just knocked it down in the last 3 minutes as we came to air. So this is pretty much all that is left of the encampment, and the campers took all of their tents away. They didn't leave any garbage behind. They are all gone. They went to a protest just a little ways from here. You can take a look at some of that going on. So they claimed victory, actually, even though the court ordered them to leave this lawn after 2 months of occupying it, claiming that that they actually won. And so we're going to hear from one of those who spoke just a little while ago.
Our continued occupation through the summer convocation period was a massive victory. We prevented the university from convocation washing its complicity during what should have been a time of reflection on its moral responsibilities.
Now, what happened here is that all the protesters had left, and then the gate was opened by some others who decided to come. A lot of people here just taking pictures, selfies, wanting to memorialize this, not supporters in any way, shape, or form of what went on here over the last 2 months. So the only people left here, some other journalists, Global News, and some people that just wanted to see what happened here. But again, pointing out, no garbage left. The lawn doesn't need a lawn cutting, but it is over here. The injunction at 6 o'clock, had they been here, they would have been forced to leave. They chose to leave beforehand. The protest here at U of T is done. Back to you.
All right, our Sean O'Shea reporting live at the University of Toronto for us. Thank you, Sean.
So there's that update. So whether or not, you know, I guess the whole idea of winning, I don't know that that's the right way of looking at it. It's not a win per se, but it was an opportunity for students to acknowledge what was going on and to bring it to people's attention. So there was obviously, you know, some students at U of T who may not have known much about it, who certainly had an opportunity to ask questions and to talk to people about it. So it did serve as a good opportunity, I think. But it's unfortunate that, you know, I think it's unfortunate that they've had to stop it.
Oh, definitely.
So I'm going to remove that one, and I see, David, you have one up here now.
Yeah.
So let's go.
So, I mean, as we called it earlier,
The ICJ, as you do, to deliver a very important video today. It took me a couple of hours to get here, but then again, it took Israel 76 years, so let's hope it counts for something.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the following international crimes: starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, willfully causing great suffering, serious injury to body or health or cruel treatment, willful killing or murder, and intentionally directing attacks against a civilian population, as well as crimes against humanity of extermination and or murder, and allegations of crimes of committing other inhumane acts.
The ruling is the second judicial blow to Israel this week.
Israel must immediately halt its military offense and any other action in the Rafah governorate.
The outrageous decision by the ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan, to seek arrest warrants against the democratically elected leaders of Israel is a moral outrage of historic proportions. What a travesty of justice, what a disgrace. The ICC has no jurisdiction over Israel, and Mr. Khan's actions will not stop us from waging our just war against Hamas.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
We had to choose between our support to the international institution and the rule of law or our support to Israel.
Netanyahu and Gallant are war criminals, and they most definitely should be locked away. But the genocide that we see unfolding before our eyes and the total siege on Gaza is not the result of just one or two bad apples. Just like everything else, this blockade didn't begin in October 2023. While the ICC's jurisdiction is focused on individuals, the world has finally woken up to the fact that the genocide in Gaza is the result of a systemic project of ethnic cleansing and violent territorialism going back 76 years. Who will ever be held accountable for the siege and blockade of Gaza? And how will justice ever truly be served in this instance? In 2007, Israel militarily and violently imposed a blockade on Gaza. Now, Gaza had already been occupied since 1967, closed off from the rest of Palestine and, well, the entire world. You know the whole Gaza Strip being called a strip thing? This military blockade saw and continues to see the restriction of essential items from entering Gaza. Basically, every single person and every single item moving in and or out of Gaza is controlled by Israel through border crossings. And most medical, health and education services were already exhausted before the restrictions intensified post-October. Let's look at the stats. Here's just a handful of some of the most horrifying ones that predate October 2023. 97% of water in Gaza was not fit for human consumption. Power outages approximated 12 hours a day. 68% of households were food insecure. 43% of essential drugs were completely depleted. A majority of the 1 million children in Gaza had lived under a constant military blockade. Youth unemployment rates were at 67%. And one of the most disturbing stats is that 10% of children were permanently stunted by malnutrition. The current genocide in Gaza, including the murder of local and international journalists and aid and health workers, is an attack on an already besieged population that has been facing unrelenting bombardment, silence from the media despite having actual evidence, and a deliberately induced famine, and therefore disease, as a weapon of extermination. And, I mean, only a gazillion human rights orgs agree. But just like international law, that doesn't seem to matter very much. Because these courts and justice systems were historically set up to work against us, and they have never saved Gaza or freed Palestine in the close to an entire century that they've had the chance to, or over the course of the past 8 months where the world was finally watching.
Does human rights law give us the tools to achieve human rights? I'm not sure, because of the interests of powerful states, because of the double standards.
In the Middle East and in the Global South, I would say, law is closer to political convenience than to justice. As a European, I'm very sorry to say 500 years of colonization has left a huge imprint in our DNA. In general, Western people are not able to assess objectively what is being done through the non-application of international law or through the discretionary application of international law.
I mean, what has remains of the so-called rules-based society that the United States continuously applauds and celebrates? The EU and the United States and the United Kingdom, sadly, they have decided to support Israel against international institutions. They applauded the same institutions when they requested an arrest warrant for Russian President Putin after his attack on the Ukraine.
If you consider also the fact that Israel is an occupier, which I think is the relevant legal framing here, Israel has obligations under occupation law, not only to end the occupation, which has now been ongoing for 56 years, but also to protect the occupied people. And we also know that Israel has no right to claim self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter with respect to attacks emanating from a territory that it occupies. It seems to me that absolute victory means the total decimation of Gaza to the point that it's completely uninhabitable, and the depopulation of Gaza, which Israel has told us time and again in this current moment that is their goal.
The so-called Western world is prepared to sacrifice the entire architecture of international law that has been put in place post-World War II, specifically to prevent there being another genocide like the Holocaust. We are prepared to rent all of that asunder so that Israel can continue to murder 247 Palestinians on an average day, 48 of whom will be women, and 117 of whom will be children. We're prepared to throw it all out.
So, if Israel continues to fail its obligations as an occupying power and remains above the law for the unforeseeable future, and if our governments continue to fail us, then it is left up to Palestinians and people all over the world like us that must continue boycotting and blocking and amplifying Palestinian voices. What I'm trying to say is, this is not just about Netanyahu and Gallant, and our mission is not just about aid. Yes, Israel has created a devastating need for aid right now, but what needs to happen most is to break the siege. Help us make that happen. Join or support the Gaza Freedom Flotilla till Palestine is free. We will sail.
Powerful stuff.
That was good.
That was great. Oh, wait, my camera. Oops.
Yeah, when I say that it's my privilege to work with these people, I only met Tan a few months ago. I've never been in the same room. We've been in lots of video chats, but their work is extraordinary. I mean, they're the editing skill behind a lot of these videos you've been seeing. They and their team have been doing remarkable work. So it's, you know, and they're, you can tell from their accent, from Australia, or as they say, so-called Australia on stolen land, but they're all over. They were producing that. They were in the Netherlands at The Hague, but they had just come from Istanbul, and they were following on to cover the passage in London, where we saw the Samir video. They produced that one as well, and Ireland, and then on to the west coast of Europe. So the most extraordinary people telling the most critical messages, and I can't ask you enough just to follow the FFC, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition's channels, whichever one is your platform of choice. We're probably there. Share up their messages and talk about it. This isn't just a passive consumer project where we look at it and say, wow, this is one where we talk about it on a stream or off a stream, find people and share the message.
Yeah, I put the link into our chat here too, so that anyone in the community can click on that and follow. I also put the one for the Canada Vote to Gaza in there as well, so they have both of those.
No.
So there was we were talking about inspirational people, actually. So I did have another short clip here. I wanted to see if I can find this. It's only 3 minutes, but I thought it was interesting. So seems to always want me to do this twice, eh? Okay. Why? Come over. He doesn't want to.
First time since May 2nd. There are no tents at...
Nope, not that one.
It's not really common that a woman lead a statistical organization.
Maybe I have to remove that one first, because I can't do two, I guess. Or I can't have two open. I think that's what it is. There we go.
It's not really common that a woman lead a statistical organization. I work maybe 3 times the effort to become really a model, not only on the national, but also on the international level. There's a big responsibility in that perspective. because we are very much in touch with the people, with the community. It's very much beyond producing numbers. You can make a change, bring attention of policymakers and decision makers, and being part of developing the country, the society, the economy in all aspects.
The part of the job that I like the most is strategizing. I really like thinking of long-term strategies, of problem solving. Running a business is very challenging. Running a business as a woman is very challenging. And then running a business as a young woman is even more challenging. And to add to all that, we're a Palestinian company based in Jerusalem, and that makes things a lot more challenging. Unemployment among Palestinians living in the city is extremely high. And if we look at unemployment among women and youth in Jerusalem for Palestinians, it exceeds 85%. So to be able to offer job opportunities for this segment means a lot to me. This is what keeps me going all the time. This is what makes it worth it.
I like that process of being completely alone and inventing a whole world and people and characters and situations and having that total freedom of creativity. Especially when you're making films in Palestine, because of the situation, you're making a film, but you're also dealing with the fact that you have real obstacles in front of you, and every day you have to figure out how to solve them. That's the reality of life here. That's the kind of cinema that I like to watch. It's like the cinema that I want to make, is that something that makes you think about it.
What we do here may affect others around us, whether it's through the standards that we follow in terms of production, or in terms of the ethics that we follow with the formulas that we have and the products that we're manufacturing, or our contribution to social responsibility, or even the way we treat our employees. All of this may have an effect that exceeds or is extended beyond the factory itself.
Filmmaking is a way to keep hope going. So much about filmmaking and art in general is about freedom, and that's something I think we all strive for in our lives.
My aspiration for the future is to see our young generation leading the way with hope, and to continue working for our cause and live a better life, live without limitations.
I think for me, it just it goes to show that even against the highest hurdles and challenges, there are people who still strive to overcome them and can be successful at doing so.
I mean, one of the things that, I took away from that video, or one of the things that bothered me a little bit, is oftentimes, we forget the role that women play in Palestine. And in the first Intifada specifically, women played a very large role in getting people out into the streets, creating education action committees. They were like, look, if they're not going to provide this, we are going to organize, we are going to do this. And what was really sad in that first Intifada is that women had a role, they were playing, they had a voice. And then, Arafat and all of them basically excluded them from the conversation. From that moment on, once Hamas came into it, again, the voices of women are being diminished. And so by showing that, it's great to see women on the forefront being able to continue on. And I feel like there is more to be said that people don't get to hear very often. If anyone's looking for a film out there that's pretty good about that, Naila and the Uprising specifically talks about the role women played in that first Intifada and how pivotal they were. And so I would love to see that. I would love to hear more stories about that. I'd like to see women in the forefront I often talk about how, we've given the patriarchy a try, and it is definitely not helping anyone. It is time for a change, however that may come or be. But
Yeah, I think I've said this before. Our world would be so much, would run so much better if we had more women in leadership. Um, look at the young prime minister who took over New Zealand for a while. She wasn't there for a long time, but she certainly made some moves while she was there, and seemed to for the better of the indigenous peoples in New Zealand. I can't remember her name now. It's kind of lost on me, but she was also very young.
yeah, it's not just put any woman in power. You have to always question where they're coming from, because you could look at Maloney, for instance, and you could see how they are one of the ones that are leading that far right push in Europe right now. And so, I think that the example you picked, there's nothing I can think about that is negative towards that. And so, great example to pick. But, it's more than just put a woman in power. If we had Hillary Clinton win that election, I guarantee you the Middle East would all be bombed.
What about Marjorie Greene?
Heaven forbid, oh man, that brought a shiver down my spine.
That scares me.
Yeah, yeah. But Jacinda Ardern, great example. And I don't know. It's time for new voices. I often think that if we were living in the matriarchy, we'd have a lot less wars, because women understand and want to protect children a lot more than men, who feel threatened by children taking over their positions. And here we are with Joe Biden. Genocide Joe refusing to let go of his power, even though everyone knows he's too old. And it's scary times that we're living in, but it doesn't mean we should give up hope. It doesn't mean we should stop fighting. It just means we need to get louder. We need to come together and realize that, if there isn't justice for all, then there's justice for none. Same with equality.
Donald Trump doesn't want Joe Biden to give up his position either, because if Joe Biden wasn't there, Donald Trump wouldn't have the arguments he has to fight any kind of campaign with, right? So it would be to Trump's demise if Joe Biden were to release his leadership, but it would be maybe a good thing if he would.
Yeah. All right.
Come back to it.
Say that again, David. I didn't hear you there.
I'm going to get a video here. Just a
second.
Okay. The problem of too many platforms open. Okay. Present share screen. We're going to get audio on the share screen. Let's try to get audio. Okay, let's try that.
Filters and solar panels have in common? Well, as well as brutally cutting off electricity, water, and the internet to Gaza, Israel has either denied or restricted access to these items, as well as over 40 other life-saving necessities like generators and oxygen cylinders for hospitals. Look, the chocolate croissants I get, it's been well documented that chocolate croissants are in fact Hamas's weapon of choice. Israel's Iron Dome has literally been overwhelmed in recent weeks by the sheer number of chocolate croissants being launched at it from Gaza. But in all seriousness, if the past 6 months have finally proven anything to the world, it's that the occupation continuously overrides international law, because like a spoiled, unsupervised child with rich parents, there are absolutely no consequences.
Israel has blocked the free movement of people and goods in and out of the Gaza Strip for almost 2 decades. Now, Israeli civilians have started their own blockade.
A group of Israeli settlers has blocked trucks transporting humanitarian aid to Gaza. The vehicles were forced to stop at several border crossings. Settlers also destroyed some of the supplies. Aid trucks entering the Strip have been attacked repeatedly.
Family groups with their babes in arms, determined to stop aid that is desperately needed by families in Gaza. Children who survive the bombings may not survive famine. Back in Rafah, aid did not reach 12-year-old Yazan Al-Kafarna.
FYI, blocking humanitarian aid is a total violation of international law. Here's the list of what's been denied entry into Gaza at least once in the past 6 months. Anesthetics, animal feed, cardiac catheters, chemical water testing kits, those terrifying chocolate croissants, flak jackets and helmets for aid workers, green tents and sleeping bags, mobile desalination unit, oxygen concentrated scalpels and obstetric kits, surgical tools for doctors, HAP stand kits for water distribution, toys, ventilators, and x-ray machines. According to COGAT, that's the Israeli military agency responsible for authorizing the aid that is allowed to go to Palestinians in Gaza, almost all humanitarian supplies are allowed through, so long as they get to inspect it first. Let's not forget that while this Israeli agency is doing this, another Israeli military agency is bombing, shelling, and shooting Palestinians. But here's the thing, according to the UN, if Israel rejects one item during an inspection, the whole aid truck is rejected and sent back. And if, and that's an enormous if, a truck does get into Gaza, Israeli forces get to decide where, when, and how it goes, or doesn't go. And as we've seen from the Zionist dance parties blocking convoys of aid trucks, and the widespread images of famine and emaciated babies and children, a disturbingly small amount is getting through. Before the genocide, at least 500 aid trucks would enter Gaza each day. And that wasn't enough to meet the level of need Israel created through its inhumane 18-year illegal blockade. That's why people from around the world have taken a perfectly legal measure, as called for twice this year by the International Court of Justice, to deliver aid themselves via international waters with the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, aid that is going to be delivered directly to Palestinians in Gaza. To make sure the Freedom Flotilla and the hundreds of international human rights observers that are delivering this aid stay safe and get to Gaza, we need you to keep your eyes on the mission and the pressure up on the streets, at your elected representatives' offices, and on their phones.
So that one highlights the absurdity of the inspections, right? So when we go told that aid has to go through proper channels and get inspected by the occupation, they just use that, the Israelis, to stop most of the trucks from getting through. So the aid doesn't get through, even though international agencies and lots of countries are trying to send stuff. Our Turkish partners, İHA or Mavi Marmara Association, sent a cargo vessel, but it offloaded to trucks at Al Arish in Egypt, and they're lining up with the other trucks at Rafah, at that horrible non-border where stuff isn't getting through, and then they get through with, trickle through that's allowed, and then the occupation messes with it and doesn't allow it to be delivered.
Now, has the flotilla been able to actually get any resources to Gaza?
Well, the trucks that I just described are the ones that we've gotten through this year. I mean, in 2008, we had boats go in and go out, so it's perfectly possible. It is the occupiers' choice to prevent the aid from getting in. So our political move continues to be to challenge the blockade, because there should be no restrictions on freedom of movement of people or goods in and out of Gaza. Anyway, like I said, I got to go. I'm going to leave you with thanks for you two. You guys can continue. I've got one last video to play before we're done. I hope it works on share, because it's not the other ones I've got from my laptop, but this one is on another screen.
Okay.
In a minute. I'll tell you who it is when I introduce it, but I just wanted to thank you both, PeaceFireNow and Galahindi, my neighbor, for this stream. I don't think I can make it quite 9 p.m. Eastern time like you guys talk about, but feel free to carry on. We've got lots to say, and that's all important. Keep on talking about Gaza, keep on talking about Palestine. Raise the issue, like I say, friends, neighbors, family, when it's comfortable, when it's not so comfortable, with workmates if you can, with strangers on the market or on the bus. Everybody needs to talk about it one little bit when you can. Wear the merch, wear the keffiyeh, the buttons, all the brooches and pins and flags if you can. But they're not important in themselves. Just like boycotting is important, and we could have another talk about the BDS movement, but boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. So the divestment piece is what we're asking institutions like the university to do. Sanctions is what we got the state to do. So the government will, it started on sanctions, let's say, with the arms embargo, but it's got a long way to go, as we've described. And a lot of it starts with the individual boycott, but it's not about me not buying stuff or me choosing to buy this stuff rather than that stuff. If nobody knows about it, it's not a political act. Here in London, some of us pointed out to a retailer that they were carrying Dead Sea products, which are Israeli occupation products, and they made a decision not only to drop those, they also had Israeli dates, they dropped those. They decided to become an apartheid-free zone business. So that's a statement to their suppliers that they won't buy any of that merchandise anymore, but also to their other customers. And yeah, they've had to explain themselves to a bunch of customers, but that education is part of the process. So we have to educate retailers and other businesses we deal with. They happen to be, how shall I say, open to coming over to our side quickly. We like to frequent, I'll send a shout out to people in the London area. Go check out Reimagine Co. on Piccadilly, Canada's first apartheid-free zone business. They got the Palestinian human rights signs in the front of the store. You can't miss it. But that's the kind of conversation we need to have. We don't expect to necessarily do it when we're shopping, but you know what? That's a place to talk about Palestine too. If you can support the flotilla or other human rights organizations, please do so. Reach out in your community. Let the Palestinians know that the world has not forgotten. As I said earlier, the worst thing that can happen when you're in prison, when you're under occupation, is to be forgotten. So we have to keep it alive. We have to keep the fire alive. We have to keep it alive. Keep talking about Palestine. Keep working for Palestine. Follow the Freedom Flotilla and Canadian Boat to Gaza. The song I want to leave you with, and I'm going to try to do this now, is I talked about the Women's Boat to Gaza and Marama Davidson, the Maori MP who was there. She and, actually a couple of her shipmates wrote this song, and she and they sang it together on the women's boat. So this is 2016, en route to Gaza, with, let me see, Suna Sofia Rexton, Emma Ringqvist, so two Scandinavian sailors, one of them a musician, and Marama Davidson, a Maori politician from Aotearoa, New Zealand. See if we can make this happen. And I will sign off while we do.
Well, just before you take off and play the video, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you. I'm not your neighbor, but this has been awesome. I wish I was your neighbor. Thank you for sharing all that information. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for keeping the fight going. And I hope people learned something from the stream today, and we'll follow that example. So thank you, David. Hopefully this won't be the last time we have
to both of you. I hear you're going to hear from my colleague Jess Notwell soon. Jess has a ton to share. Well, they're a real
fantastic. Kitty also said you're an inspiration, and thank you so much.
Well, you're an inspiration too with your streams. So keep on streaming. Check out our channels and share the videos. I'm not going to be here to tell you about them, but now you know where to look.
Oh, we will do that and then some. Thank you so much, David.
Let me know if this comes through, okay, when I start it. Where the hell did we go? What happened? Can we start it here?
I see it, but I don't. It's not moving.
Stop sharing. Let me try it again. Just a second here. We'll make it happen. I almost had it going. Share screen. Here now?
Yeah.
We anchored up and sailed out from the shore of Spain. Our boat Zaytuna, Olive is her name. And Olive is the symbol of a faraway place to which we steer our course across the waves. We are 13 women here to sail with peace in our hand towards our sisters in this foreign land. To and from many different corners of this world we have come to bring to you the freedom of a song. We will sail for your freedom, our sisters in Palestine. We will never be silent until you are free. We are guided by the lights of the stars at night and the power of the sea so very bright. As the world is watching us, we bring our women's voice with a message that we all should have a choice. Your grandmothers, they planted olive trees upon the land where you should live in peace. Those trees of 1,000 years, they have been dug away. May daughters plant new seeds and to let them stay. We will say for your freedom, our sisters in Palestine. We will never be silent until you are free. We will sail for your freedom, our sisters in Palestine. We will never be silent until you are free.
Wow,
Hell yeah.
that was so cool.
What a way to end that. That's
Well,
awesome.
I definitely I have to get a I'm gonna have to get a copy of that.
Yeah, no,
As
that was great.
that'll fit into our music streams. I have actually a category now that's just artists who have voiced their support of Palestine, um, and it's just called
Nice.
Palestinian supporters, um, or Palestine supporters, I should say.
And where can people find that, Galahindi?
Oh my, yeah, we do our music streams. Um, so um, yeah, we've been going 5 hours. It's been a pretty good stream. So I'm thinking maybe what we'll do, if we can, is I see that 27 has gone live. Um,
Okay.
maybe we can go over and show some love to him. I know that he's been here and brought his community here with us. Normally, what I do when I end a stream is I play a version of the Peaceful Warrior. Today, I think I'm going to play a song by a guy named David Rovix. Um, I
Okay.
I don't know if you know him, um, but he's also a supporter of Palestine, and he's done a song called "Behind These Prison Walls." And so I'm going to play that. While that's playing, I'll get our raid call in the chat, and I hope that everyone will copy a raid call and come with us and see 27. He does some very eye-opening streams as well, and I appreciate that he's been a very good supporter of us. So we'd like to share that support back to him. So let me get this song.
Just before you play that,
Yep.
while you set that up, I just wanted to say a special thank you to you, Galahindi, for getting this together. I mean, people are watching the stream, but you have been working on making this happen for over a month now. And so I couldn't thank you enough for bringing all of us together here. This has been amazing. I
Well,
hope it's one
I,
of many to come.
I'm looking forward to having Dr. Notwell come, and because I know that she lived in Palestine for a couple of years, and
Awesome.
she's going to have some great experiences, I'm sure, to share with us. So that's going to be another awesome, awesome stream, I'm sure. So
100%.
I'm thinking, what's the date today? Today is the so I'm thinking either the 18th or the 25th. Um, those are both Thursdays, if that works for you.
I will make it work for me. You just give me enough notice, and I will
Okay.
move the mountains to make this happen. Because I'm loving this. I love what we were able to do here. The conversation, great, and it's a great example for people to follow. So hopefully it inspired. Hopefully somebody learned something. I learned things from chat today. So this has been a wonderful time. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this happen, Galahindi.
And like
Yeah,
David
I'd say
said,
go follow Dark Native, but here we are streaming on Dark Native. So,
it's
I'll
a habit.
say,
It's a matter of habit, right?
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, and I think I got that. I put in that link for the flotilla. So Chad, if you haven't already clicked on that link, definitely give that a follow too. So let's hear this song. I think I've listened to it on. I've only listened to it once, but I thought it was really powerful too. And this was really about about Assange. And the fact that he's now he's free now, but he is a journalist who many, if you don't know, created WikiLeaks and exposed the U.S. government to things that maybe war crimes that they didn't really want to have out there, and so have been after him for the last 12 years or so, something like that. But he's had many supporters behind him. So this is one of those people.
Behind these prison walls, there's a man who's won awards for the work that he has done and all that it affords, such as the knowledge of the horrors committed in our name. They can't stop the message, so the messenger gets blamed. Behind these prison walls, in solitary confinement, in a land of rolling hills and royalty and other such refinement, someone who is a hero, whistleblowers everywhere, who help them tell the world the crimes of Tony Blair.
We have to ask the question, are we entering into a phase of mortal war? Because Afghanistan, prior to its invasion, was the second poorest
in Afghanistan.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is beginning his
when the soldiers of the empire, who sunset long before, were torturing civilians in their terror war. Behind these prison walls is a part of WikiLeaks, an eloquent orator, but you won't hear him speak. Locked away in silence, one who knows too well how those in power act when there's another war to sell. Behind these prison walls is one who stands accused of exactly what offenses the U.S. has refused to say precisely which, or to try to clear the mist, or to explain how he's not the same as other journalists.
Secrets, they have to do it with our permission.
Behind these prison walls is a person they deprive of most of the things in life that keep us all alive. A person being tortured as we stand here now, or revealing the war crimes. Why, when, where, how? Behind these prison walls, our very right to be informed of what the hell is going on is the teacup in this storm. With knowledge there is power, so the solution by the crown, a 24-hour-a-day indefinite lockdown behind these prison walls.
It's shocking. Who is it? Who is it?
You can just show
Shagoli, Dark Native, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Well, come
Get in here now, motherfuckers. Come on.
I'm ready for you.
Hey, Peacefire, how you doing, mate? Stupid duck, how's it going? Scuba duck? Scuba? I need my glasses, man.